protruded from its snout were as long as I was tall. In all ways it resembled the forest pig that Night Eyes had killed, save for its immense size and the wings tucked close to its side.
"I spy at least a dozen of these things," the fool announced. "And behind those trees I found another carved column, such as we have seen before."
He set a curious hand to the skin of the sculpture, then almost winced away at the cold contact. "I cannot believe they are lifeless stone," I told him.
"I, too, have never seen such realistic detail in a carving,"
he agreed. I did not try to tell him he had misunderstood me. Instead, I stood pondering a thing. Here, I sensed life, but there was only cold stone under my hand. It had been the opposite with forged ones. Savage life obviously motivated their bodies, yet my wit sense regarded them as but cold stone. I groped for some sort of connection, but found only the odd comparison. I glanced about me, but found my companions scattered throughout the forest, moving from sculpture to sculpture, and calling to one another in delight as they discovered new ones under clambering ivy or engulfed in fallen leaves. I drifted after them slowly. It seemed to me that this might be the destination marked on the map. It almost certainly was, if the old map-maker had had his scale correct, and yet, why? What was important about these statues? The significance of the city I had seen at once. It might have been the original habitation of the Elderlings, but this? I hastened after Kettricken. I found her by a winged bull. He slept, legs folded under him, powerful shoulders bunched, heavy muzzle dropped to his knees. It was a perfect replica of a bull in every way, from its wide sweep of horns to its tufted tail. His cloven hooves were buried beneath the forest loam, but I did not doubt they were there. She had stretched her arms wide to span the sweep of his horns. Like all the others, he had wings folded in repose on his wide black back. "May I see the map?" I asked her, and she started out of her reverie. "I've already checked it," she told me quietly. "I am convinced this is the marked area. We passed the remains of 2 stone bridges. That corresponds to what is shown on the map. And the marking on the column the fool found corresponds to one you copied in the city for this destination. I think we are on what was once the shore of a lake. That is how I've been reading the map, anyway. The shores of a lake." I nodded to myself as I considered what Verity's map had shown me. Perhaps it silted in and became swamp. But then, what do all these statues signify? She made a vague gesture around at the forest. A garden? Or park of some kind, perhaps? I looked around us and shook my head. Not like any garden I've ever seen. The statues seem random. Should not a garden possess unity and theme? At least, so Patience taught me. Here I see only sprawled statues with no sign of paths or beds or... Kettricken, are all the statues of sleeping creatures? She frowned to herself for a moment. I believe so. And I think that all are winged. Perhaps it is a graveyard, I ventured. Perhaps there are tombs beneath these creatures. Perhaps this is some strange heraldry, marking the burial places for different families. Kettricken looked about us, considering. Perhaps it is so. But why would that be marked on the map? Why would a garden? I countered. We spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the area. We found a great many more animals. There were all kinds and a variety of styles, but all were winged and sleeping. And they had been here a very long time. A closer examination showed me that these great trees had grown around the statues. The statues had not been placed around them. Some were almost captured by the encroaching moss and leaf mold. Of one, little remained to be seen save a great-toothed snout projecting from a boggy bit of ground. The bared teeth shone silver, and the tips were sharp. Yet I found not a single one with a chip or a crack. Everyone looks as perfect as the day it was created, nor can I decide how the colours were put to the stone. It does not feel like paint or stain, nor does it appear withered by the years. I was expounding my thoughts slowly to the others as we sat about our campfire that evening. I was trying to work Kettriken's comb through my wet hair. In the late afternoon I had slipped away from the others to wash thoroughly, for the first time since we had left Jampe. I had also attempted to wash out some of my clothes. When I returned to camp, I had found that all of the others had had much the same ideas. Kettle was moodily draping wet laundry on a dragon to dry. Kettriken's cheeks were pinker than usual, and she had rebraided her wet hair into a tight queue. Starling seemed to have forgotten her earlier anger at me. Indeed, she seemed to have forgotten entirely about the rest of us. She stared at the flames of the campfire, a musing look on her face, and I could almost see the tumbling words and notes as she fit them together. I wondered what it was like. If it was like solving the game puzzle that Kettle set for me, it seemed odd to watch her face, knowing a song was unfolding in her mind. Night Eyes came to lean his head against my knee. "I do not like denning in the midst of these living stones," he confided to me. "It does seem as if at any moment they might awaken." I observed. Kettle had settled with a sigh to the earth beside me. She shook her old head slowly. "I do not think so," she said quietly. She almost sounded as if she grieved. "Well, as we cannot fathom their mystery, and what remains of the road has ended here, we shall leave them tomorrow and resume our journey," Kettriken announced.
"What will you do?"
the fool asked quietly.
"If Verity is not at the last map destination?"
"I do not know," Kettriken confided to us quietly. "Nor shall I worry about it until it happens. I still have an action left to take. Until I have exhausted it, I shall not despair." It struck me then that she spoke as if considering a game, with one final move left that might yet lead to victory. Then I decided that I had spent too much time focusing on Kettle's game problems. I yanked a last snarl from my hair and pulled it back into a tail. "Come hunt with me before the last night is gone," the wolf suggested. "I think I shall hunt with Night Eyes tonight," I announced, as I stood and stretched. I raised one eyebrow at the fool, but he seemed lost in thought and made no response. As I stepped away from the fire, Kettriken asked me, "Are you safe alone? We are far from the Skill Road. This has been the most peaceful day I've known in some time. In some ways."
"We may be far from the Skill Road, but we are still in the heart of a land once occupied by skill users. They have left their touch everywhere. You cannot say while you walk these hills that you are safe. You should not go alone."
Night Eyes whined, low in his throat, anxious to be gone. I longed to go hunt with him, to stalk and chase, to move through the night with no human thoughts. But I would not discount Kettle's warning. "I'll go with him," Starling offered suddenly. She rose, dusting her hands on her hips. If anyone besides myself thought it was strange, no one made sign of it. I expected at least a mocking farewell from the fool, but he continued to gaze off into the darkness. I hoped he was not getting sick again. "Do you mind if she goes with us?" I asked Night Eyes. In reply, he gave a small sigh of resignation and trotted away from the fire. I followed him more slowly, and Starling followed me. "Shouldn't we catch up with him?" she asked me several minutes later. The forest and the deepening dusk were closing in around us. Night Eyes was nowhere to be seen, but then I did not need to see him. I spoke. not in a whisper, but very low. When we hunt, we move independently of one another. When one of us starts up some game, the other comes swiftly, either to intercept or to join in the chase. My eyes had adjusted to the dark. Our quest led us away from the statues into a forest night, innocent of man's workings. Spring smells were strong, and the songs of frogs and insects were all around us. I soon struck a game trail and began to move along it. Starling came behind me, not silently, but not awkwardly either. When one moves through the forest by day or by night, one can either move with it or against it. Some people know how to do it instinctively, others never learn. Starling moved with the forest, ducking under hanging branches and sidestepping others as we wove our way through the night. She did not try to force her way through the thickets we encountered, but turned her body to avoid being caught on the twiggy branches. "You are so aware of her you will not see a rabbit if you step on it," Night Eyes chided me. At that moment, a hare started from a bush right beside my path. I sprang after it, going doubled over to follow it on the game trail. It was far faster than I, but I knew it would most likely circle. I also knew that Night Eyes was also moving swiftly to intercept it. I heard Starling hurrying after me, but had no time to think of her, as I kept the rabbit in sight as it dodged around trees and under snags. Twice I nearly had it, and twice it doubled away from me. But the second time it doubled, it raced straight into the jaws of the wolf. He sprang, pinned it to the earth with his front paws, then seized its small skull in his jaws. As he stood, he gave it a sharp shake, snapping its neck. I was opening its belly and spilling its entrails out for the wolf when Starling caught up with us. Night Eyes snapped the guts up with relish. "Let's find another," he suggested, and moved swiftly off into the night. "He always gives up the meat to you like that?" Starling asked me. "He doesn't give it up. He lets me carry it. He knows that now is the best hunting, and so he hopes to kill again swiftly. If not, he knows I will keep meat safe for him, and that we will share later." I secured the dead rabbit to my belt. I started off through the night, the warm body flopping lightly against my thigh as I walked. "Oh." Starling followed. A short time later, as if in answer to something I'd said, she observed, "I do not find your wit bond with the wolf offensive." "Neither do I," I replied quietly. Something in her choice of words nettled me. I continued to prowl along the trail, eyes and ears alert. I could hear the soft pad, pad, pad of Night Eye's feet off to my left and ahead of me. I hoped he would scare game toward us. A short time later, Starling added, "And I will stop calling the fool she. Whatever I may suspect." "That's good," I told her non-committally. I did not slow my pace. "I truly doubt you will be much good as a hunter this night. This is not of my choosing." "I know. Do you want me to apologize as well?" Starling asked, in a low, strained voice. I stammered, and fell silent, unsure of what this was all about. "Very well, then," she said in an icily determined voice. "I apologize, Lord Fitzchivalry." I rounded on her. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded. I spoke in a normal voice. I could sense Night Eyes. He was already topping the hill, hunting alone now. "My Lady Queen bid me stop spreading discord within the company. She said that Lord Fitzchivalry carried many burdens I could not know of, and did not deserve to bear also my disapproval." She informed me carefully. I wondered when all this had come to pass, but dared not ask it. "None of this is necessary," I said quietly. I felt oddly shamed, like a spoiled child who had sulked until the other children gave in. I took a deep breath, determined to simply speak honestly and see what came of it. I do not know what made you withdraw your friendship, save that I disclosed my wit to you. Nor do I understand your suspicions of the fool, or why they seem to anger you. I hate this awkwardness between us. I wish we could be friends, as we were before. You do not despise me, then? For giving my witness that you claimed Molly's child as your get? I groped inside me after the lost feelings. It had been long since I had even thought about it. Chade already knew of them, I said quietly. He would have found a way, even if you had not existed. He is very resourceful. And I have come to understand that you do not live by the same rules that I do. I used to, she said softly. A long time ago, before the keep was sacked and I was left for dead. After that it was hard to believe in the rules. Everything was taken from me. All that was good and beautiful and truthful was laid to waste by evil and lust and greed. No, by something even baser than lust and greed, some drive I could not even understand. Even while the raiders were raping me, they seemed to take no pleasure in it. At least, not the kind of pleasure. They mocked my pain and struggling. Those who watched were laughing as they waited. She was looking past me into the darkness of the past. I believe she spoke as much to herself as me, groping to understand something that defied meaning. It was as if they were driven, but not by any lust or greed that could be sated. It was a thing they could do to me, so they did it. I had always believed, perhaps childishly, that if you followed the rules, you would be protected, that things like that would not happen to you. Afterward, I felt tricked, foolish, gullible, that I had thought ideals could protect me. Honor and courtesy and justice, they are not real, Fitz. We all pretend to them and hold them up like shields. But they guard only against folk who carry the same shields. Against those who have discarded them, they are no shields at all, but only additional weapons to use against their victims. I felt dizzied for an instant. I had never heard a woman speak of something like that so dispassionately. Mostly it was not spoken of at all. The rapes that occurred during a raid, the pregnancies that might follow, even the children that Six Duchies women bore to the Red Ship raiders, were seldom spoken of as such. I suddenly realized we had been standing still a long time. The chill of the spring night was reaching me. Let's go back to the camp, I suggested abruptly. No, she said flatly. Not yet. I fear I may cry, and if I do, I'd rather do it in the dark. It was getting close to full dark. But I led her back to a wider game trail, and we found a log to sit down on. Around us, the frogs and insects filled the night with mating songs. Are you all right? I asked her after we had sat some time in the silence. No, I am not, she said shortly. I need to make you understand. I did not sell your child cheaply, Fitz. I did not betray you casually. At first I did not even think of it that way. Who would not want her daughter to become a princess and eventually a queen? Who would not want lovely clothes and a fine home for his child? I did not think that you or your woman would see it as a misfortune befalling her. Molly is my wife, I said quietly. But I truly believe she did not hear me. Then, even after I knew it would not please you, I did it anyway, knowing it would buy me a place here, at your side, witnessing whatever it is you are going to do, seeing strange sights no minstrel has ever sung of before, like those statues today. Because it was my only chance at a future. I must have a song, I must witness something that will assure me forever a place of honour among minstrels, something that will guarantee me my soup and wine when I am too old to travel from keep to keep. Couldn't you have settled for a man to share your life? And children? I asked quietly. It seems to me you have no problem catching a man's eye. Surely there must be one that... No man wants a barren woman to wed, she said. Her voice went flat, losing its music. At the fall of Dimity Keep, Fitz, they left me for dead, and I lay there among the dead, sure that I would die soon. For I could not imagine continuing to live. Around me buildings were burning, and injured folk were screaming, and I could smell flesh scorching. She stopped speaking. When she resumed, her voice was a bit more even. But I didn't die. My body was stronger than my will. On the second day I dragged myself to water. Some other survivors found me. I lived and was better off than many. Until 2 months later. By then I was sure that what had been done to me was worse than killing me. I knew I carried a child, fathered by one of those creatures. So I went to a healer, who gave me herbs that did not work. I went to her again, and she warned me, saying if they had not worked, then I had better leave it to happen. But I went to another healer, who gave me a different potion. It made me bleed. I shook the child loose from me, but the bleeding did not stop. I went back to the healers, both of them, but neither could help me. They said it would stop on its own in time. But the one told me that it was likely I would never have other children. Her voice tightened, then thickened. I know you think it slatternly, the way I am with men, but once you have been forced, it is different. Ever after, I say to myself, well, I know that it can happen to me at any time, so this way at least I decide with whom and when. There will never be children for me, and hence there will never be a permanent man. So why should I not take my pick of what I can have? You made me question that for a time, you know, until Moon's Eye. Moon's Eye proved me right again, and from Moon's Eye I came to Jampe, knowing that I was free to do whatever I must do to assure my own survival. For there will be no man, and no children to look after me when I am old. Her voice went brittle and uneven as she said, Sometimes I think it were better had they forged me. No, never say that, never. I feared to touch her, but she turned suddenly, and burrowed her face against me. I put an arm around her and found her trembling. I felt compelled to confess my stupidity. I did not understand. When you said Burl's soldiers had raped some of the women, I did not know you had suffered that. Oh. Her voice was very small. I thought you deemed it unimportant. I have heard it said in Pharaoh that rape bothers only virgins and wives. I thought perhaps you felt that to one such as I, it was no more than my due. Starling! I felt an irrational flash of anger that she could have believed me so heartless. Then I thought back. I had seen the bruises on her face. Why had I not guessed? I had never even spoken to her of how Burl had broken her fingers. I had assumed she had known how that had sickened me, but she knew it was Burl's threat of greater damage to her that had kept me leashed. I had thought that she withdrew friendship from me because of my wolf. What had she believed of my distance? I have brought much pain into your life, I confessed. Do not think I do not know the value of a minstrel's hands, or that I discount the violation of your body. If you wish to speak of it, I am ready to listen. Sometimes talking helps. Sometimes it does not, she countered. Her grip on me suddenly tightened. The day you stood before us all and spoke in detail of what Regal had done to you, I bled for you that day. It did not undo anything that was done to you, no. I do not want to talk about it, or think about it. I lifted her hand and softly kissed the fingers that had been broken on my account. I do not confuse what was done to you with who you are, I offered. When I look at you, I see Starling Birdsong the minstrel. She nodded her face against me, and I knew it was as I surmised. She and I shared that fear. We would not live as victims. I said no more than that, but only sat there. It came to me again that even if we found Verity, even if by some miracle his return would shift the tides of war and make us victors, for some, the victory would come far too late. Mine had been a long and weary road, but I still dared to believe that, at the end of it, there might be a life of my own choosing. Starling had not even that. No matter how far inland she might flee, she would never escape the war. I held her closer and felt her pain bleed over into me. After a time, her trembling stilled. "It's full dark," I said at last. "We had best go back to the camp." She sighed, but she straightened up. She took my hand. I started to lead her back to camp, but she tugged back on my hand. "Be with me," she said simply. "Just for here, and just for now. With gentleness and friendship. To take the other away. Give me that much of yourself." I wanted her. I wanted her with a desperation that had nothing to do with love, and even, I believe, little to do with lust. She was warm and alive, and it would have been sweet and simple human comfort if I could have been with her and somehow arisen from it unchanged in how I thought of myself and what I felt for Molly. I would have done so. But what I felt for Molly was not something that was only for when we were together. I had given Molly that claim to me. I could not rescind it simply because we were apart for a time. I did not think there were words that could make Starling understand that in choosing Molly, I was not rejecting her. So instead I said, "Night Eyes comes. He has a rabbit." Starling stepped close to me. She ran a hand up my chest to the side of my neck. Her fingers traced the line of my jaw and caressed my mouth. "Send him away," she said quietly. I could not send him far enough that he would not know everything of what we shared. I told her truthfully. Her hand on my face was suddenly still. "Everything?" she asked. Her voice was full of dismay. "Everything." He came and sat down beside us. Another rabbit dangled in his jaws. We are wit-bonded. We share everything. She took her hand from my face and stood clear of me. She stared down at the dark shape of the wolf. "Then all I just told you, he understands it in his own way. Not as another human would, but how did Molly feel about that?" she abruptly demanded. I took a sharp breath. I had not expected our conversation to take this turn. "She never knew," I told her. Night Eyes started back to the camp. I followed him more slowly. Behind me came Starling. "And when she does know?" Starling pressed. "She will just accept this sharing?" "Probably not," I muttered unwillingly. Why did Starling always make me think of things I had avoided considering? What if she forces you to choose between her and the wolf? I halted in my tracks for an instant. Then I started walking again, a bit faster. The question hung around me, but I refused to think about it. It could not be. It could never come to that. Yet a voice whispered inside me, "If you tell Molly the truth, it will come to that. It must." "You are going to tell her, aren't you?" Starling relentlessly asked me the one question I was hiding from. "I don't know," I said grimly. "Oh," she said. Then, after a time, she added, "When a man says that, it usually means, 'No, I won't, but from time to time I'll toy with the idea, so I can pretend I eventually intend to do it.' Would you please shut up?" There was no strength in my words. Starling followed me silently. After a time, she observed, "I don't know who to pity, you or her." "Both of us, perhaps," I suggested stonily. I wanted no more words about it. The fool was on watch when we got back to camp. Kettle and Kettricken were asleep. "Good hunting?" he asked in a comradely way as we approached. I shrugged. Night Eyes was already gnawing his way through the rabbit he had carried. He sprawled contentedly by the fool's feet. "Good enough." I held up the other rabbit. The fool took it from me and casually hung it from the tent pole. "Breakfast," he told me calmly. His eyes darted to Starling's face, but if he could tell she had been weeping, he made no jest of it. I don't know what he read in my face, for he made no comment on it. She followed me into the tent. I pulled off my boots and sank gratefully into my bedding. When I felt her settle herself against my back a few moments later, I was not very surprised. I decided it meant she had forgiven me. It did not make it easy to fall asleep. But eventually I did. I had set up my walls, but somehow I managed a dream of my very own. I dreamed that I sat by Molly's bed and watched over her as she and Nettle slept. The wolf was at my feet, while in the chimney corner the fool sat on a stool and nodded to himself, well pleased. Kettle's game cloth was spread on the table, but instead of stones, it had tiny statues of different dragons in white and black. The red stones were ships. And it was my move. I had the piece in my hand that could win the game, but I only wished to watch Molly sleep. It was almost a peaceful dream. 31. Elfbark. There are a number of old white prophecies that relate to the betrayal of the catalyst. White Column says of this event, "By his love he is betrayed, and his love betrayed also." A lesser-known scribe and prophet, Gant the White, goes into more detail. The heart of the catalyst is bared to a trusted one. All confidence is given, and all confidence betrayed. The child of the catalyst is given into his enemy's hands by one whose love and loyalty are above question. The other prophecies are more oblique, but in each case, the inference is that the catalyst is betrayed by one who has his implicit trust. Early the next morning, as we ate toasted bits of rabbit meat, Kettricken and I consulted her map again. We scarcely needed it any more. We both knew it so well. But it was a thing to set between us and point at as we discussed things. Kettricken traced a fading line on the battered scroll. "We shall have to return to the column in the stone circle, and then follow the Skill Road for some little way beyond it. Right up to our final destination, I believe. I have no great wish to walk upon that road again," I told her honestly. "Even walking beside it strains me. But I suppose there is no help for it. None that I can see." She was too preoccupied to offer much sympathy. I looked at the woman. The once gleaming blonde hair was a short, scruffy braid. Cold and wind had weathered her face, chapping her lips and etching fine lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth, to say nothing of the deeper worry lines in her brow and between her eyes. Her clothing was travel-stained and worn. The Queen of the Six Duchies could not even have passed muster as a chambermaid in Tradeford. I suddenly wanted to reach out to her. I could think of no way to do so I simply said, "We will get there, and we will find Verity." She lifted her eyes to meet mine. She tried to put faith into her gaze and voice as she said, "Yes, we will." I heard only courage. We had torn down and moved our camp so often, it no longer took any thought. We moved as a unit, almost as a single creature. Like a coterie, I thought to myself. Like a pack. Night Eyes corrected me. He came to push his head against my hand. I paused and scratched his ears and throat thoroughly. He closed his eyes and laid back his ears in pleasure. "If your mate makes you send me away, I shall miss this greatly. I won't let that happen. You believe she will make you choose." I refused to think about it just now. "Ah." He fell over on his side, then rolled to his back so I could scratch his belly. He bared his teeth in a wolfish smile. "You live in the now and refuse to think of what may come, but I find I can think of little else save what may come to be. These times have been good for me, my brother. Living with others, hunting together, sharing meat. But the howling bitch had it aright last night. Cubs are needed to make a pack, and your cub. I cannot think of that just now. I must think only of what I must do today to survive, and all I must do before I can hope to go home. Fitz, are you all right?" It was Starling, coming to take me by the elbow and give me a small shake. I looked at her, wakened from my bemusement. The howling bitch. I tried not to grin. "I'm fine. I was with Night Eyes." "Oh." She glanced down at the wolf, and I saw her struggle again to grasp just what we shared. Then she shrugged it off. "Ready to leave?" "If everyone else is." "They seem to be." She went to help Kettricken load the final jeppa. I glanced about for the fool and saw him sitting silently on top of his pack. His hand rested lightly upon one of the stone dragons, and he had a faraway look on his face. I walked up softly behind him. "Are you all right?" I asked quietly. He did not jump. He never startled. He just turned his pale gaze up to meet mine. The look of his face was a lost yearning with none of his usual sharp wit to it. "Fitz, have you ever felt you recalled something, but when you groped after it there was nothing there?" "Sometimes," I said. "I think it happens to everyone." "No, this is different," he insisted quietly. "Since I stood on that stone the day before yesterday, and suddenly glimpsed the old world that was here, I keep having odd half-memories. Like him." He stroked the dragon's head gently, a lover's caress to the wedge-shaped reptilian head. "I can almost remember knowing him." He suddenly fixed me with a pleading look. "What did you see back then?" I gave a small shrug. It was like a market plaza, with shops around it and folk plying their trades. A busy day. "Did you see me?" he asked very quietly. "I'm not sure." I suddenly felt very uneasy speaking about it. "Where you were, there was someone else. She was like you in a way, no colour to her hair, and behaving, I think, as a jester. You spoke of her crown, carved like rooster heads and tails.
Did I? Fitz, I can recall little of what I said immediately afterward. I only recall the feeling and how swiftly it faded. Briefly, I was connected to everything, part of it all. It was wonderful, like feeling a surge of love, or glimpsing something perfectly beautiful, or—
He struggled for words. The skill is like that, I told him softly. What you felt is the pull of it. It is what a skill user must constantly resist, lest he be swept away on it.
So that is skilling,
he observed to himself. When you first came out of it, you were ecstatic. You said something about somebody's dragon that you were to introduce. It made small sense. Let me think. Rielda's dragon, and he had promised to fly you.
Ah, my dream last night, Rielda, that was your name.
He caressed the statue's head as he spoke. When he did so, the oddest thing happened. My wit sense of the statue surged, and Night Eyes came springing to my side, every hackle on his back standing erect. I know the hair on the back of my neck stood up as well, and I recoiled, expecting the statue to suddenly stir to life. The fool shot us a puzzled glance.
What is it?
The statues seem alive to us, to both Night Eyes and me, and when you spoke that name it almost seemed to stir.
Rielda,
the fool repeated experimentally. I caught my breath as he said it, but felt no response. He glanced at me, and I shook my head.
Just stone, Fitz. Cold and beautiful stone. I think perhaps your nerves are fraying.
He took my arm companionably, and we walked away from the statues and back to the faded trail. The others were already out of sight, save for Kettle. She stood, leaning on her stick and glaring back at us. Instinctively, I quickened my pace. When we got to the place where she waited, she took my other arm, and then imperiously waved at the fool to precede us. We followed him, but at a slower pace. When he was a substantial distance ahead of us, she squeezed my arm in a grip of steel and demanded, "Well?" For an instant, I looked at her blankly. Then, I haven't worked it out yet. I apologized to her.
That much is plain,
she told me severely. She sucked on her teeth for a moment, frowned at me, nearly spoke, and then shook her head briskly at herself. She did not let go of my arm. For much of the rest of the day, as I walked silently by her side, I pondered the game puzzle. I do not think there is anything quite so tedious as retracing one's steps when one is desperate to get somewhere. Now that we were no longer following an ancient road near invisible in overgrowth, we followed our own trampled way back through the marshy forest and up into the hills, and made better speed leaving than we had in getting there. With the shifting of the seasons, the daylight was lingering longer, and Kettricken pushed our march to the edge of dusk. Thus it was that we found ourselves only one hill away from the plaza of black stone when we made our camp that night. I think it was for my sake that Kettricken chose to camp on the ancient road for another night. I had no desire to sleep any closer to that crossroads than I must. "Shall we hunt?" Night Eyes demanded, as soon as our shelter was set. "I'm going hunting," I announced to the others. Kettle glanced up disapprovingly.
"Stay well away from the skill road,"
she warned me. The fool surprised me by coming to his feet.
"I shall go with them, if the wolf doesn't mind."
"The scentless one is welcome." "You are welcome to go with us. But are you sure you feel that strong?"
"If I get tired, I can come back,"
the fool pointed out. As we strode off into the deepening dusk, Kettricken was poring over her map, and Kettle was on watch.
"Don't be long, or I shall come and find you," she warned me as I left. "And stay away from the skill road," she repeated.
Somewhere above the trees, a full moon sailed. Light from her crept and snaked down in silvery spills through the newly leafed branches to illuminate our way. For a time we simply travelled together through the pleasantly open woods. The wolf's senses supplemented mine. The night was alive with the smell of growing things, and the calls of tiny frogs and night insects. The night air had a crisper bite to it than the day did. We found a game trail and followed it. The fool kept pace with us, saying not a word. I breathed in deeply and then sighed it out. Despite everything else, I heard myself say, "This is good."
"Yes, it is. I shall miss it."
I knew he was thinking of what Starling had said the night before. "Let us not think of tomorrows that may never come. Let us just hunt," I suggested. And we did. The fool and I kept to the trail, and the wolf veered off through the woods to spook game back toward us. We moved with the forest, sliding near noiselessly through the night, every sense alert. I came across a porcupine trundling along through the night, but I did not feel like clubbing it to death, let alone gingerly skinning it before we could eat. I wanted simple meat tonight. With great difficulty, I persuaded Night Eyes to seek other prey with me. "If we do not find anything else, we can always come back for it. They are not exactly swift of foot," I pointed out to him. He agreed grudgingly, and we quartered out again. On an open hillside, still warm from the sun, Night Eyes spotted the flick of an ear and the glint of a bright eye. In 2 bounds he was on top of the rabbit. His spring started another rabbit that fled toward the top of the hill. I gave chase, but the fool called out he was going back now. Halfway up the hill I knew I would not catch him. I was tired from the long day of walking, and the rabbit was in fear of its life. By the time I reached the top of the hill, it was nowhere in sight. I halted, panting. The night wind moved lightly through the trees. On it, I caught a scent, at once strange and oddly familiar. I could not identify it, but all the connotations to it were unpleasant. While I stood, nostrils flared, trying to place it, Night Eyes raced soundlessly up to me. "Be small," he ordered me. I didn't pause to think, but obeyed, crouching where I was and peering about for danger. "No, be small in your mind." This time I instantly grasped what he meant, and threw my skill walls up in panic. His keener nose had instantly associated the faint scent on the air with the scent of Burl's clothing in his saddlebags. I crouched as small as I could make myself and set and reset my boundaries about my mind, even as I pleaded with reality that it was next to impossible that he be here. Fear can be a powerful spur to the mind. I suddenly grasped what should always have been obvious. We were not that far from the Crossroads Plaza and the black guidepost there. The symbols carved on the guidepost columns did not merely indicate where the adjacent roads led, they also indicated where the signposts could transport one. Anywhere there was a column, one could be transported to the next column. From the ancient city to any marked location was no more than a step away. All 3 of them could be but steps away from me right now. "No, there is only the one, and he is not even close to us. Use your nose, if not your brain," Night Eyes scathingly reassured me. "Shall I kill him for you?" he offered casually. "Please. But be careful of yourself." Night Eyes snorted softly in disdain. "He is fatter far than that wild pig I killed. He puffs and sweats just to walk down the trail. Lie still, little brother, while I get rid of him." Silent as death, the wolf moved off through the forest. I crouched an eternity, waiting to hear something, a snarl, a scream, the noises of someone running through the brush. There was nothing. I flared my nostrils but could catch no trace of the elusive scent. Suddenly I could no longer stand a crouch and wait. I surged to my feet and followed the wolf, as silently lethal as he. Before, when we had been hunting, I had not paid much attention to where we had gone. Now I perceived that we had approached closer to the Skill Road than I had suspected, that our campsite was not that far from it at all. Like a strain of distant music, I was suddenly aware of their skilling. I halted where I stood and stood still. I willed my mind to stillness and let their skill brush my senses while I made no response. "I'm close." Burl, breathless with both excitement and fear. I sensed him poised and waiting. "I feel him. He draws near." A pause. "Oh, I like not this place. I like it not at all." "Be calm. A touch is all it will take. Touch him as I showed you, and his walls will come down." Will spoke, master to apprentice. "And if he has a knife?" "He won't have time to use it, believe me. No man's walls can stand before that touch, I promise you. All you need do is touch him. I will come through you and do the rest." "Why me? Why not you or Carid?" "Would you really rather have Carid's task? Besides, you are the one who had the bastard in your power and was stupid enough to try to hold him in a cage. Go and complete the task you should have finished long ago, or would you care to feel our king's wrath again?" I felt Burl shiver, and I trembled too, for I felt for him. Regal. The thoughts were Will's, but somehow, somewhere, Regal heard them too. I wonder if Burl knew as plainly as I did that no matter whether he killed the bastard or not, Regal would enjoy giving him pain again. That the memory of torturing him was so pleasurable a one that Regal could no longer think of him at all without being reminded of how completely it had satisfied him. Briefly. I was glad I was not Burl. There! That was the bastard! Find him! I should have died then by all rights. Will found me, had found my careless thought floating in the air. My brief sympathy for Burl was all it had taken. He bayed on my trail like a hound. "I have him!" There was a moment of poised tension. My heart hammered against my ribs as I sent the wit questing out all around me. Nothing bigger than a mouse was close by. I found Night Eyes down the hill from me, moving with swift stealth, yet Burl had said he drew near to me. Had he found a way to shield himself from my wit sense? The thought made my knees weak. Somewhere far down the hill, I heard the crash of a body through brush and a man's shout. The wolf was on him, I thought. No, brother, not I. I could scarcely understand the wolf's thought. I reeled with a skill impact, yet could feel no source for it. My senses contradicted each other, as if I plunged into water and felt it as sand. With no clear idea of what I did, I began a shambling run down the hill. "This is not him!" Will, in great anger and agitation. "What is this? Who is this?" A pause of consternation. "It's that freak thing, the fool!" Then vast anger. "Where is the bastard? Burl, you clumsy moron! You have betrayed us all to him!" But it was not I, but Night Eyes who charged down on Burl. Even at my distance I could hear his snarls. In the dark woods below, a wolf launched himself at Burl, and the skill shriek he sent up at the sight of those ravening jaws, coming toward his face, was such that Will was distracted. In that instant, I slammed up my walls and raced to join my wolf in the physical attack on Burl. I was doomed to disappointment. They were much farther away than I had thought them. I never even got a glimpse of Burl, save through the wolf's eyes. Fat and clumsy as the wolf might think Burl, he proved an excellent runner when the wolf was at his heels. Even so, Night Eyes would have pulled him down if he had had any farther to go than he did. At his first spring, Night Eyes got only his cloak as Burl spun. His second attack tore legging and flesh, but Burl fled as if uninjured. Night Eyes saw him reach the edge of the brick-flagged plaza and race up to the column, one hand outstretched pleadingly. His palm slapped the shining stone, and Burl suddenly vanished into the column. The wolf braced his legs to halt, his feet skittering on the slick stone. He cowered back from the standing stone as if Burl had leaped into a blazing bonfire. He halted a handspan from it, snarling furiously, not only in anger but in savage fear. All this I knew, although I was a hillside away, running and stumbling in the dark. Suddenly, there was a wave of skill. It made no physical manifestation, yet the impact flung me to the ground and drove the breath out of me. It left me dazed, ears ringing, helplessly open to anyone who might wish to possess me. I lay there, sick and stunned. Perhaps that was what saved me, that at that moment I felt absolutely no trace of skill within myself. But I heard the others. There was no sense to their skilling, only awestruck fear. Then they faded in the distance, as if the skill river itself washed them away. I almost went reaching after them in my amazement at what I sensed. They seemed to have been shattered to fragments, their dwindling bewilderment washed against me. I closed my eyes. Then I heard Kettle's voice frantically calling my name. Panic strained her voice. "Night Eyes!" "I'm already on my way. Catch up," the wolf told me grimly. I did as I was told. I was scratched and dirty, and one trouser leg was torn at the knee when I reached the yurt. Kettle was standing outside it, waiting for me. The fire had been built up as a beacon. At the sight of her, the pounding of my heart lessened somewhat. I'd half believed that they were being attacked. "What's wrong?" I demanded, as I charged up to her. "The fool," she said, and added, "We heard an outcry and raced outside. Then I heard the wolf snarling. We went toward the sound and found the fool." She shook her head. "I am not sure what has happened to him." I started to push past her into the tent, but she caught me by the arm. She was surprisingly strong for an old woman. She halted me to face her. "You were attacked?" she demanded. "In a way." Briefly I told her what had happened. Her eyes widened as I spoke of that skill wave. When I was finished, she nodded to herself, grimly confirming her suspicions. "They reached for you, and you seized him instead. He has not the faintest idea of how to protect himself. For all I know, they have him still." "What? How?" I asked numbly. "Back there at the plaza. You two were skill-linked, however briefly, by the strength of the stone and the strength of who you are. It leaves a sort of a path. The more often two are linked, the stronger it becomes. With frequency, it becomes a bond, like a coterie bond. Others who are skilled can see such bonds if they look for them. Often they are like back doors, unguarded ways into a skilled one's mind. This time, however, I would say they found the fool in your stead." The look on my face made her let go my arm. I pushed my way into the tent. There was a tiny fire burning in the brazier. Kettricken knelt by the fool, speaking to him low and earnestly. Starling sat unmoving in her bedding, pale and staring at him, while the wolf restlessly prowled the crowded interior of the tent. His hackles still stood high. I went quickly to kneel by the fool. At first glimpse of him I recoiled. I had expected him to lie limply unconscious. Instead he was rigid, his eyes open and his eyeballs twitching about as if he watched some terrible struggle we could not witness. I touched his arm. The rigidity of his muscles and the coolness of his body reminded me of a corpse. "Fool?" I asked him. He gave no sign at all of hearing me. "Fool!" I cried louder and leaned over him. I shook him, lightly at first, and then more violently. It had no effect. "Touch him,"
and skill to him. Kettricken instructed me gruffly, but be careful. If they still have him, you put yourself at risk as well.
It shames me to say that I froze for an instant. As much as I loved the fool, I feared Will still. I reached, at last, a second and an eternity later, to put my hand on his brow.
Don't be afraid,
Kettle told me uselessly, and then added that which almost paralyzed me.
If they have him and hold him still, it is only a matter of time before they use the link between you to take you as well. Your only choice is to battle them from his mind. Go on now.
She set her hand to my shoulder, and for one eerie moment, it was Shrewd's hand on my shoulder, drawing skill strength from me. She gave me a reassuring little pat. I closed my eyes, felt the fool's brow under my hand. I dropped my skill walls. The skill river flowed, full to flood time, and I fell into it. A moment to gain orientation. I knew an instant of terror as I sensed Will and Burl at the very edges of my perception. They were in great agitation about something. I recoiled from them as if I had brushed a hot stove and narrowed my focus. The fool, only the fool. I sought for him. I almost found him. Oh, he was passing strange and surpassing strange. He darted and eluded me like a bright gold carp in a weedy pool, like the motes that dance before one's eyes after being dazzled by the sun. As well to clutch at a moon's reflection in a still midnight pond as to seek a grip on that bright mind. I knew his beauty and his power in the briefest flashes of insight. In a moment I understood and marveled at all that he was, and in the next I had forgotten that understanding. Then, with an insight worthy of the stone game, I knew what to do. Rather than attempt to seize him, I surrounded him. I made no effort to invade or capture, but simply to encompass all that I saw of him and hold it separate from harm. It reminded me of when I had first been learning to skill. Often, Verity had done this for me, helping me contain myself when the current of the skill threatened to spill me wide to the world. I steadied the fool as he gathered himself back to himself. I suddenly felt a cool clasping of my wrist. "Stop it!" he begged gently. "Please," he added, and it smote me that he thought he needed that word. I withdrew from my seeking and opened my eyes. I blinked a few times and then was surprised to find myself shivering with the cold sweat that cloaked me. It was impossible for the fool to look any paler than he always was, but there was a tentative look in his eyes and mouth, as if he were not sure he was awake. My eyes met his, and I felt almost a jolt of awareness of him, a skill bond, thin as a thread. But there. Had not my nerves been so raw from reaching after him, I probably would not have felt it at all. "I did not like that," he said quietly. "I am sorry," I told him gently. "I thought they had hold of you, so I went seeking you." He waved a hand freely. "Oh, not you, I meant the others." He swallowed as if sickened. "They were within me, in my mind, in my memories, smashing and befouling like evil, lawless children. They—" His eyes went glossy. "Was it Burl?" I suggested gently. "Ah, yes. That is his name. Though he scarce remembers it himself these days. Will and Regal have taken him over for their own uses. They came through him into me, thinking they had found you." His voice dwindled off. "Or so it seems. How could I know such a thing?" "The skill brings strange insights. They cannot overcome your mind without showing much of their own." Kettle informed him grudgingly. She took a small pot of steaming water off the brazier. To me she added,
"Give me your elf bark."
I immediately reached for my pack to dig it out, but I could not resist asking her chidingly, "I thought you said the herb was not beneficial."
"It isn't," she said tersely, "for skill users. But for him it may give him the protection he cannot provide for himself. They will try this again, I do not doubt. If they can invade him, even for a moment, they will use him to find you. It is an old trick."
"One I have never heard of," I pointed out, as I handed her my bag of elf bark. She shook some into a cup and added boiling water. Then she calmly put my bag of herbs into her pack. It was obviously not an oversight, but I dismissed it as useless, asking for them back.
"How do you know so much about skill matters?"
the fool asked her pointedly. He was recovering some of his spirit.
"Perhaps I learned by listening instead of asking personal questions all the time," she snapped at him. "Now, you are going to drink this," she added,
as if she regarded the topic as settled. If I had not been so anxious, it would have been humorous to see the fool so deftly quelled. The fool took the cup, but looked over at me.
"What was that happened at the last? They held me, and then suddenly it was all earthquake and flood and fire at once."
He knit his brow.
"And then I was gone, scattered. I could not find myself. Then you came."
"Would anyone care to explain to me what has happened this night?" Kettricken asked a bit testily. I half expected Kettle to answer, but she kept silent. The fool lowered his mug of tea.
"It's a hard thing to explain, my queen, like two ruffians bursting into your bedchamber, dragging you from your bed and shaking you, all the while calling you by another's name. And when they discovered I was not the Fitz, they were very angry with me. Then came the earthquake, and I was dropped down several flights of stairs, metaphorically speaking, of course."
"They let you go?" I asked delightedly. I instantly turned to Kettle. "They are not as clever as you feared, then." Kettle scowled at me.
"Nor you as clever as I had hoped,"
she muttered darkly.
"Did they let him go, or did a skill blast shake them loose? And if so, whose power was that?"
"Verity," I said with sudden certainty. Comprehension washed over me. They attacked Verity tonight as well, and he defeated them. "Of what do you speak?" Kettricken demanded in her queen's voice. "Who attacked my king? What knowledge of these others who attacked the fool does Kettle have?" "No personal knowledge, my lady, I assure you," I declared hastily.
"Oh, do shut up!"
Kettle snapped at me.
"My queen, I have a scholar's knowledge, if you will, of one who has studied but cannot do a thing. Since Prophet and Catalyst were joined for that moment back in the plaza, I feared they might share a bond the skill users could turn against them, but either the coterie does not know this, or something distracted them tonight. Perhaps the skill wave that Fitz spoke of."
"The skill wave? You believe it was Verity's doing?" Kettricken's breath was suddenly swift, her colour heightened. "Only from him have I ever felt such strength," I told her.
"Then he lives,"
she said softly.
"He lives." "Perhaps," said Kettle sourly. "To blast with skill, like that can kill a man. And it may not have been Verity at all. It may have been a failed effort by Will and Regal to get at Fitz."
"No, I told you. It scattered them like chaff in a wind."
"And I told you. They may have destroyed themselves in trying to kill you."
I had thought that Kettricken would chide her, but both she and Starling stared wide-eyed in astonishment on Kettle's sudden professing of skill knowledge.
"How kind of you both to have warned me so well,"
the fool said with acid courtesy. "I didn't know." I began my protest, but again Kettle overrode me.
"It would have done no good to warn you, save to put your mind to dwelling on it. We can make this comparison. It has taken all our combined effort to keep the Fitz both focused and sane on the skill road. He would never have survived his journey into the city had not his senses been numbed with elf bark first. Yet these others travel the road and use the skill beacons freely. Obviously their strength overmatches his by much. What to do, what to do? No one replied to her questioning of herself. She looked up suddenly at the fool and me accusingly. This cannot be right. It simply cannot be right. The prophet and the catalyst, and you are scarcely more than boys, green to manhood, untrained in skill, full of pranks and lovesick woes. These are the ones sent to save the world? The fool and I exchanged glances, and I saw him take a breath to reply her, but at that moment Starling snapped her fingers. "And that is what makes a song!" she exclaimed suddenly, her face transfigured with delight. "Not a song of heroic strength and mighty-thewed warriors, no! A song of two, graced only with friendship's strength, each possessed of a loyalty to a king that would not be denied, and that in the refrain, green of manhood, something, The fool caught my eye, glanced meaningfully down at himself. "Green manhood? I really should have showed her," he said quietly, and despite everything, despite even the glowering of my queen, I burst out laughing. "Oh, stop it!" Kettle rebuked us, with such discouragement in her voice that I was instantly sober. "It is neither the time for songs nor knavery. Are you both too foolish to see the danger you are in? The danger you put all of us in with your vulnerability?" I watched her as she reluctantly took my elf-bark out of her pack again and put her kettle back to boil. "It is the only thing I can think of to do." She apologized to Kettricken. "What is that?" she asked. "To drug the fool at least with elf-bark. It will deafen him to them, and hide his thoughts from them." "Elf-bark doesn't work like that," I objected indignantly. "Doesn't it?" Kettle turned on me fiercely. "Then why was it used traditionally for years for just that purpose? Given to a royal bastard young enough, it could destroy any potential for skill use. Often enough was that done." I shook my head defiantly. "I've used it for years, to restore my strength after skilling, so has Verity, and it has never—" "Sweet Eater's mercy!" Kettle exclaimed. "Tell me you are lying, please." "Why should I lie about this? Elf-bark revives a man's strength, though it may bring on melancholy spirits following use. Often I would carry elf-bark tea up to Verity in his skill tower to sustain him." My telling faltered. The dismay on Kettle's face was too sincere. "What?" I asked softly. "Elf-bark is well known among skilled ones as a thing to avoid," she said quietly. I heard every word, for no one in the tent even seemed to be breathing. "It deadens a man to skill, so that he can neither use the skill himself, nor may others reach through its fog to skill to him. It is said to stunt or destroy skill talent in the young, and to impede its development in older skill users." She looked at me with pity in her eyes. "You must have been strongly talented once, to retain even a semblance of skilling." "It cannot be," I said faintly. "Think," she bade me. "Did you ever feel your skill strength wax strong after using it?" "What of my Lord Verity?" Kettricken suddenly demanded. Kettle shrugged reluctantly. She turned to me. "When did he start using it?" It was hard for me to focus my mind on her words. So many things were suddenly in a different light. Elf-bark had always cleared my head of the pounding that heavy skilling brought on. But I had never tried to skill immediately after I had used elf-bark. Verity had, I knew that. But how successfully I did not know. My erratic talent for skilling
Could that have been my elf-bark use? Like a lightning bolt, that was the immense knowledge that Chade had made a mistake in giving it to Verity and me. Chade had made a mistake. It had never occurred to me somehow that Chade could be wrong or mistaken. Chade was my master. Chade read and studied and knew all the old lore. But he had never been taught to skill. A bastard like myself, he had never been taught to skill. Fitz chivalry! Kettrick's command jerked me back to myself. So far as I know, Verity began to use it in the early years of the war, when he was the only skill user to stand between us and the red ships. I believe he had never used the skill so intensely as then, nor been as exhausted by it, so Chade began to give him elf-bark to keep up his strength. Kettle blinked a few times. "Unused, the skill does not develop," she said, almost to herself. "Used, it grows and begins to assert itself, and one learns almost instinctively the many uses to which it may be put." I found myself nodding faintly to her soft words. Her old eyes came up suddenly to meet mine. She spoke without reservation. "You are most likely stunted, both of you, by the elf-bark. Verity, as a man grown, may have recovered. He may have seen his skill grow in the time he has spent away from the herb, as you seem to have. Certainly he seems to have mastered the road alone." She sighed. "But I suspect those others have not used it, and their talents and usage of skill had grown and outstripped what yours is. So now you have a choice, Fitz-chivalry, and only you can make it. The fool has nothing to lose by using the drug. He cannot skill, and by using it, he may keep the coterie from finding him again. But you? I can give you this, and it will deaden you to the skill. It will be harder for them to reach you, and much harder for you to reach out. You might be safer that way. But you will be once more thwarting your talent. Enough elf-bark may kill it off completely, and only you can choose." I looked down at my hands. Then I looked up at the fool. Once more our eyes met. Hesitantly, I groped toward him with my skill. I felt nothing. Perhaps it was only my own erratic talent cheating me again, but it seemed likely to me that Kettle had been right. The elf-bark the fool had just drunk had deadened him to me. As Kettle spoke, she had been taking the kettle from the fire. The fool held his cup out to her wordlessly. She gave him a pinch more of the bitter bark and filled it again with water. Then she looked at me, quietly waiting. I looked at the faces watching me, but found no help there. I picked up a mug from the stacked crockery. I saw Kettle's old face darken and her lips tighten, but she said nothing to me. She simply reached into the pouch of elf-bark, working her fingers to get to the bottom where the bark had crushed itself into powder. I looked into the empty mug, waiting. I glanced back up at Kettle. "You said the skill blast might have destroyed them?" Kettle shook her head slowly. "It is not a thing to count on." There was nothing I could count on. Nothing that was certain. Then I set the mug down and crawled over to my blankets. I was suddenly tremendously weary and frightened. I knew Will was out there somewhere, seeking me. I could hide myself in elf-bark, but it might not be enough to stave him off. It might only weaken my already stunted defenses against him. Abruptly, I knew I would sleep not at all that night. "I'll take the watch," I offered, and stood again. "He should not stand alone," Kettle said grumpily. "His wolf watches with him," Kettricken told her confidently.
He can aid Fitz against this false coterie, as no one else can. I wondered how she knew that, but dared not ask her. Instead, I took up my cloak and went to stand outside by the dwindling fire, watching and waiting like a condemned man.
32. Capelin Beach. The wit is held in much disdain. In many areas it is regarded as a perversion, with tales told of witted ones coupling with beasts to gain this magic, or offering blood sacrifice of human children to gain the gift of the tongues of beasts and birds. Some tale-tellers speak of bargains struck with ancient demons of the earth. In truth, I believe the wit is as natural a magic as a man can claim. It is the wit that lets a flock of birds in flight suddenly wheel as one, or a school of fingerlings hold place together in a swiftly flowing stream. It is also the wit that sends a mother to her child's bedside, just as the babe is waking. I believe it is at the heart of all wordless communication, and that all humans possess some small aptitude for it, recognized or not. The next day we once again reached the Skill Road. As we trailed past the forbidding pillar of stone, I felt myself drawn to it.
Verity may be but one stride away from me,
I said quietly.
Kettle snorted.
Or your death? Have you taken complete leave of your senses? Do you think any one skill user could stand against a trained coterie?
Verity did, I replied, thinking of Tradeford and how he had saved me. The rest of that morning she walked with a thoughtful look on her face. I did not endeavour to get her to speak, for I carried a burden of my own. I felt within me a nagging sense of loss. It was almost the irritating sensation of knowing one had forgotten something, but was unable to recall what. I had left something behind, or I had forgotten to do something important, something I had been intending to do. By late afternoon, with a sinking feeling, I grasped what was missing. Verity. When he had been with me, I had seldom been sure of his presence. Like a hidden seed waiting to unfurl was how I had thought of him. The many times I had sought him within myself and failed to find him suddenly meant nothing. This was not a doubt or a wondering. This was a growing certainty. Verity had been with me for over a year. And now he was gone. Did it mean he was dead? I could not be certain. That immense wave of skill I had felt could have been him, or something else, something that had forced him to withdraw into himself. That was probably all it was. It was a miracle that his skill touch upon me had lasted as long as it had. Several times I started to speak of it to Kettle, or Kettricken. Each time I could not justify it. What would I say? Before this I could tell if Verity was with me, and now I cannot feel him at all. At night, by our fires, I studied the lines in Kettricken's face and asked myself what point there was in increasing her worry. So I pushed my worries down and kept silent. Continuous hardship makes for monotony and days that run together in the telling. The weather was rainy in a fitful, windy way. Our supplies were precariously low, so that the greens we could gather as we walked and whatever meat Night Eyes and I could bring down at night became important to us. I walked beside the road instead of on it, but remained constantly aware of its still murmur, like the muttering of a river of water beside me. The fool was kept well dosed with elfbark tea. Very soon he began to exhibit both the boundless energy and bleak spirits that were elfbark's properties. In the fool's case, it meant endless cavorting and tumbling tricks as we made our way along the Skill Road, and a cruelly bitter edge to his wits and tongue. He jested all too often of the futility of our quest, and to any encouraging remark he riposted with savage sarcasm.
By the end of the second day he reminded me of nothing so much as an ill-mannered child. He heeded no one's rebukes, not even Ketrican's, nor did he recall that silence could be a virtue. It was not so much that I feared his endless prattle and edged songs would bring the coterie down on us, as that I worried his constant noise might mask their approach. Pleading with him to be quiet did me as little good as roaring at him to shut up. He wore on my nerves until I dreamed of throttling him, nor did I think I was alone in that impulse. The kinder weather was the only way in which our lot improved on those long days as we followed the Skill Road. The rain became lighter and more intermittent. The leaves opened on the deciduous trees that flanked the road, and the hills about us greened almost overnight. The health of the Jeppas improved with the browse, and Night Eyes found plentiful small game. The shorter hours of sleep told on me, but letting the wolf hunt alone would not have solved it. I feared to sleep any more. Worse, Kettle feared to let me sleep. Of her own accord, the old woman took charge of my mind. I resented it, but I was not so stupid as to resist. Both Ketrican and Starling had accepted her knowledge of the skill. I was no longer permitted to go off alone, or in the sole company of the fool. When the wolf and I hunted at night, Ketrican went with us. Starling and I shared a watch, during which, at Kettle's urging, she kept my mind busy with learning to recite both songs and stories from Starling's repertoire. During my brief hours of sleep, Kettle watched over me, a dark stewing of elfbark at her elbow where, if need be, she could pour it down my throat and douse my skill. All of this was annoying, and worst was during the day when we walked together. I was not allowed to speak of Verity, or the coterie, or anything that might touch upon them. Instead, we worked at game problems, or gathered wayside herbs for the evening meal, or I recited Starling's stories for her. At any time when she suspected my mind was not fully with her, she might give me a sharp rap with her walking stick. The few times I tried to direct our talk with questions about her past, she loftily informed me that it might lead to the very topics we must avoid. There is no more slippery task than to refrain from thinking of something. In the midst of my busy work, the fragrance of a wayside flower would bring Molly to my mind, and from thence to Verity, who had called me away from her, was but a skip of a thought. Or some chance muttering of the fool would call to my thoughts King Shrewd's tolerance for his mockery, and recall to me how my king had died, and at whose hands. Worst of all was Ketrican's silence. She could no longer speak to me of her anxiety over Verity. I could not see her without feeling how she longed to find him, and then rebuked myself for thinking of him. And so the long days of our travelling passed for me. Gradually, the countryside around us changed. We found ourselves descending deeper and deeper into valley after winding valley. For a time our road paralleled that of a milky grey river. In places, its rising and fallings had gnawed the road at its side to no more than a footpath. We came at length to an immense bridge. When we first glimpsed it from a distance, the spider-web delicacy of its span reminded me of bones, and I feared that we would find it reduced to splintered fragments of reaching timbers. Instead, we crossed on a creation that arched over the river needlessly high, as if in joy that it could. The road we crossed on shone black and shining, while the archwork that graced above and below the span was a powdery grey. I could not identify what it was wrought from, whether true metal or strange stone, for it had more the look of a spun thread than hammered metal or chiselled rock. The elegance and grace of it stilled even the fool for a time. After the bridge, we climbed a series of small hills, only to begin another descent. This time the valley was narrow and deep, a steeply sided cleft in the earth, as if some giant had long ago cleaved it with a war-axe. The road clung to one side of it, and followed it inexorably down. We could see little of where we were going, for the valley itself seemed full of clouds and greenery. This puzzled me until the first rivulet of warm water cut our pathway. It bubbled up steamily from a spring right beside the road, but had long ago disdained the ornately carved stone walls and drainage channels some vanished engineer had placed to contain it. The fool made great show of considering its stench, and whether it should be attributed to rotten eggs or some flatulence of the earth itself. For once, not even his rudeness could make me smile. It was for me as if his knavery had gone on too long, the merriment fled, and only the crudity and cruelty left. We came, in early afternoon, to a region of steaming pools. The lure of hot water was too much to resist, and Kettricken let us make camp early. We had the long-missed comfort of hot water for soaking our weary bodies in, though the fool disdained it because of its smell. To me, it smelled no worse than the steaming waters that rose to feed the baths in Jumpe, but for once I was just as glad to forego his company. He went off in search of more potable water, while the women took over the largest pool, and I sought out the relative privacy of a smaller one at some distance. I soaked for a time, and then decided to pound some of the dirt from my clothing. The mineral stink of the water was far less than the odor my own body had left on them. That done, I spread my garments on the grass to dry, and went to lie once more in the water. Night Eyes came to sit on the bank, and watch me in puzzlement, his tail tucked neatly around his feet. "It feels good," I told him needlessly, for I knew he could sense my pleasure. "It must have something to do with your lack of fur," he decided at last. "Come in, and I'll scrub you off. It would help you shed off your winter undercoat," I offered him. He gave a disdainful sniff. "I think I'd prefer to scratch it off a bit at a time." "Well, you needn't sit and watch me and be bored. Go hunting if you wish." "I would, but the high bitch has asked me to watch you, so I shall." "Kettricken?" "So you name her." "How asked you?" He gave me a puzzled glance. "As you would. She looked at me and I knew her mind. She worried that you were alone." "Does she know you hear her? Does she hear you?" "Almost at times." He lay down abruptly on the sward and stretched, curling his pink tongue. "Perhaps when your mate bids you set me aside, I shall bond to her." Not funny. He made no reply to me, but rolled over onto his back and proceeded to roll about, scratching his back. The topic of Molly was now an edge of uneasiness between us, a rift I dared not approach, and one he obsessively peered into. I wished abruptly that we were as we once had been, joined and whole, living only in the now. I leaned back, resting my head on the bank, half in and half out of the water. I closed my eyes and thought of nothing. When I opened them again, the fool was standing looking down at me. I started visibly. So did Night Eyes, springing to his feet with a growl. "Some guardian," I observed to the fool. "He has no scent, and walks lighter than falling snow," the wolf complained. "He is always with you, isn't he?" the fool observed. "One way or the other," I agreed, and lay back in the water. I would have to get out soon. The late afternoon was becoming evening. The additional chill in the air only made the hot water more soothing. After a moment, I glanced over at the fool. He was just standing and staring at me. "Is something wrong?" I asked him. He made an inconclusive gesture and then sat down awkwardly on the bank. "I've been thinking about your candle-maker girl," he said suddenly. "Have you?" I asked quietly. I've been doing my best not to. He thought about this for a bit.
If you die, what will become of her?
I rolled over on my belly and propped myself on my elbows to stare at the fool. I half expected this was the lead line to some new mockery of his. But his face was grave. Burrich will take care of her, I said quietly, for as long as she needs help. She's a capable woman, fool. After a moment's consideration, I added, she took care of herself for years before. Fool, I've never really taken care of her. I was near her, but she always stood on her own. I felt both shamed and proud as I said that. Shamed that I had given her so little besides trouble, and proud that such a woman had cared for me.
But you would at least want me to take word to her, would you not?
I shook my head slowly. She believes me dead. They both do. If in fact I die, I'd just as soon let her believe I died in Regal's dungeons. For her to learn otherwise would only tar me blacker in her eyes. How could you explain to her that I did not come to her immediately? No. If something happens to me, I wish no tales told her. Bleakness gripped me once more, and if I survived and went back to her, that was almost worse to consider. I tried to imagine standing before her and explaining to her that, once more, I had put my king ahead of her. I clenched my eyes tight shut at the thought of it.
Still, when all this is done and gone, I should like to see her again,
the fool observed. I opened my eyes. You? I did not know that you had even spoken to one another. The fool seemed a bit taken aback at this.
But that is, I meant for your sake, to see for myself that she is well provided for.
I felt oddly touched. I don't know what to say, I told him.
Say nothing, then. Tell me only where I may find her.
He suggested with a smile. I don't precisely know that myself, I admitted to him. Chade knows. If I do not live through what we must do, ask it of him. It felt unlucky to speak of my own death, so I added, of course, we both know we shall survive. It is foretold, is it not? He gave me an odd look.
By whom?
My heart sank. By some white prophet or other, I had hoped, I muttered. It occurred to me that I had never asked the fool if my survival was foretold. Not every man survives winning a battle. I found my courage. Is it foretold that the catalyst lives? He appeared to be thinking hard. He suddenly observed,
Chade leads a dangerous life. There is no assurance that he will survive either, and if he does not, well, surely you must have some idea of where the girl is. Will you not tell me?
That he had not answered my question seemed suddenly answer enough. The catalyst did not survive. It was like being hit by a wave of cold, salt water. I felt tumbled in that cold knowledge, drowning in it. I'd never hold my daughter, never feel Molly's warmth again. It was almost a physical pain. And it dizzied me.
Fitz chivalry?
The fool pressed me. He lifted a hand to suddenly cover his mouth lightly, as if he could speak no more. His other hand rose to grip his wrist suddenly. He looked sickened. It's all right, I said faintly. Perhaps it's better that I know what is to come. I sighed and racked my brain. I've heard them speak of a village. Burrich goes there to buy things. It cannot be far. You could start there. The fool gave a tiny nod of encouragement to me. Tears stood in his eyes. Capelin Beach, I said quietly. A moment longer he sat staring at me. Then he suddenly toppled over sideways. Fool? There was no response. I stood, the warm water running off me, and looked over at him. He sprawled on his side as if asleep. "Fool!" I called irritably. When there was still no response, I waded out of the pond and over to him. He lay on the grassy bank, miming the deep, even breathing of sleep. "Fool?" I asked again, half expecting him to come leaping up in my face. Instead, he made a vague motion as if I disturbed his dreaming. It irritated me beyond words that he could go so abruptly from serious words to some kind of knavery, yet it was typical of his behavior over the past few days. There was suddenly no relaxation or peace left in the hot water. Still dripping, I began to gather my clothes. I refused to look at him as I brushed and shook most of the water from my body. The clothing I pulled on was slightly damp anyway. The fool slept on as I turned away from him and walked back to the camp. Night Eyes trailed at my heels. "Is it a game?" he asked me as we walked. "Of a kind, I suppose," I told him shortly. "Not one I enjoy." The women were already back at the camp. Kettrigan was poring over her map, while Kettle gave the Jeppas tiny shares of the remaining grain. Starling was sitting by the fire, worrying a comb through her hair, but looked up as I approached. "Did the fool find clean water?" she asked me. I shrugged. "Not when I saw him last. At least if he had, he wasn't carrying it with him. We've enough in the water-skins to get by with anyway. I just prefer fresh for the tea." Me too. I sat down by the cook fire and watched her. She seemed to give no thought to her fingers at all as they danced over her hair, binding the wet, shining hair into smooth braids. She collected them to her head and pinned them down securely. "I hate wet hair flopping around my face," she observed, and I realized I'd been staring. I glanced away, embarrassed. "Ha! He can still blush," she laughed. Then added pointedly, "Would you like to borrow my comb?" I lifted my hand to my own draggled hair. "I suppose I should," I muttered. "Truly," she agreed, but did not pass it to me. Instead, she came to kneel behind me. "How did you do all this?" she wondered aloud as she began to tug the comb through it. "It just gets that way," I mumbled. Her gentle touch, the soft tugging at my scalp, felt incredibly good. "It's so fine, that's the problem. I never met a buck man with hair so fine." My heart moved sideways in my chest. A buck beach on a windy day, and Molly on a red blanket beside me, her blouse not quite laced. She had told me I was considered the best thing to have come out of the stables since Burridge. "I think it is your hair. It is not as coarse as most buckmen's." One brief interlude of flirtatious compliments and idle talk and her sweet touch under the open sky. I almost smiled, but I could not recall that day without also recalling that, like so many of our times together, it had ended in quarrelling and tears. My throat closed up and I shook my head, trying to clear the memories away. "Sit still," Starling chided me, with a sharper tug on my hair. "I've almost got it smooth. Brace yourself. This is the last snarl." She caught hold of my hair above it and ripped out the snarl with a swift jerk that I almost didn't feel. "Give me the thong," she told me, and took it from me to bind my hair back for me. Kettle came back from tending the Jeppas. "Any meat?" she asked me pointedly. I sighed. "Not yet. Soon," I promised. I hauled myself to my feet, wearily. "Watch him, Wolf," Kettle asked Night Eyes. He gave a slight wag of his tail and then led me away from the camp. It was past dark when we returned to the camp. We were well pleased with ourselves, for we brought, not Rabbit, but a cloven-hoofed creature rather like a small kid, but with a silkier hide. I had opened its belly at the kill site, both to let Night Eyes have the entrails and to lighten it for carrying. I slung the meat over my shoulder, but regretted that after a short time. Whatever biting vermin it had been carrying were only too happy to transfer to my neck. I would have to wash myself again this night. I grinned at Kettle as she came to meet me, and unslung the kid to hold it up for her inspection. But instead of congratulations, she only demanded, "Have you any more elf bark?" "I gave you all I had," I told her. "Why, have we run out?" "The way it makes the fool behave, I'd almost welcome that news." She gave me an odd look.
"Did you quarrel?" she demanded. "Did you strike him?"
"What? Of course not."
"We found him by the pool where you bathed," she said quietly, "twitching in his sleep like a dreaming dog. I woke him, but even awake he seemed vague. We brought him back here, but he only sought his blankets. Since then, he has been sleeping like a dead thing."
We had reached the cook fire, and I dropped the kid beside it and hurried into the tent, Night Eyes pursuing his way in front of me.
"He revived, but only for a bit," Kettle continued. "Then he dropped off to sleep again. He behaves like a man recovering from exhaustion or a very long illness. I fear for him."
I scarcely heard her. Once in the tent, I dropped to my knees beside him. He lay on his side, curled in a ball. Kettrigan knelt by him, her face clouded with worry. He looked to me simply like a man sleeping. Relief warred with irritation in me.
"I've given him almost all the elf bark," Kettle was going on. "If I give him what's left now, we have no reserves if the coterie tries to attack him."
"Is there no other herb?" Kettrigan began, but I interrupted her. "Why don't we simply let him sleep? Perhaps this is just the end of his other illness, or maybe an effect of the elf bark itself. Even with potent drugs, one can only trick the body so long, and then it makes its demands known."
"That is true," Kettle agreed reluctantly. "But this is so unlike him."
"He has been unlike himself since the third day he was using elf bark," I pointed out. "His tongue too sharp, his jibes too cutting. If you asked me, I would say I prefer him asleep to awake these days."
"Well, perhaps there is something to what you say. We will let him sleep then," Kettle conceded.
She took a breath, as if to say more, but did not. I went back outside to prepare the kid for cooking. Starling followed me. For a time she just sat silently watching me skin it out. It was not that large an animal. "Help me build up a fire and we'll roast the whole thing. Cooked meat will keep better in this weather." "The whole thing?" "Except a generous portion for you." I worked my knife around a knee point, snapped the shank free, and cut the remaining gristle. "I want more than bones," Night Eyes reminded me. "Trust me," I told him. By the time I was finished, he had the head, hide, all 4 shanks, and 1 hind quarter to himself. It made it awkward to fasten the meat to a spit, but I managed. It was a young animal, and though it did not have much fat, I expected the meat would be tender. The hardest part would be waiting for it to be cooked. The flames licked their tips against it, searing it, and the savory smell of roasting meat taunted me. "Are you so angry with the fool?" Starling asked me quietly. "What?" I glanced over my shoulder at her. "In the time we have traveled together, I have come to see how you are with one another, closer than brothers. I would have expected you to sit beside him and fret as you did when he was ill, yet you behave as if nothing is wrong with him at all. Minstrels, perhaps, see too clearly." I pushed my hair back from my face and thought. "Earlier today he came to me and we talked about what he would do for Molly if I did not live to return to her." I looked at Starling and shook my head. When my throat went tight, it surprised me. "He does not expect me to survive. And when a prophet says such a thing, it is hard to believe otherwise. The look of dismay on her face was not comforting. It gave the lie to her words when she insisted. "Prophets are not always right. Did he say for certain that he had seen your death?" When I asked him, he would not answer. I replied, "He should not have even brought up such a topic." Starling suddenly exclaimed angrily, "How can he expect you to have heart for whatever you must do when you believe it will be your death?" I shrugged my shoulders at her silently. I had refused to think of it the whole time we had been hunting instead of going away. The feelings had only built up. The misery I suddenly felt was overwhelming, yes, and the anger too. I was furious at the fool for telling me. I forced myself to consider it. The tidings are scarcely his doing, and I cannot fault his intent. Yet it is hard to face one's death, not as a thing that will happen some day, somewhere, but as something that will likely occur before this summer loses its green. I lifted my head and looked around the verdant, wild meadow that surrounded us. It is amazing how different a thing appears when you know it is the last one you will have. Every leaf on every limb stood out in a multitude of greens. Birds sang challenges to one another or winged by in flashes of colour. The smells of the cooking meat, of the earth itself, even the sound of Night Eyes cracking a bone between his jaws, were all suddenly unique and precious things. How many days like this had I walked through blindly, intent only on having a mug of ale when I got to town, or what horse must be taken for shoeing today? Long ago, in Buck Keep, the fool had warned me that I should live each day as if it were significant, as if every day the fate of this world depended on my actions. Now I suddenly grasped what he had been trying to tell me. Now, when the days left to me had dwindled to where I might count them. Starling put her hands on my shoulders. She leaned down and put her cheek against me. "Fitz, I am so sorry," she said quietly. I scarcely heard her words, only her belief in my death. I stared at the meat cooking over the flames. It had been a live kid. Death is always at the edge of now. Night Eye's thought was gentle. Death stalks us, and he is ever sure of his kill. It is not a thing to dwell on, but it is something we all know in our guts and bones. All save humans. With shock, I beheld what the fool had been trying to teach me about time. I suddenly wished to go back, to have again each separate day to spend. Time. I was trapped in it, fenced into a tiny piece of now that was the only time I could influence. All the soons and tomorrows I might plan were ghost things that might be snatched from me at any moment. Intentions were nothing. Now was all I had. I suddenly stood up. "I understand," I said aloud. "He had to tell me, to push me. I have to stop acting as if there is no tomorrow when I can put things right. It has to be done now, right away, with no concern for tomorrow, no belief in tomorrow, no fears for tomorrow." "Fitz?" Starling drew back from me a little way. "You sound as if you are going to do something foolish." Her dark eyes were full of worry. "Foolish," I said to myself. "Foolish as the fool is, yes. Could you watch the meat, please?" I asked Starling humbly. I did not wait for her reply. I stood as she stepped free of me and went into the yurt. Kettle sat by the fool, simply watching him sleep. Kettrigan was mending a seam in her boot. They both glanced up as I came in. "I need to talk to him," I said simply. "Alone, if you would not mind." I ignored their puzzled glances. I already wished I had not told Starling what the fool had told me. Doubtless she would tell the others, but just now I did not want to share it with them. I had something important to tell the fool, and I would do it now. I did not wait to watch them leave the yurt. Instead, I sat down beside the fool. I touched his face gently, feeling the coolness of his cheek. "Fool,"
I said quietly. "I need to talk to you. I understand. I think I finally understand what you've been trying to teach me all along." It took me several more efforts before he stirred to wakefulness. I finally shared some of Kettle's concern. This was not the simple sleep of a man at a day's end, but finally he opened his eyes and peered up at me through the gloom.
"Fitz, is it morning?"
he asked. "Evening. And there is fresh meat roasting, and soon it will be done. I think a good meal will help you put right." I started to hesitate, then recalled my new resolution. "Now, I was angry at you earlier, for what you told me. But now I think I understand why. You are right. I have been hiding in the future and wasting my days." I took a breath. "I want to give Burrich's earring over to you, into your keeping, afterward. I'd like you to take it to him and tell him I did not die outside some shepherd's hut, but keeping my oath to my king. That will mean something to him. It may pay him back a bit for all he has done for me. He taught me to be a man. I don't want that left unsaid." I unfastened the catch of the earring and drew it from my ear. I pressed it into the fool's lax hand. He lay on his side, listening, silently. His face was very grave. I shook my head at him. "I have nothing to send Molly, nothing for our child. She'll have the pin Shrewd gave me so long ago, but little more than that." I was trying to keep my voice steady, but the importance of my words was choking me. It may be wisest not to tell Molly that I lived past Regal's dungeons, if that can be managed. Burrich would understand the reason for such a secret. She has mourned me as dead once. There is no sense in telling her otherwise. I am glad you will seek her out. Make toys for Nettle. Against my will, tears stung my eyes. The fool sat up, his face full of concern. He gripped my shoulder gently.
"If you want me to find Molly, you know I will, if it comes to that. But why must we think of such things now? What do you fear?"
"I fear my death." I admitted it, but fearing it will not stop it. So I make what provisions I can, as I should have long ago. I met his smoky eyes squarely. "Promise me." He looked down at the earring in his hand.
"I promise. Though why you think my chances are better than yours I do not know, nor do I know how I will find them, but I will."
I felt great relief. "I told you earlier. I know only that their cottage is near a village called Capelin Beach. There is more than one Capelin Beach in Buck, that is true, but if you tell me you will find her, I believe you will."
"Capelin Beach."
His eyes went distant.
"I think I recall. I thought I had dreamed that."
He shook his head and almost smiled.
"So I am now a party to one of the closest-held secrets in Buck. Chade told me that not even he knew precisely where Burrich had hidden Molly away. He had only a place to leave a message for Burrich, as Burrich might come to him. The fewer who know a secret, the fewer can tell it, he told me. Yet it seems to me I have heard that name before, Capelin Beach. Or dreamed it, perhaps?"
My heart went cold. "What do you mean? Have you had a vision of Capelin Beach?" He shook his head.
"Not a vision, no. Yet a nightmare toothier than most. So that when Kettle found me and woke me, I felt I had not slept at all, but had been fleeing for my life for hours."
He shook his head again slowly and rubbed at his eyes, yawning. "I do not even recall lying down to sleep outside.
But that is where they found me."
"I should have known something was wrong with you." I apologized. "You were by that hot spring speaking to me of Molly and things, and then you suddenly lay down and went to sleep. I thought you were mocking me." I admitted sheepishly. He gave a tremendous yawn. "I do not even recall seeking you out," he admitted. He sniffed suddenly.
"Did you say there was meat roasting?"
I nodded. "The wolf and I got a kid. It's young and should be tender."
"I'm hungry enough to eat old shoes," he declared.
He threw back his bedding and left the tent. I followed him. The meal was a better time than we had had in days. The fool seemed weary and pensive, but had abandoned his barbed humour. The meat, though not tender as fat lamb, was better than anything we had had in weeks. By the end of the meal I shared Night-Eye's sleepy satiation. He curled up outside by Kettricken to share her watch, while I sought my blankets in the tent. I had half expected the fool to be wakeful after he had slept so much of the afternoon away. Instead, he was first to his blankets and deeply asleep before I had even dragged my boots off. Kettle set out her game-cloth and gave me a problem to consider. I lay down to get what rest I could, while Kettle watched over my sleep. But I got small rest that night. No sooner had I dozed off than the fool began to twitch and yip in his sleep. Even Night-Eyes poked his head in the tent door to see what it was about. It took Kettle several tries to rouse him, and when he dozed off again, he slipped right back into his noisy dreams. That time I reached over to shake him, but when I touched his shoulder, awareness of him surged through me. For an instant, I shared his night terror. "Fool, wake up!" I cried out to him, and as if in answer to that command, he sat up.
"Let go! Let go!"
he cried desperately. Then, looking round and finding that no one held him, he dropped back to his bedding. He turned his eyes to meet mine. "What were you dreaming?" I asked him. He thought, then shook his head.
"It's gone now."
He took a shuddering breath.
"But I fear it waits for me, should I close my eyes. I think I shall see if Kettricken wants some company. I would rather be awake than face whatever it was I was facing in my dreams."
I watched him leave the tent. Then I lay back in my blanket. I closed my eyes. I found it, faint as a silver shining thread. There was a skill bond between us. "Ah, is that what that is?" The wolf marveled. "Can you feel it too?"
"Only sometimes. It is like what you had with Verity."
"Only weaker."
"Weaker? I think not."
Night-Eyes considered.
"Not weaker, my brother, but different, fashioned more like a wit bond than a skill joining."
He looked up at the fool as the fool came out of the tent. After a time the fool frowned to himself and looked down at Night-Eyes.
"You see," said the wolf. "He senses me, not clearly, but he does. Hello, fool, my ears itch."
Outside the tent, the fool reached down suddenly to scratch the wolf's ears. 33. The Quarry. There are legends among the mountain folk of an ancient race much gifted with magic and knowing many things now lost to men forever. These tales are in many ways similar to the tales of elves and old ones that are told in the Six Duchies. In some cases, the tales are so similar as to be obviously the same story adapted by different folk. The most obvious example of this would be the tale of the flying chair of the widow's son. Among the mountain folk, the buck-tale becomes the flying sled of the orphan boy. Who can tell which telling was first? The folk of the mountain kingdom will tell you that that ancient race is responsible for some of the more peculiar monuments that one may chance upon in their forests. They are also credited with lesser achievements, such as some of the games of strategy that mountain children still play, and for a very peculiar wind instrument, powered not by a man's lungs, but by breath trapped in an inflated bladder. Tales are also told of ancient cities, far back in the mountains, that were once the dwelling of these beings. But nowhere in all their literature, spoken or written, have I found any account of how these people ceased to be. 3 days later, We reached the quarry. We had had 3 days of hiking through suddenly hot weather. The air had been full of the sense of opening leaves and flowers, and the whistles of birds and the drones of insects. To either side of the Skill Road, life burgeoned. I walked through it, senses keen, more aware of being alive than I had ever been. The fool had spoken no more about whatever he had foreseen for me. For that I was grateful. I had found Night Eyes was right, knowing it was hard enough. I would not dwell on it. Then we came to the quarry. At first it seemed to us that we had simply come to a dead end. The road ramped down into a worked gorge of bare stone, an area twice the size of Buckkeep Castle. The walls of the valley were vertically straight and bare, scarred where immense blocks of black stone had been quarried from it. In a few places, cascading greenery from the earth at the edge of the quarry covered the sheared rock sides. At the lower end of the pit, rainwater had collected and stagnated greenly. There was little other vegetation, for there was precious little soil. Beneath our feet, past the end of the Skill Road, we stood on the raw black stone the road had been wrought from. When we looked up at the looming cliff across from us, black stone veined with silver met our eyes. On the floor of the quarry, a number of immense blocks had been abandoned amidst piles of rubble and dust. The huge blocks were bigger than buildings. I could not imagine how they had been cut, let alone how they would have been hauled away. Beside them were the remains of great machines, reminding me somewhat of siege engines. Their wood had rotted, their metal rusted, their remains hunched together like mouldering bones. Silence brimmed the quarry. 2 things about the place immediately caught my attention. The first was the black pillar that reared up in our pathway, incised with the same ancient runes we had encountered before. The second was the absolute absence of animal life. I came to a halt by the pillar. I quested out, and the wolf shared my searching. Cold stone. Perhaps we shall learn to eat rocks now? The wolf suggested. We shall have to do our hunting elsewhere tonight. I agreed. And find clean water, added the fool. Kettricken had stopped by the pillar. The Jeppers were already straying away, searching disconsolately for anything green. Possessing the skill and the wit sharpened my perceptions of other folk, but for the moment I sensed nothing from her. Her face was still and empty. A slackness came over it, as if she aged before my eyes. Her eyes wandered over the lifeless stone and by chance turned to me. A sickly smile spread over her mouth. "He's not here," she said. "We've come all this way, and he isn't here." I could think of nothing to say to her. Of all the things I might have expected at the end of our quest, an abandoned stone quarry seemed unlikeliest. I tried to think of something optimistic to say. There was nothing. This was the last location marked on our map, and evidently the final destination of the Skill Road as well. She sank down slowly to sit flat on the stone at the pillar's base. She just sat there, too weary and discouraged to weep. When I looked to Kettle and Starling, I found them staring at me, as if I was supposed to have an answer. I did not. The heat of the warm day pressed down on me. For this, we had come so far. I smell carrion. I don't. It was the last thing I wanted to think about just now. I didn't expect you would, with your nose, but there is something very dead not far from here. So go roll in it and have done with it. I told him with some asperity. Fitz? Kettle rebuked me as Night Eyes trotted purposefully away. I was talking to the wolf. I told her lamely. The fool nodded almost vacantly. He had not been at all himself. Kettle had insisted that he continue taking the elf bark, though our small supply limited him to a very weak dose of the same bark brewed over again. From time to time I thought I caught a brief hint of the skill bond between us. If I looked at him, he would sometimes turn and return my look, even across camp. It was little more than that. When I spoke of it to him, he said he sometimes felt something, but he was not sure what it was. Of what the wolf had told me, I made no mention. Elf bark tea or no, he remained solemn and lethargic. His sleep at night did not seem to rest him. He moaned or muttered through his dreams. He reminded me of a man recovering from a long illness. He hoarded his strength in many small ways. He spoke little. Even his bitter merriment had vanished. It was but one more worry for me to bear. It is a man. The stench of the corpse was thick in Night Eye's nostrils. I nearly retched with it. Then, Verity, I whispered to myself in horror. I set out at a run in the direction the wolf had taken. The fool followed, more slowly in my wake, drifting like down on the wind. The women watched us go without comprehension. The body was wedged between two immense blocks of stone. It was huddled, as if even in death it sought to hide. The wolf circled it restlessly, hackles up. I halted at some distance, then tugged the cuff of my shirt down over my hand. I lifted it to cover my nose and mouth. It helped a bit, but nothing could have completely drowned that stink. I walked closer, steeling myself to what I knew I must do. When I got close to the body, I reached down, seized hold of its rich cloak, and dragged it out into the open. "No flies," the fool observed almost dreamily. He was right. There were no flies and no maggots. Only the silent rot of death had been at work on the man's features. They were dark, like a ploughman's tan, only darker. Fear had contorted them, but I knew it was not Verity. Yet I had stared at him for some moments before I recognized him. "Carrot," I said quietly. "A member of Regal's coterie?" the fool asked, as if there could be another Carrot about. I nodded. I kept my shirt cuff over my nose and mouth as I knelt beside him. "How did he die?" the fool asked. The smell did not seem to bother him, but I did not think I could speak without gagging. I shrugged. To answer, I would have had to take a breath. I reached gingerly to tug at his clothes. The body was both stiff and softening. It was hard to examine it, but I could find no sign of any violence on him. I took a shallow breath and held it, then used both hands to unbuckle his belt. I pulled it free of the body with his purse and knife still on it, and hastily retreated with it. Kettrican, Kettle, and Starling came up on us as I was coaxing the mouth of his purse open. I did not know what I had hoped to find, but I was disappointed. A handful of coins, a flint, and a small whetstone were all he carried. I tossed it to the ground and rubbed my hand down my trouser leg. The stench of death clung to it. "It was Carrot," the fool told the others. "He must have come by the pillar." "What killed him?" Kettle asked. I met her gaze. "I don't know. I believe it was the skill. Whatever it was, he tried to hide from it between those rocks. Let's get away from this smell," I suggested. We retreated back to the pillar. Night Eyes and I came last, and more slowly. I was puzzled. I realized I was putting everything I could into keeping my skill walls strong. Seeing Carrot dead had shocked me. One less coterie member, I told myself, but he was here, right here, in the quarry, when he died. If Verity had killed him with the skill, perhaps that meant Verity had been here as well. I wondered if we would stumble across Burl and Will somewhere in the quarry, if they too had come here to attack Verity. Colder was my suspicion that it was more likely we would find Verity's body. But I said nothing to Kettricken of these thoughts. I think the wolf and I sensed it at the same time. "There is something alive back there," I said quietly. "Deeper in the quarry."
"What is it?"
the fool asked me. "I don't know." A shivering ran all over me. My wit sense of whatever was back there ebbed and flowed. The more I tried for a feel of what it was, the more it eluded me. "Verity?" Kettricken asked. It broke my heart to see hope quicken once more in her eyes. "No," I told her gently. "I don't think so. It doesn't feel like a human. It's like nothing I've ever sensed before." I paused and added, "I think you should all wait here while the wolf and I go see what it is." "No," Kettle spoke, not Kettricken. But when I glanced back at my queen, I saw her complete agreement. "If anything, I should have you and the fool hang back while we investigate," she told me severely. "You are the ones at risk here. If Carrot has been here, Burl and Will could be back there." In the end, it was decided we would all approach, but with great caution. We spread out in a fan and moved forward across the quarry floor. I could not tell them specifically where I had sensed the creature, and so we were all on edge. The quarry was like a nursery floor with some immense child's blocks and toys scattered across it. We passed one partially carved block of stone. It had none of the finesse of the carvings we had seen in the stone garden. It was lumpish and crude, and somehow obscene. It reminded me of the fetus of a miscarried foal. It repulsed me, and I slipped past it as quickly as I could to my next vantage point. The others were doing likewise, moving from cover to cover, all of us endeavoring to keep at least one other of our party in sight. I had thought I could see nothing more disturbing than that crude stone carving. But the next one we passed wrenched at me. Someone had carved, in heartbreaking detail, a mired dragon. The thing's wings were half spread, and its half-lidded eyes were rolled up in agony. A human rider. A young woman bestrode it. She clutched the undulant neck and leaned her cheek against it. Her face was a mask of agony, her mouth open and the lines of her face taut, the muscles of her throat standing out like cords. Both the girl and the dragon had been worked in detailed colors and lines. I could see the woman's eyelashes, the individual hairs on her golden head, the fine green scales about the dragon's eyes, even the droplets of saliva that clung to the dragon's writhing lips. But where the dragon's mighty feet and lashing tail should have been, there was only puddled black stone, as if the two had landed in a tar pit and been unable to escape it. Just as a statue, it was wrenching. I saw Kettle turn her face aside from it, tears starting in her eyes. But what unnerved Night Eyes and me was the writhing of wit sense that it gave off. It was fainter than what we had sensed in the statues back in the garden, but all the more poignant for that. It was like the final death throes of a trapped creature. I wondered what talent had been used to infuse such a living nuance into a statue. Even as I appreciated the artistry of what had been done, I was not sure I approved of it. But that was true of much that this ancient skilled race had wrought. As I crept past the statue, I wondered if this was what the wolf and I had sensed. It prickled my skin to see the fool turn and stare back at it, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Plainly, he sensed it, though not as well. Perhaps this is what we sensed, Night Eyes. Perhaps there is no living creature in the quarry after all, only this monument to slow death.
No, I smell something.
I widened my nostrils, cleared them with a silent snort, then took in a deep, slow breath of air. My nose was not as keen as Night Eye's, but the wolf's senses augmented my own. I smelled sweat and the faint tang of blood. Both were fresh. Suddenly the wolf pressed close to me, and as one we slunk around the end of a block of stone, the size of 2 huts. I peered around the corner, then cautiously crept forth. Night Eye slipped past me. I saw the fool around the other end of the stone, and felt the others drawing near as well. No one spoke. It was another dragon. This one, the size of a ship. It was all of black stone, and it sprawled sleeping upon the block of stone it was emerging from. Chips and chunks and grindings of rock dust surrounded the ground around the block. Even from a distance it impressed me. Despite its sleep, every line of the creature spoke of both strength and nobility. The wings folded alongside it were like furled sails, while the arch of the powerful neck put me in mind of a battle charger. I had looked at it for some moments before I saw the small grey figure that sprawled alongside it. I stared at him and tried to decide if the flickering life I sensed came from him or the stone dragon. The discarded fragments of stone were almost a ramp up to the block the dragon was emerging from. I thought the figure would stir to my crunching footsteps, but he did not move, nor could I detect any small motions of breath. The others hung back, watching my ascent. Only Night Eyes accompanied me, and he came, hackles a-bristle. I was within arm's reach of the figure, when he jerkily arose and faced me. He was old and thin, grey of both hair and beard. His ragged garments were grey with stone dust, and a smear of grey coated one of his cheeks. The knees that showed through the legs of his trousers were scabbed and bloody from kneeling on broken stone. His feet were wrapped in rags. He gripped a much-notched sword in a grey gauntleted hand, but he did not bring it up to the ready. I felt it taxed his strength to hold the blade at all. Some instinct made me lift my arms wide of my body to show him I held no weapon. He looked at me dully for a bit, then he slowly lifted his eyes to my face. For a time we stared at one another. His peering, near-blind gaze reminded me of Harper Josh. Then his mouth gaped wide in his beard, bearing surprisingly white teeth.
"Fitz?"
he said hesitantly. I knew his voice despite the rust. He had to be Verity. But all I was cried out aghast that he could have come to this wreckage of a man. Behind me, I heard the swift crunching of footsteps and turned in time to see Ketrikin charging up the ramp of crumbling stone. Hope and dismay battled in her face, yet, "Verity!" she cried. And there was only love in the word. She charged, arms reaching for him, and I was barely able to catch her as she hurtled past me. "No!" I cried aloud to her. "No, don't touch him!" "Verity!" she cried again, and then struggled against my grip, crying out, Let me go to him!" It was all I could do to hold her back. "No," I told her quietly. As sometimes happens, the softness of my command made her stop struggling. She looked her question at me. "His hands and arms are covered with magic. I do not know what would happen to you were he to touch you." She turned her head in my rough embrace to stare at her husband. He stood watching us, a kindly, rather confused smile on his face. He tilted his head to one side as if considering us, then stooped carefully to set down his sword. Kettricken saw then what I had glimpsed before. The betraying shimmer of silver crawled over his forearms and fingers. Verity wore no gauntlets. The flesh of his arms and hands were impregnated with raw power. The smudge on his face was not dust, but a smear of power where he had touched himself. I heard the others come up behind us, their footsteps crunching slowly over the stone. I did not need to turn to feel them staring. Finally, the fool said softly,
"Verity, my prince, we have come."
I heard a sound between a gasp and a sob. That turned my head, and I saw Kettle slowly settling, going down like a holed ship. She clasped one hand to her chest and one to her mouth as she sank to her knees. Her eyes goggled as she stared at Verity's hands. Starling was instantly beside her. In my arms I felt Kettricken calmly push against me. I looked at her stricken face, then let her go. She advanced to Verity a slow step at a time, and he watched her come. His face was not impassive, but neither did he show any sign of special recognition. An arm's length away from him she stopped. All was silence. She stared at him for a time, then slowly shook her head as if to answer the question she voiced.
"My lord husband."
"Do you not know me?"
"Husband,"
he said faintly. His brow creased deeper, his demeanor that of a man who recalls something once learned by rote.
"Princess Kettricken of the Mountain Kingdom. She was given me to wife. Just a little slip of a girl, a wild little mountain cat, yellow-haired. That was all I could recall of her until they brought her to me."
A faint smile eased his face.
"That night I unbound golden hair like a flowing stream, finer than silk. So fine I durst not touch it, lest it snag in my calloused hands."
Kettricken's hands rose to her hair. When word had reached her of Verity's death, she had cut her hair to no more than a brush on her skull. It now reached almost to her shoulders, but the fine silk of it was gone, roughened by sun and rain and road dust. But she freed it from the fat braid that confined it and shook it loose around her face.
"My lord,"
she said softly. She glanced from me to Verity.
"May I not touch you?"
she begged.
"Oh."
He seemed to consider the request. He glanced down at his arms and hands, flexing his silvery fingers.
"Oh, I think not, I'm afraid. No. No, it were better not."
He spoke regretfully, but I had the sense that it was only that he must refuse her request, not that he regretted being unable to touch her. Kettricken drew a ragged breath.
"My lord,"
she began, and then her voice broke.
"Verity, I lost our child. Our son died."
I did not understand until then what a burden it had been for her, seeking for her husband, knowing she must tell him this news. She dropped her proud head as if expecting his wrath. What she got was worse.
"Oh,"
he said.
Then, "Had we a son? I do not recall."
I think that was what broke her, to discover that her earth-shaking tidings did not anger nor sorrow him, but only confused him. She had to feel betrayed. Her desperate flight from Buckkeep Castle, and all the hardships she had endured to protect her unborn child, the long, lonely months of her pregnancy, culminating in the heart-rending stillbirth of her child, and her dread that she must tell her lord how she had failed him. That had been her reality for the past year. And now she stood before her husband and her king, and he fumbled to recall her, and of the dead child said only, "Oh, I felt shamed for this doddering old man who peered at the Queen and smiled so wearily. Kettricken did not scream or weep. She simply turned and walked slowly away. I sensed great control in that passage, and great anger. Starling, crouched by Kettle, looked up at the Queen as she passed. She started to rise and follow, but Kettricken made a tiny movement of her hand that forbade it. Alone, she descended from the great stone dais and strode off. "Go with her, please, but do not bother her. I am not stupid." Night Eyes left me to shadow off after Kettricken. Despite my caution to him, I knew he went straight to her, to come up beside her and press his great head against her leg. She dropped suddenly to one knee and hugged him, pushing her face against his coat, her tears falling into his rough fur. He turned and licked her hand. "Go away," he chided me, and I pulled my awareness back from them. I blinked, realizing I had been staring at Verity all the while. His eyes met mine. He cleared his throat. "Fitz chivalry," he said, and drew a breath to speak. Then he let half of it out. "I am so weary," he said piteously, "and there is still so much to do." He gestured at the dragon behind him. Ponderously he sank to sit beside the statue. "I tried so hard," he said to no one in particular. The fool recovered his senses before I did mine.
"My Lord Prince Verity," he began, then paused. "My king, it is I, the fool. May I be of service to you?"
Verity looked up at the slender, pale man who stood before him.
"I would be honored,"
he said after a moment. His head swayed on his neck.
"To accept the fealty and service of one who served both my father and my queen so well."
For an instant, I glimpsed something of the old Verity. Then the certainty flickered out of his face again. The fool advanced and then knelt suddenly beside him. He patted Verity on the shoulder, sending up a small cloud of rock dust.
"I will take care of you," he said, "as I did your father."
He stood up suddenly and turned to me.
"I am going to fetch firewood and find clean water," he announced.
He glanced past me to the women.
"Is Kettle all right?"
he asked Starling.
"She nearly fainted,"
Starling began, but Kettle cut in abruptly with,
"I was shocked to my core, fool, and I'm in no hurry to stand up, but Starling is free to go do whatever must be done." "Ah, good."
The fool appeared to have taken complete control of the situation. He sounded as if he were organizing tea.
"Then, if you would be so kind, Mistress Starling, would you see to the setting up of the tent? Or 2 tents, if such a thing can be contrived. See what food we have left and plan a meal, a generous meal, for I think we all need it. I shall return shortly with firewood and water. And greens, if I am lucky."
He cast a quick look at me.
"See to the king,"
he said in a low voice. Then he strode away. Starling was left gaping. Then she arose and went in search of the straying Jeppas. Kettle followed her more slowly. And so, after all that time and travel, I was left standing alone before my king. "Come to me," he had told me. And I had. There was an instant of peace in realizing that that nagging voice was finally stilled. "Well, I am here, my king," I said quietly to myself, as much as to him. Verity made no reply. He had turned his back to me and was busy digging at the statue with his sword. He knelt, clutching the sword by the pommel and by the blade, and scraped the tip along the stone at the edge of the dragon's foreleg. I stepped close to watch him scratching at the black rock of the dais. His face was so intent, his movement so precise, that I did not know what to make of it. "Verity, what are you doing?" I asked softly. He did not even glance up at me.
"Carving a dragon," he replied.
Several hours later he still toiled at the same task. The monotonous scrape, scrape, scrape of the blade against the stone set my teeth on edge and shredded every nerve in my body. I had remained on the dais with him. Starling and Fool had set up our tent, and a second smaller one cobbled together from our now excess winter blankets. A fire was burning. Kettle presided over a bubbling pot. The Fool was sorting the greens and roots he had gathered while Starling arranged bedding in the tents. Kedrigan had rejoined us briefly, but only to get her bow and quiver from the Jeppa's packs. She had announced she was going hunting with Night Eyes. He had given me one lambent glance from his dark eyes, and I had held my tongue. I knew but little more than I had when we had first found Verity. His skill walls were high and tight. I received almost no sense of the skill from him. What I discovered when I quested toward him was even more unnerving. I grasped the fluttering wit sense I had of him, but could not understand it. It was as if his life and awareness fluctuated between his body and the great statue of the dragon. I recalled the last time I had encountered such a thing. It had been between the Witman and his bear. They had shared the same flowing of life. I suspected that if anyone had quested toward the wolf and me, they would discover the same sort of pattern. We had shared minds for so long that in some ways we were one creature. But that did not explain to me how Verity could have bonded with a statue, nor why he persisted in scraping at it with his sword. I longed to grab hold of the sword and snatch it from his grasp, but I refrained. In truth, he seemed so obsessed with what he did that I almost feared to interrupt him. Earlier I had tried asking him questions. When I asked him what had become of those who left with him, he had shaken his head slowly. "They harried us as a flock of crows will haunt an eagle, coming close, squawking and pecking, and fleeing when we turned to attack them." "Crows?" I had asked him blankly. He shook his head at my stupidity. "Hired soldiers. They shot at us from cover. They came at us at night sometimes, and some of my men were baffled by the coteries' skill. I could not shield the minds of those who were susceptible. Night fears they sent to stalk them, and suspicion of one another. So I bid them go back. I pressed my own skill command into their minds to save them from any other." It was almost the only question he truly answered. Of the others I asked, he did not choose to answer many, and the answers he did give were either inappropriate or evasive. So I gave it up. Instead, I found myself reporting to him. It was a long accounting, for I began with the day I had watched him ride away. Much of what I told him I was sure he already knew. But I repeated it anyway. If his mind was wandering as I feared, it might anchor him to refresh his memory. And if my king's mind was as sharp as ever beneath this dusty demeanor, then it could not hurt for all the events to be put in perspective and order. I could think of no other way to reach him. I had begun it, I think, to try to make him realize all we had gone through to be here. Also, I wished to awaken him to what was happening in his kingdom while he loitered here with his dragon. Perhaps I hoped to waken him some sense of responsibility for his folk again. As I spoke, he seemed dispassionate, but occasionally he would nod gravely, as if I had confirmed some secret fear of his. And all that time, the sword tip moved against the black stone, scrape, scrape, scrape. It was on the verge of full dark when I heard the scuff of Kettle's footsteps behind me. I paused in recounting my adventures in the ruined city, and turned to look at her.
"I've brought you both some hot tea," she announced.
"Thank you," I said, and took my mug from her. But Verity only glanced up from his perpetual scraping. For a time, Kettle stood proffering the cup to Verity. When she spoke, it was not to remind him of tea.
"What are you doing?"
she asked in a gentle voice. The scraping stopped abruptly. He turned to stare at her, then glanced at me as if to see if I, too, had heard her ridiculous question. The querying look I wore seemed to amaze him. He cleared his throat.
"I am carving a dragon." "With your sword blade?"
she asked. In her tone was curiosity, no more.
"Only the rough parts," he told her. "For the finer work I use my knife, and then, for finest of all, my fingers and nails."
He turned his head slowly, surveying the immense stone.
"I would like to say it is nearly done," he said falteringly. "But how can I say that when there is still so much to do, so very much to do? And I fear it will all be too late. If it is not already too late."
"Too late for what?" I asked him, my voice as gentle as Kettle's had been.
"Why, too late to save the folk of the Six Duchies."
He peered at me as if I was simple.
"Why else would I be doing it? Why else would I leave my land and my queen to come here?"
I tried to grasp what he was telling me, but one overwhelming question popped out of my mouth. "You believe you have carved this whole dragon?" Verity considered.
"No, of course not."
But just as I felt relief that he was not completely mad, he added,
"It's not finished yet."
He looked again over his dragon with the fondly proud look he had once reserved for his best maps.
"But even this much has taken me a long time, a very long time." "Won't you drink your tea while it's hot, sir?"
Kettle asked, once more proffering the cup. Verity looked at it as if it were a foreign object. Then he took it gravely from her hand.
"Tea. I had almost forgotten about tea. Not elf bark, is it? Ida's mercy, how I hated that bitter brew."
Kettle almost winced to hear him speak of it.
"No, sir, no elf bark, I promise you. It is made from wayside herbs, I'm afraid, mostly nettle, and a bit of mint." "Nettle tea. My mother used to give us nettle tea as a spring tonic."
He smiled to himself.
"I will put that in my dragon, my mother's nettle tea."
He took a sip of it, and then looked startled.
"It's warm. It has been so long since I had time to eat anything warm." "How long?"
Kettle asked him conversationally.
Long time,"
Verity said. He took another sip of the tea.
"There are fish in a stream outside the quarry, but it is hard enough to take time to catch them, let alone cook them. Actually, I forget. I've put so many things into the dragon. Perhaps that was one of them." "And how long since you slept?"
Kettle pressed him.
"I cannot both work and sleep," he pointed out to her. "And the work must be done." "And the work shall be done," she promised him. "But tonight you will pause just for a bit to eat and drink, and then to sleep. See, look down there. Starling has made you a tent, and within it will be warm, soft bedding and warmed water to wash yourself, and such fresh clothing as we can manage."
He looked down at his silvered hands.
"I do not know if I can wash myself,"
he confided to her.
"Then Fitz chivalry and the fool will help you," she promised him blithely. "Thank you, that would be good, but
His eyes went afar for a time. Kettricken. Was she not here a while ago, or did I dream her? So much of her was what was strongest, so I put it into the dragon. I think that is what I have missed the most, of all I have put there.
He paused and then added,
At the times when I can recall what I miss.
Kettricken is here, I assured him. She has gone hunting, but she will return soon. Would you like to be washed and freshly clothed when she returns? I had privately resolved to respond to the parts of his conversation that made sense, and not upset him by questioning the other parts.
That one sees past such things,
he told me, a shade of pride in his voice.
Still, it would be nice. But there is so much work to do.
But it is getting too dark to work any more today. Wait until tomorrow. It will get done, Kettle assured him. Tomorrow I will help you.
Verity shook his head slowly. He sipped more of the tea. Even that thin beverage seemed to be strengthening him.
No, he said quietly. I am afraid you cannot. I must do it myself, you see.
Tomorrow you will see. I think if you have strength enough by then it may be possible for me to help you. But we shall not worry about it until then.
He sighed and offered the empty mug back to her. Instead, she quickly gripped his upper arm and drew him to his feet. She was strong for such an old woman. She did not seek to take the sword from his grasp, but he let it fall. I stooped to gather it up. He followed Kettle, docilely, as if her simple act of taking his arm had deprived him of all will. As I followed, I ran my eyes down the blade that had been Hod's pride. I wondered what had possessed Verity to take such a kingly weapon and turn it into a rock-carving tool. The edges were turned and notched from the misuse, the tip no more pointed than a spoon. The sword was much like the man, I reflected, and followed them down to the camp. When we got down to the fireside, I was almost shocked to see that Kettricken had returned. She sat by the fire, staring dispassionately into it. Night Eyes lay almost across her feet, his ears pricked toward me as I approached the fire, but he made no move to leave the Queen. Kettle guided Verity directly to the makeshift tent that had been pitched for him. She nodded to the fool, and without a word he took up a steaming basin of water from beside the fire and followed her. When I ventured to enter the tiny tent also, the fool shooed both me and Kettle away.
He will not be the first king I have tended to, he reminded us. Trust him to me. Touch not his hands nor forearms.
Kettle warned him sternly. The fool looked a bit taken aback by that, but after a moment he gave a bobbing nod of agreement. When I left, he was untying the much-knotted thong that closed Verity's worn jerkin, speaking all the while of inconsequential things. I heard Verity observe,
I have missed Charim so. I should never have let him come with me, but he had served me so long. He died slowly, with much pain. That was hard for me, watching him die, but he, too, has gone into the dragon. It was necessary.
I felt awkward when I returned to the fire. Starling was stirring the pot of stew that was bubbling merrily. A large chunk of meat on a spit was dripping fat into the fire, making the flames leap and hiss. The smell of it reminded me of my hunger, so that my belly growled. Kettle was standing, her back to the fire, staring off into darkness. Kettricken's eyes flickered toward me. "So," I said suddenly, "how was the hunting?"
"As you see,"
Kettricken said softly. She gestured to the pot, and then tossed a hand casually to indicate a butchered-out wood sow. I stepped over to admire it. It was not a small animal. "Dangerous prey," I observed. trying to sound casual rather than horrified that my queen would take on such a beast alone.
"It was what I needed to hunt," she said, her voice still soft. I understood her only too well. "It was very good hunting. Never have I taken so much meat with so little effort." Night Eyes told me. He rubbed the side of his head against her leg in true affection. She dropped a hand to pull gently at his ears. He groaned in pleasure and leaned heavily against her. "You'll spoil him," I mock-warned her. "He tells me he has never taken so much meat with so little effort." "He is so intelligent. I swear he drove the game toward me, and he has courage. When my first arrow did not drop her, he held her at bay while I knocked another one to my bow." She spoke as if she had nothing else on her mind but this. I nodded to her words, content to let our conversation be thus. But she suddenly asked me, "What is wrong with him?" I knew she did not speak of the wolf. "I am not sure," I said gently. "He has known a great deal of privation, perhaps enough to weaken his mind, and—"
"No." Kettle's voice was brusque. "That is not it at all. Though I will grant you he is weary, any man would be, to do what he has done alone, but—"
"You cannot believe he has carved that whole dragon himself," I interrupted her.
"I do,"
the old woman replied with certainty.
"It is as I told you. He must do it himself, and so he has done it."
She shook her head slowly.
"Never have I heard such a thing. Even King Wisdom had the help of his coterie, or what was left of it when he reached here."
"No one could have carved that statue with a sword," I said stubbornly. What she was saying was nonsense. For answer, she rose and stalked off into the darkness. When she returned, she dropped 2 objects at my feet. One had been a chisel, once. Its head was peened over into a lump, its blade gone to nothing. The other was an ancient iron mallet head, with a relatively new wooden handle set into it.
"There are others, scattered about. He probably found them in the city, or discarded hereabouts,"
she observed, before I could ask the question. I stared at the battered tools, and considered all the months that Verity had been gone. For this? For the carving of a stone dragon? "I don't understand," I said faintly. Kettle spoke clearly, as if I were slow.
"He has been carving a dragon, and storing all his memories in it. That is part of why he seems so vague, but there is more. I believe he used the skill to kill Carid, and has taken grievous hurt in doing so."
She shook her head sadly.
"To have come so close to finishing and then to be defeated. I wonder how sly Regal's coterie is. Did they send one against him, knowing that if Verity killed with the skill he might defeat himself?"
"I do not think any of that coterie would willingly sacrifice himself." Kettle smiled bitterly.
"I did not say he was willingly sent, nor did I say he knew what his fellows intended. It is like the game of stones, Fitzchivalry. One plays each stone to best advantage in the game. The object is to win, not to hoard one's stones."
34. Girl on a Dragon. Early in our resistance to the Red Ships, before anyone in the Six Duchies had begun to call it a war, King Shrewd and Prince Verity realized that the task facing them was overwhelming. No individual man, no matter how skilled, could stand alone to fend the Red Ships from our coasts. King Shrewd summoned before him Galen the Skillmaster, and directed him to create for Verity a coterie to aid the prince's efforts. Galen resisted this idea, especially when he found that one of those he must train was a royal bastard. The skillmaster declared that none of the students presented to him were worthy of training. But King Shrewd insisted, telling him to make the best of them that he could. When Galen grudgingly gave in, he created the coterie that bore his name. It soon became apparent to Prince Verity that the coterie, while internally cohesive, did not work well with the prince at all. By then, Galen had died, leaving Buck Keep with no successor to the post of skillmaster. In desperation, Verity sought for others trained in the skill who might come to his aid. Although there had been no coteries created in the peaceful years of King Shrewd's reign, Verity reasoned that there might still live men and women trained for coteries before that. Had not the longevity of coterie members always been legendary? Perhaps he could find one who would either help him or be able to train others in the skill. But Prince Verity's efforts in this area availed him nothing. Those he could identify as skill users from records and word of mouth were all either dead or mysteriously vanished. So Prince Verity was left to wage his war alone. Before I could press Kettle to clarify her answers, there was a cry from Verity's tent. Every one of us jumped, but Kettle was the first to the tent flap. The fool emerged, gripping his left wrist in his right hand. He went straight to the water bucket and plunged in his hand. His face was contorted with either pain or fear, perhaps both. Kettle stalked after him to peer at the hand he gripped. She shook her head in disgust. "I warned you. Here! Take it out of the water. It won't do any good. Nothing will do it any good. Stop! Think about it. It's not really pain. It's just a sensation you've never felt before. Take a breath. Relax. Accept it. Accept it. Breathe deep. Breathe deep." All the while she spoke, she tugged at the fool's arm until he reluctantly drew his hand from the water. Kettle immediately overset the bucket with her foot. She scruffed rock dust and gravel over the spilled water, all the while gripping the fool's arm. I craned my neck to peer past her. His first 3 fingers on his left hand were now tipped with silver. He looked at them with a shudder. I had never seen the fool so unnerved. Kettle spoke firmly. "It won't wash off. It won't wipe off. It's with you now, so accept it. Accept it." "Does it hurt?" I asked anxiously. "Don't ask him that!" Kettle snapped at me. "Don't ask him anything just now. See to the king, Fitz chivalry, and leave the fool to me." In my worry over the fool, I had all but forgotten my king. I stooped to enter the tent. Verity sat on 2 folded blankets. He was struggling to lace up one of my shirts. I deduced that Starling had ransacked all the packs to find clean clothes for him. It smote me to see him so thin that one of my shirts fit him. "Allow me, my king," I suggested. He not only dropped his hands away, he put them behind his back. "Is the fool much hurt?" he asked me as I fought with the knotted strings. He sounded almost like my old Verity. "Just 3 fingertips are silvered," I told him. I saw that the fool had laid out a brush and thong. I stepped behind Verity and began to brush his hair back. He hastily snatched his hands around in front of him. Some of the grey in his hair had been rock dust, but not all. His warrior's queue was now grey with black streaks in it and coarse as a horse's tail. I struggled to smooth it back. As I tied the thong, I asked him, "What does it feel like?" "These?" he asked, holding up his hands and waggling the fingers. "Oh, like skill. Only more so. And on my hands and arms." I saw he thought he had answered my question. "Why did you do it?" I asked. "Well, to work with the stone, you know."
When this power is on my hands, the stone must obey the skill. Extraordinary stone. Like the witness stones in Buck, did you know that? Only they are not nearly as pure as what is here. Of course, hands are poor tools for working stone, but once you have cut away all the excess down to where the dragon waits, then he can be awakened with your touch. I draw my hands over the stone and recall to it the dragon, and all that is not dragon shivers away in shards and chips. Very slowly, of course. It took a whole day just to reveal his eyes. I see. I murmured at a loss. I did not know whether he was mad, or if I believed him. He stood up as far as he could in the low tent. "Is Kettricken angry with me?" he asked abruptly. "My Lord King, it is not for me to say." "Verity," he interrupted wearily. "Call me Verity, and for Ida's sake, answer the question, Fitz." He sounded so like his old self I wanted to embrace him. Instead, I said, "I do not know if she is angry. She is definitely hurt. She came a long and weary way to find you, bearing terrible news. And you did not seem to care." "I care. When I think of it," he said gravely. "When I think of it, I grieve. But there are so many things I must think of, and I cannot think of them all at once. I knew when the child died, Fitz. How could I not know? He too, and all I felt, I have put into the dragon." He walked away slowly from me, and I followed him out of the tent. Outside he stood up straight, but did not lose the stoop in his shoulders. Verity was an old man now, far older than Chade somehow. I did not understand that, but I knew it was true. Kettricken glanced up at his approach. She looked back into the fire, and then, almost unwillingly, she stood, stepping clear of the sleeping wolf. Kettle and Starling were binding the fool's fingers in strips of cloth. Verity went straight to Kettricken and stood beside her. "My queen," he said gravely, "if I could, I would embrace you. But you have seen that my touch—" He gestured at the fool, and let his words trail away. I had seen the look on her face when she had told Verity about the stillbirth. I expected her to turn aside from him, to hurt him as he had hurt her. But Kettricken's heart was larger than that. "Oh, my husband," she said, and her voice broke on the words. He held his silvered arms wide, and she came to him, taking him in her embrace. He bowed his grey head over the rough gold of her hair, but could not allow his hand to touch her. He turned his silvered cheek away from her. His voice was husky and broken as he asked her, "Did you give him a name? Our son?" "I named him according to the customs of your land." She took a breath. The word was so soft I scarce heard it. "Sacrifice," she breathed. She clung to him tightly, and I saw his thin shoulders convulse in a sob. "Fitz!" Kettle hissed at me sharply. I turned to find her scowling at me. "Leave them alone," she whispered. "Make yourself useful. Get a plate for the fool." I had been staring at them. I turned away, shamed to have been gawking, but glad to see them embrace, even in sorrow. I did as Kettle had ordered, getting food for myself at the same time. I took the plate to the fool. He sat cradling his injured hand in his lap. He looked up as I sat beside him. "It doesn't rub off on anything else," he complained. "Why did it cling to my fingers?" "I don't know." "Because you're alive," Kettle said succinctly. She sat down across from us, as if we needed supervising. "Verity told me he can shape rock with his fingers,
Because of the skill on them, I told her.
Is your tongue hinged to the middle so that it flaps at both ends? You talk too much.
Kettle rebuked me. Perhaps I would not talk too much if you spoke a bit more, I replied. Rock is not alive. She looked at me.
You know that, do you? Well, what is the point of my talking when you already know everything?
She attacked her food as if it had done her a personal wrong. Starling joined us. She sat down beside me, her plate on her knees, and said, I don't understand about the silvery stuff on his hands. What is it? The fool snickered into his plate like a naughty child when Kettle glared at her. But I was getting tired of Kettle's evasions. What does it feel like? I asked the fool. He glanced down at his bandaged fingers.
Not much. Very sensitive. I can feel the wave of the threads in the bandages.
His eyes started to get distant. He smiled.
I can see the man who wove it, and I know the woman who spun it. The sheep on the hillside, rain falling on their thick wool, and the grass they ate. Wool is from grass, Fitz. A shirt woven from grass. No, there is more. The soil, black and rich and— Stop it, Kettle said harshly, and she turned to me angrily. And you stop asking him, Fitz, unless you want him to follow it too far and be lost forever.
She gave the fool a sharp poke.
Eat your food.
How is it that you know so much about the skill? Starling suddenly asked her.
Not you, too, Kettle angrily declared. Is there nothing private any more?
Among us, not much, the fool replied. But he was not looking at her. He was watching Kettricken, her face still puffy from weeping, as she dished up food for herself and Verity. Her worn and stained clothing, her rough hair and chapped hands, and the simple, homely tasks she performed for her husband, should have made her seem like any woman. But I looked at her and saw perhaps the strongest queen that Buckkeep had ever known. I watched Verity wince slightly as he took from her hand the simple wooden dish and spoon. He shut his eyes a moment, struggling against the pull of the implement's history. He composed his face and took a mouthful of food. Even across camp from him, I felt the sudden awakening of plain hunger. It was not just hot food he had been long without. It was solid sustenance of any kind. He took a shuddering breath and began to eat like a starved wolf. Kettle was watching him. A look of pity crossed her face.
No, very little privacy left for any of us, she said sadly.
The sooner we get him back to Jampe, the sooner he can get better, Starling said smoothly. Should we start tomorrow, do you think? Or give him a few days of food and rest to rebuild his strength?
We shall not be taking him back to Jampe, Kettle said,
an undercurrent of sadness in her voice.
He has begun a dragon. He cannot leave it.
She looked around at us, levelly.
The only thing we can do for him now is stay here and help him finish.
With red ships torching the entire coastline of the Six Duchies and Faro attacking the mountains, we should stay here and help the king carve a dragon? Starling was incredulous.
Yes. If we want to save the Six Duchies and the mountains, that is exactly what we should do. Now you will excuse me. I think I shall put on more meat to cook. Our king looks as if he could use it.
I set my empty plate aside. We should probably cook it all. In this weather, meat will sour fast. I unwisely said. I spent the next hour butchering the pig into portions that could dry cook, over the fire all night. Night Eyes awoke and helped dispose of scraps until his belly was distended. Kettricken and Verity sat talking quietly. I tried not to watch them, but even so I was aware that his gaze frequently strayed from her to the dais, where his dragon crouched over us. The low rumble of his voice was hesitant, and often died away altogether until prompted by another question from Kettricken. The fool was amusing himself by touching things with his skill fingers, a bowl, a knife, the cloth of his shirt. He met Kettle's scowls with a benign smile.
"I'm being careful,"
he told her once.
"You have no idea of how to be careful,"
she complained.
"You won't know you've lost your way until you're gone."
She got up from our butchery with a grunt and insisted on rebandaging his fingers. After that, she and Starling left together to get more firewood. The wolf got up with a groan and followed them. Kettricken helped Verity into the tent. After a moment she reappeared to go into the main tent. She emerged carrying her bedding. She caught my quick glance and abashed me by meeting my eyes squarely. "I've taken your long mittens from your pack, Fitz," she told me calmly. Then she joined Verity in the smaller tent. The fool and I looked everywhere except at each other. I went back to my cutting on the meat. I was tired of it. The smell of the pig was suddenly the smell of something dead rather than that of fresh meat, and I had smears of sticky blood up to my elbows. The worn cuffs of my shirt were soaked with it. I continued doggedly with my task. The fool came to crouch beside me.
"When my fingers brushed Verity's arm, I knew him," he said suddenly. "I knew he was a worthy king for me to follow, as worthy as his father before him. I know what he intends to do," he added in a lower voice. "It was too much for me to grasp at first, but I have been sitting and thinking, and it fits in with my dream about Realda."
A shiver ran through me that had nothing to do with chill. "What?" I demanded.
"The dragons are the elderlings," the fool said softly, "but Verity could not wake them. So he carves his own dragon, and when it is finished, he will waken it, and then he will go forth to fight the red ships. Alone."
Alone. That word struck me. Once again, Verity expected to fight the red ships. Alone. But there was too much I didn't quite grasp. All the elderlings were dragons? I asked. My mind went back to all the fanciful drawings and weavings of elderlings I had ever seen. Some had been dragon-like, but—
"No, the elderlings are dragons. Those carved creatures back in the stone garden. Those are the elderlings. King Wisdom was able to wake them in his time, to rouse them and recruit them to his cause. They came to life for him, but now they either sleep too deeply, or they are dead. Verity spent much of his strength trying to rouse them in every way he could think of, and when he could not, he decided that he would have to make his own elderling and quicken it, and use it to fight the red ships."
I sat stunned. I thought of the wit-life both the wolf and I had sensed crawling through those stones. With a sudden pang, I remembered the trapped anguish of the girl on the dragon statue in this very quarry, living stone, trapped and flightless forever. I shuddered. It was a different kind of dungeon. How is it done? The fool shook his head.
"I don't know. I don't think Verity knows himself. He blunders toward it, blind and groping. He shapes the stone. He gives it his memories, and when it is finished, it will come to life. I suppose."
"Do you hear what you are saying?" I asked him. "Stone is going to rise and defend the Six Duchies from the red ships. And what of Regal's troops and the border skirmishes with the Mountain Kingdom? Will this dragon drive them off as well?" Slow anger was building in me. This is what we have come all this way for a tale I would not expect a child to believe. The fool looked mildly affronted.
"Believe it or not as you choose, but I know that Verity believes it. Unless I am much mistaken, Kettle believes it as well. Why else would she insist we must stay here and help Verity complete the dragon?"
For a time I pondered this. Then I asked him, "Your dream about Rielda's dragon, what do you recall of it?" He gave a helpless shrug.
"The feelings of it, mostly. I was exuberant and joyful, for not only was I announcing Rielda's dragon, but he was also going to fly me on it. I felt I was a bit in love with him, you know. That sort of lift to the heart, but—"
He faltered.
"I cannot recall if I loved Rielda or his dragon. In my dream they are mingled, I think. Recalling dreams is so hard. One must seize them as soon as one awakes, and quickly repeat them to oneself to harden the details. Otherwise they fade so quickly."
"But in your dream, did a stone dragon fly?"
"I was announcing the dragon in my dream, and knew I was to fly upon it. I had not yet seen it in my dream."
"Then maybe it has nothing to do at all with what Verity does. Perhaps in the time from which your dream came there were real dragons, of flesh and blood." He looked at me curiously.
"You do not believe there are real dragons today?"
"I have never seen one."
"In the city?"
He pointed out quietly. "That was a vision of a different time. You said today." He held one of his own pale hands up to the firelight.
"I think they are like my kind, rare, but not mythical. Besides, if there were no dragons of flesh and blood and fire, whence would come the idea for those stone carvings?"
I shook my head wearily. "This conversation goes in circles. I am tired of riddles and guesses and beliefs. I want to know what is real. I want to know why we came all this way and what it is we must do." But the fool had no answers to that. When Kettle and Starling got back with the wood, he helped me layer the fire and arrange the meat where the heat would drive the fat from it. What meat we could not set to cook, we bundled aside in the pigskin. There was a sizable pile of bones and scraps. Despite how he had gorged earlier, Night Eyes settled down with a leg bone to gnaw. I surmised he had regurgitated part of his bellyful somewhere. "There is no such thing as having too much meat in reserve," he told me contentedly. I made a few attempts to needle Kettle into talking to me, but somehow it evolved into a lecture on how much more aware of the fool I must be now. He must be protected not only from Regal's coterie, but from the skill pull of objects that might take his mind wandering. For that reason, she wished us to stand our watches together. She insisted the fool must sleep on his back, his bared fingers upturned so they touched nothing. As the fool usually slept huddled in a ball, he was not overly pleased. But at last, we settled for the night. I was not due to take my watch until the hours before dawn, but it was short of that when the wolf came to push his nose under my cheek and jog my head until I opened my eyes. "What?" I demanded tiredly. "Kettricken walks alone, weeping." I doubted she would want my company. I also doubted that she should be alone. I rose noiselessly and followed the wolf out of the tent. Outside, Kettle sat by the fire, poking disconsolately at the meat. I knew she must have seen the Queen leave, so I did not dissemble. "I'm going to go find Kettricken." "Probably a good idea," she said quietly. "She told me she was going to look at his dragon. But she has been gone longer than that." We needed to say no more about it. I followed Night Eyes as he trotted purposefully away from the fire. But he led me not toward Verity's dragon, but back through the quarry. There was little moonlight, and what there was, the looming black blocks of stone seemed to drink away. Shadows seemed to fall in all different directions, altering perspective. The need for caution made the quarry vast as I picked my way along the wolf's wake. My skin prickled, as I realized we were going in the direction of the pillar. But we found her before we reached there. She was standing, motionless as the stone itself, by the girl on the dragon. She had clambered up onto the back of stone that mired the dragon, and reached up to lay a hand on the girl's leg. A trick of the moonlight made it look as if the girl's stone eyes looked down on her. Light sparkled silver on a stone tear, and glistened in the tears on Kettrican's face. Night Eyes padded lightly up, leaped weightlessly upon the dais, and leaned his head against Kettrican's leg with a tiny whine. "Hush," she told him softly. "Listen. Can you hear her weeping?" "I can." I did not doubt it, for I could feel her questing out with the wit more strongly than I had ever sensed it from her before. "My lady," I said quietly. She startled, her hand flying to her mouth as she turned to me. "I beg your pardon. I did not mean to frighten you. But you should not be out here alone. Kettle fears there may still be danger from the coterie, and we are not so far from the pillar." She smiled bitterly. "Wherever I am alone. Nor can I think of anything they could do to me worse than what I have done to myself. That is only because you do not know them as well as I do. Please, my queen, come back to the camp with me." She moved, and I thought she would step down to me. Instead, she sat down and leaned back against the dragon. My wit sense of the dragon girl's misery was echoed by Kettrican's. "I just wanted to lie beside him," she said quietly. "To hold him and to be held. To be held. Fitz. To feel not safe. I know none of us are safe, but to feel valued, loved. I did not expect more than that. But he would not. He said he could not touch me, that he dared not touch anything live save his dragon." She turned her head aside, "Even with his hands and arms gloved. He would not touch me." I found myself clambering up the dais. I took her by the shoulders and drew her to her feet. "He would if he could," I told her. "This I know. He would if he could." She lifted her hands to cover her face, and her silent, sliding tears suddenly became sobs. She spoke through them. "You, and your skill, and him, you speak so easily of knowing what he feels, of love, but I don't have that. I am only... I need to feel it, Fitz. I need to feel his arms about me, to be close to him, to believe he loves me as I love him, after I have failed him in so many ways. How can I believe when he refuses to even—" I put my arms about her and drew her head down on my shoulder, while Night Eyes leaned up against both of us and keened softly. "He loves you," I told her. "He does. But fate has laid this burden upon both of you. It must be borne. Sacrifice," she breathed. And I did not know if she named her child or defined her life. She continued to weep, and I held her, soothing her hair and telling her it would get better. It would be better some day. There would be a life for them when all this was over, and children growing up safe from red ships or Regal's evil ambitions. In time, I felt her quiet, and realized it was wit as much as words I had been giving her. The feeling I had for her had mingled with the wolf's and joined us, gentler than a skill bond, more warm and natural. I held her in my heart as much as in my arms. Night Eyes pressed up against her, telling her he would guard her, that his meal would ever be her meal, that she need fear nothing that had teeth, for we were pack, and always would be. It was she who finally broke the embrace. She gave a final shuddering sigh and then stepped apart from me. Her hand rose to smear the wetness on her cheeks.
"Oh, Fitz,"
she said simply, sadly. And that was all. I stood still, feeling the chill apartness where for a time we had been together. A sudden pang of loss assaulted me, and then a shiver of fear as I realized its source. The girl on the dragon had shared our embrace, her wit misery briefly consoled by our closeness. Now, as we drew apart, the far, chill wailing of the stone rose up again, louder and stronger. I tried to leap lightly down from the dais, but as I landed, I staggered and nearly fell. Somehow that joining had drawn strength from me. It was frightening. But I masked my uneasiness as I silently accompanied Kettricken back to the camp. I was just in time to relieve Kettle on watch. She and Kettricken went to sleep, promising to send the fool out to stand watch with me. The wolf gave me an apologetic glance and then followed Kettricken into the tent. I assured him I approved. A moment later the fool emerged, rubbing his eyes with his left hand and carrying his right lightly curled against his chest. He took a seat on a stone across from me, and I looked over the meat to see which pieces needed turning. For a time, he watched me silently. Then he stopped, and with his right hand picked up a piece of firewood. I knew I should rebuke him, but instead I watched, as curious as he. After a moment, he tucked the wood into the fire and straightened.
"Quiet and lovely,"
he told me.
"Some 40 years of growing, winter and summer, storm and fair weather. And before that it was born as a nut by another tree. And so the thread goes back over and over. I do not think I need fear much from natural things, only those that have been wrought by man. Then the threads go ravelling out. But trees, I think, will be pleasant to touch."
Kettle said you should touch no live things. I reminded him like a tattling child.
"Kettle has not to live with this, I do. I must discover the limits it places on me. The sooner I find what I can and cannot do with my right hand, the better."
He grinned wickedly and made a suggestive gesture toward himself. I shook my head at him but could not keep from laughing. He joined his laughter with my own.
"Ah, Fitz," he said quietly a moment later, "you do not know how much it means to me that I can still make you laugh. If I can stir you to laughter, I can laugh myself."
"It surprises me that you can still jest at all," I replied.
"When you can either laugh or cry, you might as well laugh," he replied. Abruptly he asked, "I heard you leave the tent earlier. Then, while you were gone, I could feel something of what happened. Where did you go? There was much I did not understand."
I was silent, thinking. The skill bond between us may be growing stronger instead of weaker. I do not think that is a good thing.
"There is no elf bark left. I had the last of it 2 days ago. Good or bad, it is as it is. Now explain to me what happened."
I saw little point in refusing, so I attempted to explain. He interrupted with a number of questions, few of which I could answer. When he decided he understood it as well as words could convey, he quirked a smile at me.
"Let us go see this girl on a dragon," he suggested.
"Why?" I asked warily. He lifted his right hand and waggled his silver fingertips at me as he lifted one eyebrow. "No," I said firmly.
"Afraid?"
He needled me. "We are on our watch here," I told him severely.
"Then you will go with me tomorrow," he suggested.
"It is not wise, fool. Who knows what effect it might have on you?"
"Not I. And that is exactly why I wish to do it. Besides, What call has a fool to be wise?
No,
Then I shall have to go alone,
he said with a mock sigh. I refused to rise to the bait. After a moment he asked me,
What is it you know about Kettle that I do not?
I looked at him uncomfortably. About as much as I know about you that she does not.
Ah, that was well spoken. Those words could have been stolen from me,
he conceded.
Do you wonder why the coterie has not tried to attack us again?
He asked next. Is this your night to ask unfortunate questions? I demanded.
Of late, I have no other kinds.
At the very least, I dare to hope that Carad's death has weakened them. It must be a great shock to lose a member of your coterie, almost as bad as losing a witbeast companion.
And what do you fear?
The fool pressed. It was a question I had been pushing away from myself. What do I fear? The worst, of course. What I fear is that they are somehow marshalling greater strength against us to offset Verity's power. Or perhaps they are setting a trap for us. I fear they are turning their skill to seek out Molly. I added the last with great reluctance. It seemed the greatest bad luck ever to think about it, let alone speak it aloud.
Cannot you skill a warning to her somehow?
As if it had never occurred to me. Not without betraying her. I have never been able to reach Burridge without the skill. Sometimes I am able to see them, but I cannot make them aware of me. I fear that even making the effort might be enough to expose her to the coterie. He may know of her, but not know where she is. You told me that not even Chade himself knew where she was. And Regal has many places to send his troops and attention. Buck is far from Pharaoh, and the red ships have kept it in turmoil. Surely he would not send troops into that for the sake of finding one girl.
One girl and a Farseer child?
The fool reminded me gravely.
Fitz, I do not speak to grieve you, but only to warn you. I have contained his anger at you. That night when they held me.
He swallowed, and his eyes went distant.
I have tried so hard to forget it. If I touch those memories at all, they seethe and burn within me like a poison I cannot be rid of. I have felt Regal's very being inside my own. Hatred for you squirms through him like maggots through rotting meat.
He shook his head, sickened at recalling it.
The man is mad. He ascribes to you every evil ambition he can imagine. Your wit he regards with loathing and terror. He cannot conceive that what you do for Verity. In his mind you have devoted your life to injuring him since you came to Buck Keep. He believes that both Verity and you have come to these mountains not to wake the elderlings to defend Buck, but to find some skill, treasure, or power to use against him. He believes he has no choice but to act first, to find whatever it is you seek and turn it against you. To that he bends all his resources and determination.
I listened to the fool in a sort of frozen horror. His eyes had taken on the stare of a man who recalls torture. Why have you not spoken of this to me before? I asked him gently when he paused to catch his breath. The skin of his arms was standing up in goose-flesh. He looked away from me.
It is not a thing I enjoy recalling.
He was trembling very lightly.
They were in my mind like evil, idle children smashing what they could not grasp. I could keep nothing back from them, but they were not interested in me at all. They regarded me as less than a dog, angry in that moment of finding I was not you. They nearly destroyed me because I was not you. Then they considered how they might use me against you.
He coughed.
If that skill wave had not come...
I felt like Chade himself as I said quietly, "Now I will turn that back upon them." They could not hold you in thrall like that without revealing much of themselves to you. As much as you can, I ask you to reach back to that time and tell me all you can recall."
"You would not ask that if you knew what you were asking."
I thought I did know, but I refrained from saying it. Instead, I let silence bid him think it through. Dawn was greying the sky, and I had just returned from walking a circuit of our camp, when next he spoke.
"There were skill books you know nothing about. Books and scrolls that Galen removed from Solicity's rooms as she was dying. The information they held was for a skill master alone, and some were even fastened shut with clever locks. Galen had many years to tinker those locks loose. A lock does no more than keep an honest man honest, you know. Galen found there much he did not understand, but there were also scrolls listing those who had been skill-trained. Galen sought out all he could find and questioned them. Then he did away with them, lest others should ask them the same questions he had. Galen found much in those scrolls. How a man might live long and enjoy health, how to give pain with the skill, without even touching a man. But in the oldest scrolls he found hints of great power awaiting a strongly skilled man in the mountains. If Regal could bring the mountains under his sway, he could come into power no one could withstand. To that end did he seek the hand of Ketrican for Verity, with no intent that she would ever be his bride. He intended that when Verity was dead, he would take her in his brother's stead, and her inheritance.
"I don't understand," I said gently. "The mountains have amber and furs and—"
No, no!
The fool shook his head.
It was nothing like that. Galen would not divulge the whole of his secret to Regal, for then he would have had no hold over his half-brother. But you can be sure that when Galen died, Regal immediately possessed those scrolls and books and set to studying them. He is no master of the older languages, but he feared to seek the help of others, lest they discover the secret first. But he puzzled it all out at last, and when he did, he was horrified. For by then he had eagerly dispatched Verity into the mountains to die on some foolish quest. He finally ciphered out that the power Galen had sought for him was power over the elderlings. Immediately he decided Verity had conspired with you to seek that very power for himself. How dare he seek to steal the very treasure that Regal had worked so long to gain? How dare he try to make a fool of Regal in such a way?"
The fool smiled weakly.
"In his mind, his domination over the elderlings is his birthright. You seek to steal it from him. He believes he upholds what is right and just by trying to kill you."
I sat, nodding to myself. The pieces all fit, every one of them. Holes in my understanding of Regal's motives were being closed up to present me with a frightening picture. I had known the man was ambitious. I also knew he feared and suspected anyone or anything he could not control. I had been a double danger to him, a rival for his father's affection, and with a strange wit-talent he could neither understand nor destroy. To Regal, every other person in the world was a tool or a threat. All threats must be destroyed. He had probably never even considered that all I wanted from him was to be left alone. 35. Kettle's Secrets. Nowhere is there mention of who raised the witness stones that stand on the hill near Buck Keep. They may very well predate the actual building of Buck Keep Castle itself. Their supposed power seems to have little to do with the worship of Ida or El, but folk believe in it with the same fierce religious fervor. Even those who profess to doubt the existence of any gods at all would still hesitate to give false oath before the witness stones. Black and weathered, those tall stones stand. If ever they bore inscriptions of any kind, wind and water have erased them. Verity was the first of the others to rise that morning. He came staggering from his tent as the first true light of day brought colour back to the world. "My dragon!" he cried as he stood blinking in the light. "My dragon!" For all the world as if he expected it to be gone. Even when I assured him his dragon was fine, he was like a spoiled child. He wished to resume his work on it instantly. With the greatest difficulty I persuaded him to drink a mug of nettle and mint tea, and eat some of the slow-cooked meat from the skewers. He would not wait for the porridge to boil, but left the fire with meat and sword in hand. He did not mention Ketrican at all. In time, the scrape, scrape, scrape of the sword's point against the black stone resumed. The shadow I had seen of Verity last night had fled with the morning's coming. It seemed strange to greet a new day and not immediately pack up all our belongings. No one was in a good humour. Ketrican was puffy-eyed and silent. Kettle was sour and reserved. The wolf was still digesting all the meat he had consumed the day before, and only wanted to sleep. Starling seemed annoyed with everyone, as if it were our fault that the quest had ended in such confusing disappointment. After we had eaten, Starling declared that she was going to check on the Jeppas and do some washing in the stream the fool had found. Kettle grumpily agreed to go with her for safety, though her eyes strayed often to Verity's dragon. Ketrican was up there also, gloomily watching her husband and king as he gouged away at the black stone. I busied myself in removing the fire-dried meat, wrapping it, and refueling the slow fire, and putting the rest of the meat to dry over it. "Let's go," the fool invited me, as soon as I was finished. "Where?" I asked, thinking longingly of a nap. "The girl on the dragon," he reminded me. He set off eagerly, not even looking back to see if I followed. He knew I must. "I think this is a foolish idea," I called after him. "Exactly," he replied with a grin, and would say no more until we approached the great statue. The girl on the dragon seemed more quiescent this morning, but perhaps I was merely becoming more accustomed to the trapped, wit unrest I sensed there. The fool did not hesitate, but immediately clambered up on the dais beside the statue. I followed more slowly. "She looks different to me today," I said quietly. "How?" "I can't say." I studied her bent head, the stone tears frozen on her cheeks. "Does she look different to you?" "I didn't really look at her that closely yesterday." Now that we were actually here, the fool's banter seemed dampened. Very gingerly, I set a hand to the dragon's back. The individual scales were so cunningly worked, the curve of the beast's body so natural, that I almost expected it to heave with breath. It was cold, hard stone. I held my breath, daring myself, then quested toward the stone. It felt unlike any questing I had ever done before. There was no beating heart, no rush of breath, nor any other physical sign of life to guide me. There was only my wit sense of life, trapped and desperate. For a moment it eluded me. Then I brushed against it, and it quested back to me. It sought the feel of wind on skin, the warm pumping of blood, the sense of the summer day, the sensation of my clothing against my skin, any and all that was part of the experience of living it hungered for. I snatched my hand back, frightened by the intensity of its reaching. Almost I thought it might draw me in to join it there. "Strange," whispered the fool, for linked to me as he was, he felt the ripples of my experience. His eyes met mine and held for some time. Then he reached a single, bare, silver fingertip toward the girl. "We should not do this," I said. but there was no force in my words. The slender figure astride the dragon was dressed in a sleeveless jerkin, leggings, and sandals. The fool touched his finger to her upper arm. A skill scream of pain and outrage filled the quarry. The fool was flung backward off the pedestal, to land hard on his back on the rock below. He sprawled there, senseless. My knees buckled under me, and I fell beside the dragon. From the torrent of wit anger I felt, I expected the creature to trample me underfoot like a maddened horse. Instinctively I curled up, my arms sheltering my head. It was done in an instant. Yet the echoes of that cry seemed to rebound endlessly from the slick black stone walls and blocks all around us. I was shakily clambering down to check on the fool when Night Eyes came rushing up to us. What was that? Who threatens us? I knelt by the fool. He had struck his head and blood was leaking onto the black stone, but I didn't think that was why he was unconscious. I knew we shouldn't have done it. Why did I let you do it? I asked myself, as I gathered him up to take him back to camp.
Because you're a bigger fool than he is, and I am the biggest fool of all to have left you alone and trusted you to act with sense. What did he do?
Kettle was still puffing from her hurry. He touched the girl on the dragon, with the skill on his finger. I glanced up at the statue as I spoke. To my horror, there was a bright silver fingertip on the girl's upper arm, outlined in scarlet against her bronze-toned flesh. Kettle followed my gaze, and I heard her gasp. She spun on me and lifted her gnarled hand as if to strike me. Then she clenched her hand into a contorted fist that trembled and forced it down by her side.
It is not enough that she is trapped there in misery forever, alone and cut off from all she once loved. You two must come to give her pain on top of all that. How could you be so vicious?
We meant no harm. We didn't know.
Ignorance is always the excuse used by the cruelly curious.
Kettle snarled. My own temper suddenly rose to match hers.
Don't rebuke me with my ignorance, woman, when all you have done is refuse to lift it for me. You hint and warn and give us ominous words, but you refuse to speak anything that might help us. And when we make mistakes, you rail at us, saying we should have known better. How? How can we know better when the one who does refuses to share her knowledge with us?
In my arms, the fool stirred faintly. The wolf had been prowling about my feet. Now he came back with a whine to sniff at the fool's dangling hand.
Careful, don't let his fingers touch you.
What bit him?
I don't know. I don't know anything, I said aloud, bitterly. I'm blundering in the dark, hurting everyone I care about in the process. I dare not interfere, Kettle shouted at me. What if some word of mine set you on the wrong course? What of all the prophecies, then? You must find your own way, catalyst.
The fool opened his eyes to look at me blankly. Then he closed them again and leaned his head on my shoulder. He was starting to get heavy, and I needed to find out what was wrong with him. I shrugged him up more firmly in my arms. I saw Starling coming up behind Kettle, her arms laden with wet laundry. I turned and walked away from them both. As I headed back to camp with the fool, I said over my shoulder, "Maybe that is why you are here. Maybe you were called here with a part to play. Maybe it is lifting our ignorance so we can fulfill this bedamned prophecy of yours, and maybe keeping your silence is how you will thwart it. But—" and I halted to fling the words savagely over my shoulder, "I think you keep silent for reasons of your own, because you are ashamed." I turned away from the stricken look on her face. I covered my shame to have spoken to her so with my anger. It gave me new strength of purpose. I was suddenly determined that I was going to start making everyone behave as they should. It was the sort of childish resolution that often got me into trouble, but once my heart had seized hold of it, my anger gripped it tight. I carried the fool into the big tent and laid him out on his bedding. I took a ragged sleeve off what remained of a shirt, damped it in cold water, and applied it firmly to the back of his head. When the bleeding slowed, I checked it. It was not a large cut, but it was on top of a respectable lump. I still felt that was not why he had fainted. Fool? I said to him quietly. Then more insistently, Fool. I patted his face with water. He came awake with a simple opening of his eyes. Fool?
I'll be all right, Fitz, he said wanly. You were right. I should not have touched her, but I did, and I shall never be able to forget it.
What happened? I demanded. He shook his head.
I can't talk about it just yet,
he said quietly. I shot to my feet, head slapping against the tent roof and nearly bringing the whole structure down around me. No one in this whole company can talk about anything, I declared furiously, except me, and I intend to talk about everything. I left the fool leaning up on one elbow and staring after me. I don't know if his expression was amused or aghast. I didn't care. I strode from the tent, scrabbled up the pile of tailings to the pedestal where Verity carved his dragon. The steady scrape, scrape, scrape of his sword point against the stone was like a rasp in my soul. Kettricken sat by him, hollow-eyed and silent. Neither paid me the slightest bit of attention. I halted a moment and got my breathing under control. I swept my hair back from my face and tied my warrior's tail afresh, brushed off my leggings, and tugged the stained remnants of my shirt straight. I took 3 steps forward. My formal bow included Kettricken. My Lord King Verity, my Lady Queen Kettricken, I have come to conclude my reporting to the king, if you would allow it. I had honestly expected both of them to ignore me. But King Verity's sword scraped twice more, then ceased. He looked at me over his shoulder. Continue, Fitzchivalry. I shall not cease my work, but I shall listen. There was grave courtesy in his voice. It heartened me. Kettricken suddenly sat up straighter. She brushed the straggling hair back from her eyes, then nodded her permission at me. I drew a deep breath and began reporting as I had been taught, everything that I had seen or done since my visit to the ruined city. Sometime during that long telling, the scraping of the sword slowed, then ceased. Verity moved ponderously to take a seat beside Kettricken. Almost he started to take her hand in his, then stopped himself, and folded his own hands before him. But Kettricken saw that small gesture, and moved a trifle closer to him. They sat, side by side, my threadbare monarchs, throned on cold rock, a stone dragon at their backs, and listened to me. By one and by two, the others came to join us. First the wolf, then the fool and starling, and finally old Kettle ranged themselves in a half-circle behind me. When my throat began to grow dry and my voice to rasp, Kettricken lifted a hand and sent Starling for water. She returned with tea and meat for all of us. I took but a mouthful of the tea, and went on while they picnicked around me. I held to my resolution and spoke plainly of all, even that which shamed me. I did not leave out my fears nor foolishness. I told him how I had killed Regal's guard without warning, even giving him the name of the man I had recognized. Nor did I skirt about my wit experiences as I once would have. I spoke as bluntly as if it were only Verity and me, telling him of my fears for Molly and my child, including my fear that if Regal did not find and kill them, Chade would take the child for the throne. As I spoke, I reached for Verity in every way I could, not just my voice, but wit and skill. I tried to touch him and reawaken him to who he was. I know he felt that reaching, but try as he might, I could stir no response from him. I finished my recounting what the fool and I had done with the girl on the dragon. I watched Verity's face for any change of expression, but there was none I could see. When I had told him all, I stood silent before him, hoping he would question me. The old Verity would have taken me over my whole tale again, asking questions about every event, asking what I had thought or suspected, or anything I had observed. But this grey-headed old man only nodded several times. He made as if to rise. "My king?" I begged him desperately.
"What is it, boy?"
"Have you nothing to ask me? Nothing to tell me?" He looked at me, but I was not sure he was really seeing me. He cleared his throat.
"I killed Carid with the skill. That is true. I have not felt the others since then, but I do not believe they are dead. But only that I have lost the skill to sense them. You must be careful."
I gaped at him. "Is that all? I must be careful?" His words had chilled me to the bone.
"No. There is worse."
He glanced at the fool.
"I fear that when you speak to the fool, he listens with Regal's ears. I fear it was Regal who came to you that day, speaking with the fool's tongue, to ask you where Molly was." My mouth went dry. I turned to look at the fool. He looked stricken.
"I do not recall. I never said—"
He took a half-breath, then suddenly toppled to one side in a faint. Kettle scrambled over to him.
"He breathes," she told us.
Verity nodded.
"I suspect they have abandoned him then."
"Perhaps.
Do not trust that is true."
His eyes came back to me. I was trying to remain standing. I had felt it as they fled, the fool, felt it like a silk thread abruptly parting. They had not had a strong hold on him, but it had been enough. Enough to make me reveal all they needed to kill my wife and child, enough to ransack his dreams each night since then, stealing whatever was of use to them. I went to the fool. I took his unskilled hand and reached for him. Slowly his eyes opened, and he sat up. For a time he stared at us all without comprehension. His eyes came back to mine, shame washing through their smoky depths.
"And the one who loves him best shall betray him most foully. My own prophecy. I have known that since my 11th year. Chade, I had told myself when he was willing to take your child, Chade was your betrayer."
He shook his head sadly.
"But it was me. It was me."
He got slowly to his feet.
"I am sorry. So sorry."
I saw the start of tears on his face. Then he turned and walked slowly away from us. I could not bring myself to go after him, but Night Eyes rose soundlessly and trailed at his heels.
"For chivalry."
Verity took a breath, then spoke quietly.
"Fitz, I will try to finish my dragon. It is all I can do. I only hope it will be enough."
Despair made me bold. "My king, will not you do this for me? Will not you skill a warning to Burrich and Molly, that they may flee Capelin Beach before they are found?"
"Oh, my boy,"
he said pityingly. He took a step toward me.
"Even if I dared to, I fear I have not the strength any more."
He lifted his eyes and looked at each of us in turn. His gaze lingered longest on Kettricken. It all fails me, my body, my mind, and my skill. I am so tired, and there is so little left of me. When I killed Carid, my skill fled me. My work has been greatly slowed since then. Even the raw power of my hands weakens, and the pillar is closed to me. I cannot pass through it to renew the magic. I fear I may have defeated myself. I fear I will not be able to complete my task. In the end, I may fail you all of you, and the entire Six Duchies. Kettricken bowed her face into her hands. I thought she would weep. But when she lifted her eyes again, I saw the strength of her love for the man shining through whatever else she felt. If this is what you believe you must do, then let me help you. She gestured at the dragon. There must be something I can do to help you complete it. Show me where to cut stone away, and then you can work the details. He shook his head sadly. Would that you could. But I must do it myself. It all must be done by me. Kettle suddenly surged to her feet. She came to stand beside me, giving me a glare as if everything were all my fault. "My Lord King Verity," she began. She seemed to lose courage for a moment, then spoke again, louder. "My king, you are mistaken. Few dragons were created by a single person, at least not the Six Duchies dragons. Whatever the others, the true elderlings, could do on their own, I do not know. But I know that those dragons that were made by Six Duchies' hands were most often made by an entire coterie working together, not a single person." Verity stared at her mutely. Then, "What are you saying?" he demanded in a shaking voice. "I am saying what I know, regardless of how others may come to think of me." She gave one glance around at us, as if bidding us farewell. Then she put her back to us and addressed only the king. "My Lord King, I name myself Kestrel of Buck, one of Stanchion's coterie. But by my skill I did slay a member of my own coterie for jealousy over a man. To do so was high treason, for we were the Queen's own strength, and I destroyed that. For this I was punished as the Queen's justice saw fit. My skill was burned out of me, leaving me as you see me, sealed into myself, unable to reach beyond the walls of my own body, unable to receive the touch of those I had held dear. That was done by my own coterie. For the murder itself, the Queen banished me from the Six Duchies for all time. She sent me away so that no skilled one would be tempted to take pity on me and try to free me. She said she could imagine no worse punishment, that one day in my isolation I would long for death." Kettle sank slowly to her old knees on the hard stone. "My king, my queen, she was right. I ask your mercy now. Either put me to death, or—" Very slowly she lifted her head, "or use your strength to reopen me to the skill, and I will serve you as coterie in the carving of this dragon." All was silence for a time. When Verity spoke, it was in confusion. "I know of no stanchion's coterie." Kettle's voice shook as she admitted. "I destroyed it, my lord. There were but 5 of us. My act left only 3 alive to the skill, and they had experienced the physical death of one member and the burning of myself. They were greatly weakened. I heard that they were released from their service to the Queen and sought the road that once began in Jumpe town. They never returned. But I do not think they survived the rigors of this road.
I do not think they ever made a dragon such as we once used to dream about."
When Verity spoke, he did not seem to be replying to her words.
"Neither my father nor either of his wives had coteries sworn to them, nor my grandmother."
His brow wrinkled.
"Which queen did you serve, woman?"
"Queen Diligence, my king."
Kettle said quietly. She was still kneeling on the hard stone.
"Queen Diligence reigned over 200 years ago," Verity observed.
"She died 223 years ago,"
Starling interposed.
"Thank you, minstrel,"
Verity said dryly.
223 years ago. And you would have me believe you were coterie to her?
"I was, my lord. I had turned my skill upon myself, for I wished to keep my youth and beauty. It was not regarded as an admirable thing to do, but most skilled ones did it to some extent. It took me over a year to master my body. But what I had done I did well. To this day I heal swiftly. Most illnesses pass me by."
She could not keep a note of pride from her voice.
"The legendary longevity of the coterie members,"
King Verity observed softly to himself. He sighed.
"There must have been much in Solicity's books that chivalry and I were never made privy to."
"A great deal."
Kettle spoke with more confidence now.
"It amazes me that, with as little training as you and Fitz chivalry have, you have managed to come this far alone, and to carve a dragon alone. It is a feat for a song."
Verity glanced back at her.
"Oh, come, woman, sit down.
It pains me to see you kneel. Obviously there is much you can and should tell me." He shifted restlessly and glanced back at his dragon.
"But while we are talking—"
"I am not working."
"Then I shall say to you only what needs most to be said,"
Kettle offered. She clambered painfully to her feet.
"I was powerful in the skill, strong enough to kill with it, as few are."
Her voice halted, thickening. She took a breath and resumed.
"That power is still within me. One strongly skilled enough could open me to it again. I believe you have that strength, though right now you may not be able to master it. You have killed with the skill, and that is a heinous thing. Even though the coterie member was not true to you, still, you had worked together. In killing him, you killed a part of yourself. And that is why you feel you have no skill left to you. Had I my skill, I could help you heal yourself."
Verity gave a small laugh. "I have no skill, you have no skill, but if we did, we could heal one another. Woman, this is like a tangle of rope with no ends. How is the knot to be undone, save with a sword?"
"We have a sword, my king. Fitz chivalry. The catalyst."
"Ah, that old legend. My father was fond of it." He looked at me consideringly.
"Do you think he is strong enough?"
"My nephew August was skill-burned and never recovered. For him, I sometimes thought it a mercy. The skill was leading him down a path ill-suited to him. I think I suspected then that Galen had done something to the coterie, but I had so much to do, always so much to do." I sensed my king's mind wavering. I stepped forward resolutely. "My lord, what is it you wish me to attempt?"
"I wish you to attempt nothing. I wish you to do."
"There. That was what Chade often said to me."
Chade. Most of him is in the dragon now, but that is a bit I left out. I should put that in the dragon."
Kettle stepped closer to him.
"My lord, help me to free my skill, and I will help you to fill the dragon."
There was something in the way she said those words. She spoke them aloud before us all, yet I felt that only Verity truly knew what she said. At last, very reluctantly, he nodded.
"I see no other way," he said to himself.
No other way at all. How am I to do a thing when I don't even know what the thing is? I complained. My king. I added, at a rebuking look from Kettricken. You know as much as we do. Verity rebuked me quietly. Kestrel's mind was burned with the skill, by her own coterie, to condemn her to isolation for the rest of her life. You must use what skill you have in any way you can to try to break through the scarring. I have no idea how to begin, I began, but Kettle turned and looked at me. There was pleading in her old eyes, loss, and loneliness, and skill hunger that had built to the point at which it was devouring her from within. 223 years, I thought to myself. It was a long time to be exiled from one's homeland, an impossible time to be confined to one's own body. But I will try. I amended my words. I put out my hand to her. Kettle hesitated, then set her hand in mine. We stood, clasping hands, looking at one another. I reached for her with the skill, but felt no response. I looked at her and tried to tell myself I knew her, that it should be easy to reach Kettle. I ordered my mind and recalled all I knew of the irascible old woman. I thought of her uncomplaining perseverance, of her sharp tongue and her clever hands. I recalled her teaching me the skill game, and how often we had played it, heads bent together over the game-cloth. Kettle, I told myself sternly. Reach for Kettle. But my skill found nothing there. I did not know how much time had passed. I only knew that I was very thirsty. I need a cup of tea, I told her, and let go of her hand. She nodded at me, keeping her disappointment well hidden. It was only when I let go her hand that I became aware of how the sun had moved above the mountain-tops. I heard again the scrape, scrape, scrape of Verity's sword. Kettricken sat still, silently watching him. I did not know where the others had gone. Together, we left the dragon and walked down to where our fire still smouldered. I broke wood into pieces as she filled the kettle. We said little as it heated. There were still herbs that Starling had gathered earlier for tea. They had wilted, but we used them, and then sat drinking our tea together. The scraping of Verity's sword against the stone was a background noise, not unlike an insect sound. I studied the old woman beside me. My wit sense told me of a strong and lively life within her. I had felt her old woman's hand in my own, the flesh soft and swollen, bony fingers save where work had calloused her skin. I saw the lines in her face around her eyes and at the corners of her mouth. Old, her body said to me. Old. But my wit sense told me that there sat a woman of my own years, lively and wild-hearted, yearning for love and adventure and all that life might offer. Yearning, but trapped. I willed myself to see not Kettle, but Kestrel. Who had she been before she had been buried alive? My eyes met hers. Kestrel? I asked her suddenly. So I was, she said quietly, and her grief was still fresh. But she is no more, and has not been for years. When I said her name, I almost sensed her. I felt I held the key, but did not know where the lock was. There was a nudge at the edge of my wit. I looked up, annoyed at the interruption. It was Night Eyes, and the fool. The fool looked tormented, and I ached for him. But he could not have picked a worse time to come to speak to me. I think he knew it. I tried to stay away, he said quietly. Starling told me what you were doing. She told me all that was said while I was gone.
I know I should wait, that what you do is vital, but I cannot.
He suddenly had trouble meeting my eyes.
I betrayed you,
he whispered softly.
I am the betrayer.
Linked as we were, I knew the depth of his feelings. I tried to reach through that, to make him feel what I felt. He had been used against me, yes, but it was no doing of his own. But I could not reach him. His shame, guilt, and remorse stood between us, and blocked him from my forgiveness. Blocked him, too, from forgiving himself. "Fool!" I suddenly exclaimed. I smiled at him. He looked horrified that I could smile at all, least of all at him. "No, it is all right. You have given me the answer. You are the answer." I took a breath and tried to think carefully. Go slowly. Be careful, I cautioned myself. And then, no, I thought, now is the only time in which to do this. I bared my left wrist. I held it out to him, my palm up. "Touch me," I commanded. "Touch me with the skill on your fingers, and see if I feel you have betrayed me." "No!" Kettle cried, aghast. But the fool was already reaching for me like a man in a dream. He took my hand in his right hand. Then he laid 3 silver fingertips against my upturned wrist. As I felt the cold burn of his fingers on my wrist, I reached over and grabbed Kettle's hand. "Kestrel!" I cried aloud. I felt the stir of her, and I pulled her into us. I was the fool, and the fool was me. He was the catalyst, and so was I. We were 2 halves of a whole, sundered, and come together again. For an instant I knew him in his entirety, complete and magical, and then he was pulling apart from me, laughing, a bubble inside me, separate and unknowable, yet joined to me. "You do love me!" It was incredulous. He had never truly believed it before. "Before, it was words. I always feared it was born of pity, but you are truly my friend. This is knowing, this is feeling what you feel for me, so this is the skill." For a moment, he revelled in simple recognition. Abruptly, another joined us. "Ah, little brother, you find your ears at last. My kill is ever your kill, and we shall be pack forever." The fool recoiled at the wolf's friendly onslaught. I thought he would break the circle. Then suddenly he leaned into it. This is Night Eyes? This mighty warrior? This great heart?" How to describe that moment? I had known Night Eyes so completely for so long, it shocked me to see how little the fool had known of him. "Hairy? That is how you saw me, hairy and drooling?" "Beg pardon." This from the fool, quite sincerely. "I am honoured to know you as you are. I had never suspected such nobility within you." Their mutual approval was almost overwhelming. Then the world settled around us. "We have a task," I reminded them. The fool lifted his touch from my wrist, leaving behind 3 silver prints on my skin. Even the air pressed too heavily against that mark. For a time, I had been somewhere else. Now, I was once more within my own body. It all had taken but moments. I turned back to Kettle. It was an effort to look only through my eyes. I still gripped her hand. "Kestrel?" I said quietly. She lifted her gaze to mine. I looked at her and tried to see her as she had once been. I do not think she even knew then of that tiny hair of skill between us. In the moment of her shock at the fool touching me, I had pressed past her guard. It was too fine a line to be called a thread, but I now knew what choked it. All this guilt and shame and remorse you carry, Kestrel. Don't you see? That is what they burned you with, and you have added to it all these years. The wall is of your own making. Take it down. Forgive yourself. Come out. I caught at the fool's wrist and held him beside me. Somewhere I felt Night Eyes as well. They were back within their own minds, but I could reach them easily. I drew strength from them, carefully, slowly. I drew their strength and love and turned it against Kettle, trying to force it into her through that tiny chink in her armor. Tears began to trickle down her seamed cheeks.
I can't. This is the hardest part. I can't. They burned me to punish me, but it was not enough. It would never be enough. I can never forgive myself.
Skill was starting to seep from her as she reached to me, trying to make me understand. She reached to clasp my hand between both of hers. Her pain flowed through that clasp to me. Who could forgive you then? I found myself asking.
Gull. My sister Gull.
The name was torn from her, and I sensed she had refused to think of it, let alone utter it for years. Her sister, not just her coterie mate, but her sister. She had killed her in a fury when she had found her with Stanchion. The leader of the coterie?
Yes,
she whispered, though no words were needed between us now. I was past the burn wall, strong, handsome Stanchion, making love to him, body and skill, an experience of oneness like no other. But then she had come upon them, him and Gull, together, and she had—
He should have known better.
I cried out indignantly. You were sisters and members of his own coterie. How could he have done that to you? How could he?
Gull!
She cried out loud, and for an instant I saw her. She was behind a second wall. Both of them were, Kestrel and Gull. Two little girls running barefoot down a sandy shore, just out of reach of the icy waves licking up the sand. Two little girls as like as apple pips, their father's joy, twins, racing to meet the little boat coming in to shore, hurrying to see what Papa had caught in his nets today. I smelled the salt wind, the iodine of the tangled, squidgy kelp as they dashed through it, squealing. Two little girls, Gull and Kestrel, locked and hidden behind a wall inside her. But I could see them, even if she could not. I see her. I know her. And she knew you, through and through, lightning and thunder your mother called you. For while your temper flashed and was gone, Gull could carry a grudge for weeks. But not against you, Kestrel, never against you, and not for years. She loved you more than either of you loved Stanchion, as you loved her. And she would have forgiven you. She would never have wished this on you.
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Look at her, look at you. Forgive yourself, and let the part of her within you live again. Let yourself live again.
She's within me?
Most certainly. I see her, I feel her, it must be so.
What do you feel?
Cautiously. Only love. See for yourself. I took her deep inside her mind, to the places and memories she had denied to herself. It was not the burn walls her coterie had imposed on her that had hurt her most. It was the ones she had put up between herself and the memory of what she had lost, in a moment of fury. Two girls, older now, wading out to seize the line their father threw to them, and helping to pull his laden boat up onto the beach. Two buck girls, still as alike as apple pips, wanting to be the first ones to tell their papa they had been chosen for skill training.
Papa said we were one soul in two bodies.
Open then. And let her out. Let both of you out to live. I fell silent, waiting. Kestrel was in a part of her memory she had denied for longer than other folks lived. A place of fresh wind and girlish laughter, and a sister so like yourself you scarcely need to speak to one another. The skill had been between them from the moment they were born.
I see what I must do now.
I felt her overwhelming surge of joy and determination.
I must let her out. I must put her into the dragon. She will live forever in the dragon, just as we planned it, the two of us, together again.
Kettle stood up, letting go of my hand so suddenly that I cried out at the shock. I found myself back in my body. I felt I had fallen there from a very great distance. The Fool and Night Eyes were still near me, but no longer a part of a circle. I could scarcely feel them for all else I felt. Skill, racing through me like a riptide. Skill, emanating from Kettle like heat from a smith's furnace. She glowed with it. She wrung her hands, smiled at the straightened fingers.
You should go and rest now, Fitz, she told me gently. Go on. Go to sleep.
A gentle suggestion.
She did not know her own skill strength.
I lay back and knew no more. When I awoke, it was full dark. The weight and warmth of the wolf's body were comfortable against me. The Fool had tucked a blanket around me and was sitting by me, staring raptly into the fire. When I stirred, he clutched at my shoulder with a sharp intake of breath.
"What?"
I demanded. I could make no sense of anything I heard or saw. Fires had been kindled up on the stone dais beside the dragon. I heard the clash of metal against stone, and voices lifted in conversation. In the tent behind me, I heard Starling trying notes on her harp.
"The last time I saw you sleep like that, we had just taken an arrow out of your back, and I thought you were dying of infection."
I must have been very tired. I smiled at him, able to trust he understood. Are you not wearied? I took strength from you and Night Eyes.
Tired? No, I feel healed.
He did not hesitate, but added,
I think it is as much that the false coterie has fled my body as knowing that you do not hate me. And the wolf! Now he is a wonder. Almost I can still sense him.
A very strange smile touched his face. I felt him groping out for Night Eyes. He had not the strength to truly use the skill or the wit on his own, but it was unnerving to feel him try. Night Eyes let his tail rise and fall in one slow wag. I'm sleepy. Rest then, my brother. I set my hand to the thick fur of his shoulder. He was life and strength and friendship I could trust. He gave one more slow wag to his tail, and lowered his head again. I looked back to the Fool and gave a nod toward Verity's dragon. What goes on up there?
Madness. And joy, I think, save for Ketrican. I think her heart eats itself hollow with jealousy, but she will not leave.
What goes on up there? I repeated patiently.
You know more of it than I do, he retorted. You did something to Kettle. I could understand part of it, but not all. Then you fell asleep, and Kettle went up there and did something to Verity. I know not what, but Ketrican said it left them both weeping and shaking, and Verity did something to Kettle, and they both began to laugh and to shout and to cry out it would work. I stayed long enough to watch both of them start attacking the stone around the dragon with chisels and mallets and swords and anything else that was to hand, while Ketrican sits silent as a shadow and watches them mournfully. They will not let her help. Then I came down here and found you unconscious, or asleep, whichever you prefer. And I have sat here a long time, watching over you and making tea or taking meat to anyone who yells at me for some. And now you are awake.
I recognized his parody of me reporting to Verity, and had to smile. I decided that Kettle had helped Verity unlock his skill, and that work was proceeding on the dragon. But Kettricken. What makes Kettricken sad? I asked.
She wishes she were Kettle,
The fool explained in a tone that said any moron would have known that. He handed me a plate of meat and a mug of tea.
How would you feel to have come this long and weary way, only to have your spouse choose another to help him in his work? He and Kettle chatter back and forth like magpies. All sorts of unconsequential talk. They work and chip, or sometimes Verity just stands still, his hands pressed to the dragon. And he tells her of his mother's cat, Hispit, and of thyme that grew in the garden on the tower. And all the while Kettle speaks to him with no break, of Gull who did this, and Gull who did that, and all she and Gull did together. I thought they would cease when the sun went down, but that was the only time that Verity seemed to recall Kettricken was alive. He asked her to bring firewood and make fires for light. Oh, and I think he has allowed her to sharpen a chisel or two for him.
And Starling? I said stupidly. I did not like to think of what Kettricken must be feeling. I reined my thoughts away from it.
She works on a song about Verity's dragon. I think she has given up on you and me ever doing anything of note.
I smiled to myself. She is never about when I do anything of significance. What we wrought today, fool, was better than any battle I have ever fought. But she will never understand that. I cocked my head toward the yurt. Her harp sounds mellower than I recall it, I said to myself. In answer, he lifted his eyebrows and waggled his fingers at me. My eyes widened. "What have you been doing?" I demanded.
"Experimenting. I think that if I survive all this, my puppets shall be the stuff of legend. I have always been able to look at wood and see what I wished to call forth. These," and again he waggled his fingers at me, "make it so much easier."
"Be cautious," I pleaded with him.
"Me? I have no caution within me. I cannot be what I am not. Where are you going?"
"Up to see the dragon," I replied. "If Kettle can work on it, so can I. I may not be as strongly skilled, but I've been linked with Verity for far longer." 36. The Wit and the Sword. The Out-Islanders have always raided the coastline of the Six Duchies. The founder of the Farseer monarchy was, in fact, no more than a raider grown weary of the sea life. Taker's crew overwhelmed the original builders of the wooden fort at the mouth of the Buck River, and made it their own. Over a number of generations, the black stone walls of Buckkeep Castle replaced it, and the Out-Islander raiders became residents and monarch. Trade and raiding and piracy have all existed simultaneously between the Six Duchies and the Out-Islands, but the commencement of the Red Ship raids marks a change in this abrasive and profitable interchange. Both the savagery and destruction of the raids were unprecedented. Some attributed it to the rise to power in the Out-Islands of a ferocious chieftain who espoused a bloody religion of vengeance. The most savage of his followers became raiders and crew for his red ships. Other Out-Islanders, never before united under one leader, were coerced into swearing fealty to him, under threat of forging for those and their families who refused him. He and his raiders brought their vicious hatred to the shores of the Six Duchies. If he ever had any intent beyond killing, raping, and destroying, he never made it known. His name was Keeble Rawbread. "I don't understand why you deny me," I said stiffly. Verity stopped his endless chopping at the dragon. I had expected him to turn and face me, but instead he only crouched lower to brush away rock chips and dust. I could scarcely believe the progress he had made.
The entire clawed right foot of the dragon now rested upon the stone. True, it lacked the fine detail of the rest of the dragon, but the leg itself was now complete. Verity wrapped a careful hand over the top of one of its toes. He sat motionless beside his creation, patient and still. I could not see any movement of his hand, but I could sense skill at work. If I reached toward it at all, I could feel the tiny fissuring of stone as it flaked away. It truly seemed as if the dragon had been hidden in the stone, and that Verity's task was to reveal it, one gleaming scale at a time. "Fitz, stop it." I could hear annoyance in his voice, annoyance that I was skill-sharing with him, and annoyance that I was distracting him from his work. "Let me help you," I begged again. Something about the work drew me. Before, when Verity had been scraping at the stone with his sword, the dragon had seemed an admirable work of stone carving. But now there was a shimmering of skill to him as both Verity and Kettle employed their powers. It was immensely attractive, in the way that a sparkling creek glimpsed through trees draws the eye, or the smell of fresh-baked bread wakes hunger. I longed to put hands on and help shape this powerful creature. The sight of their work awakened a skill hunger in me such as I had never known. I have been skill-linked with you more than anyone has. In the days when I pulled an oar on the Roerisk, you told me I was your coterie. Why do you turn me away now, when I could help, and you need help so badly?" Verity sighed and rocked back on his heels. The toe was not done, but I could see the faint outline of scales upon it now, and the beginning of the sheath for the wickedly curved talon. I could feel how the claw would be, striated like a hawk's talon. I longed to reach down and draw forth those lines from the stone. "Stop thinking about it." Verity bade me firmly. Fitz, look at me, listen to me. Do you remember the first time I took strength from you?" I did. I had fainted. "I know my own strength better now," I replied. He ignored that. "You didn't know what you were offering me when you told me you were a king's man. I took you at your word that you knew what you were doing. You didn't. I tell you plainly right now that you don't know what you are asking me for. I do know what I am refusing you, and that is all." "But Verity—" "In this, King Verity will hear no buts, Fitz chivalry." He drew that line with me, as he had so seldom before. I took a breath and refused to let my frustration become anger. He placed his hand carefully on the dragon's toe again. I listened a moment to the clack, clack, clack of Kettle's chisel working the dragon's tail free of the stone. She was singing as she worked. Some old love ballad. "My Lord King Verity, if you would tell me what it is I don't know about helping you, then I could decide for myself. Perhaps if—" "It is not your decision, boy. If you truly wish to help, go get some boughs and make a broom. Sweep the rock chips and dust away. It is damnable stuff to kneel in. I would rather be of real help to you," I muttered disconsolately as I turned away. "Fitz chivalry!" There was a sharp note to Verity's voice, one I had not heard since I was a boy. I turned back to it with dread. "You overstep yourself," he told me bluntly. "My queen keeps these fires going and sharpens my chisels for me. Do you put yourself above such work?" At such times a brief answer suffices best. "No, sir." "Then you shall make me a broom. Tomorrow. For now, much as I hate to say it, we all should rest, at least for a time." He stood slowly, swayed, then righted himself. He placed a silver hand affectionately on the dragon's immense shoulder. "With the dawn," he promised it. I had expected him to call to Kettle, but she was already standing and stretching, skill-linked, I thought to myself. Words were no longer necessary, but they were for his queen. We walked around his dragon to where Kettricken sat, near one of the fires. She was grinding at a chisel's edge. The rough rasping of her work hid our footsteps from her. For a time, Verity looked down at his queen as she crouched at this chore. "My lady, shall we sleep a while?" he asked her quietly. She turned. With her grey-dusted hand she wiped the straggling hair from her eyes. "As you wish, my lord," she replied. She was able to keep almost all her pain from her voice.
"I am not that tired, my lord king. I would continue working, if you will it."
Kettle's cheerful voice was almost jarring. I marked that Kettricken did not turn to look at her at all. Verity only said, "Sometimes it is better to rest before you are tired. If we sleep while it is dark, we will work better by the day's light." Kettricken winced as if criticized. "I could build the fires larger, my lord, if that is what you wish." She said carefully, "No. I wish to rest, with you beside me. If you would, my queen." It was no more than the bones of his affection, but she seized on it. "I would, my lord." It hurt me to see her content with so little. She is not content, Fitz. Nor am I unaware of her pain. I give her what I can, what it is safe for me to give her. My king still read me so easily. Chastened, I bid them good night and went off to the tent. As we drew near, Night Eyes rose up, stretching and yawning. "Did you hunt? With all this meat left, why would I hunt?" I noticed then the tumble of pig bones all around him. He lay down amongst them again, nose to tail, rich as any wolf could ever be. I knew a moment's envy of his satisfaction. Starling sat watch outside the tent by the fire, her harp nestled in her lap. I started to go past her with a nod, then halted to peer at the harp. With a delightful smile, she held it up for my inspection. The fool had outdone himself. There were no gilt or curlicues, no inlays of ivory or ebony such as some would say set a harp apart. Instead, there was only the silken gleam of curving wood, and that subtle carving that heightened the best of the wood's grain. I could not look at it without wanting to touch it and hold it. The wood drew the hand to it. The firelight danced upon it. Kettle stopped to stare also. She folded her lips tightly.
"No caution. It will be the death of him some day,"
she said ominously. She then preceded me into the tent. Despite my long nap earlier, I sank into sleep almost as soon as I lay down. I do not think I had slept long before I became aware of a stealthy noise outside. I wit-quested toward it. Men. 4, no, 5 of them, moving softly up the hillside toward the hut. I could know little more about them than that they came in stealth, like hunters. Somewhere, in a dim room, Burrich sat up, soundlessly. He rose barefoot and crossed the hut to Molly's bed. He knelt by the side of it, then touched her arm softly. "Burrich?" She caught her breath on his name, then waited in wonder. "Make no sound," he breathed. "Get up, put on your shoes and wrap Nettle well. But try not to wake her. Someone is outside, and I do not think they mean us well." I was proud of her. She asked no questions, but sat up immediately. She pulled her dress on over her nightgown and thrust her feet into her shoes. She folded up the bedding around Nettle until she looked like little more than a bundle of blankets. The baby did not wake. Meanwhile, Burrich had drawn on his own boots and taken up a short sword. He motioned Molly toward the shuttered window. "If I tell you to, go out that window with Nettle, but not unless I say to. I think there are 5 of them." Molly nodded in the firelight. She drew her belt-knife and stood between her child and danger. Burrich stood to one side of the door. The entire night seemed to pass, as they waited silently for their attackers to come. The bar was in place, but it had little meaning on such an old door frame. Burrich let them slam into it twice. Then, as it started to give, he kicked it out of its brackets, so that on their next onslaught the door was flung wide. 2 men came staggering in, surprised at the sudden lack of resistance. One fell. The other fell over the first, and Burrich had put his sword in and out of both of them before the third man was in the door. The third man was a big man, red-headed and red-bearded. He came in the door with a roar, trampling right over the 2 injured men who squirmed under his boots. He carried a long sword, a lovely weapon. His size and blade gave him almost twice Burrich's reach. Behind him, a stout man bellowed, "In the name of the king, we've come for the wit bastard's whore. Put down your weapon and stand aside." He'd have been wiser not to rouse Burrich's anger any brighter than it was. Almost casually, Burrich dropped his blade to finish one of the men on the floor, and then brought the blade back up inside Redbeard's guard. Redbeard retreated, trying to get space for the advantage of his blade. Burrich had no choice but to follow him, for if the man reached a place where he could swing freely, Burrich would have small chance. The stout man and a woman immediately surged into the door. Burrich spared a glance for them. "Molly, as I told you—" Molly was already by the window, clutching Nettle, who had begun to wail in fear. She leaped to a chair, snatched the shutters open, and got one leg out the window. Burrich was busying Redbeard when the woman dashed behind him and sank her knife into his lower back. Burrich cried out hoarsely and frantically parried the longer blade. As Molly got her other leg over the window-sill and began to drop outside, the stout man leaped across the room and snatched Nettle from her arms. I heard Molly's shriek of terror and fury. Then she ran away into the darkness. Disbelief. I could feel Burrich's disbelief as plainly as my own. The woman pulled her knife from his back and lifted it to strike again. He banished his pain and anger, spun to cut her a slash across her chest, and then turned back to Redbeard, but Redbeard had stepped back. His sword was still at the ready, but he stood motionless as the stout man said, "We've got the child. Drop your sword or the baby dies here and now." He darted his eyes at the woman clutching at her chest. "Get after the woman, now!" She glared at him, but went without a murmur. Burrich did not even watch her go. He had eyes only for the wailing babe in the stout man's arms. Redbeard grinned as the tip of Burrich's weapon slowly dropped toward the floor. "Why?" Burrich asked in consternation. "What have we ever done that you attack us and threaten to kill my daughter?" The stout man looked down at the red-faced baby, screaming in his arms. "She's not yours!" He sneered. "She's the wit bastard's bastard. We have it on the best authority." He lifted Nettle high, as if he would dash her against the floor. He stared at Burrich. Burrich made an incoherent sound, half fury, half plea. He dropped his sword. By the door, the injured man groaned and tried to sit up. "She's only a tiny baby," Burrich said hoarsely. As if it were my own, I knew the warmth of the blood running down Burrich's back and hip. "Let us go. You are mistaken. She's my own blood, I tell you, and no threat to your king. Please, I have gold. I'll take you to it, but let us go." Burrich, who would have stood and spit and fought to the death, dropped his sword and pleaded for the sake of my child. Redbeard roared out his laughter, but Burrich did not even turn to it. Still laughing, the man stepped to the table and casually lit the branch of candles there. He lifted the light to survey the dishevelled room. Burrich could not take his eyes off Nettle. "She's mine," he said quietly, almost desperately. "Stop your lies," the stout man said disdainfully. "She's the wit bastard's git. as tainted as he was."
"That's right. She is." All eyes turned to the door. Molly stood there, very pale, breathing hard. Her right hand was reddened with blood. She clutched to her chest a large wooden box. An ominous humming came from it. "The bitch you sent after me is dead," Molly said harshly, "as you will soon be if you don't put down your weapons and free my child and man." The stout man grinned incredulously. Redbeard lifted his sword. Her voice shook only slightly as she added, "The child is witted, of course, as am I. My bees will not harm us, but injure one of us and they will rise up and follow you and give you no quarter. You shall die of 1,000,000 burning stings. Think your swords will be of much use against my wit bees?" She looked from face to face, her eyes flashing with anger and her threat, as she clutched the heavy wooden hive box to her. One bee escaped it to buzz angrily around the room. Redbeard's eyes followed it, even as he exclaimed,
"I don't believe it!"
Burrich's eyes were measuring the distance to his sword, as Molly asked softly, almost coyly, "Don't you?" She smiled oddly as she lowered the hive to the floor. Her eyes met Redbeard's as she lifted the lid of the box. She reached in, and even as the stout man gasped aloud, she drew out her hand, gloved with moving bees. She closed the lid of the hive and then stood. She looked down at the bees coating her hand and said quietly, "The one with the red beard, little ones." Then she held her hand out, as if offering them a gift. It took a moment, but as each bee took flight, it unerringly sought out Redbeard. He flinched as first one and then another buzzed past him and then came back, circling.
"Call them back or we kill the child!"
he cried out suddenly. He battered at them ineffectually with the branch of candles he held. Molly instead stooped suddenly and heaved up the whole hive as high as she could. "You'll kill her anyway!" she cried out, her voice breaking on the words. She gave the hive a shake, and the agitated humming of the bees became a roar. "Little ones, they would kill my child. When I set you free, avenge us!" She raised the hive higher yet in her arms, preparatory to smashing it to the floor. The injured man at her feet groaned loudly.
"Hold!"
cried the stout man.
"I'll give you your child."
Molly froze. All could see that she could not hold the weight of the hive box much longer. There was strain in her voice, but she calmly directed, "Give my baby to the man. Let them both come to me, or you shall all die most certainly and most horribly." The stout man looked uncertainly at Redbeard. Candles in one hand and sword in the other. Redbeard had retreated from the table, but the bees still buzzed confusedly about him. His efforts to slap them away only seemed to make them more determined.
"King Regal will kill us. Do we fail?"
"Then die from my bees instead," Molly suggested. "There are hundreds of bees in here," she added in a low voice. Her tone was almost seductive as she offered. "They will get inside your shirts and the legs of your trousers. They will cling to your hair as they sting. They will crawl into your ears and sting, and up your noses. And when you scream, they will crowd into your mouth, dozens of humming, fuzzy bodies, to sting your tongue until it will not fit inside your mouth. You will die choking on them." Her description seemed to decide them. The stout man crossed the room to Burrich, thrust the still screaming babe into his arms. Redbeard glared, but said nothing. Burrich took nettle, but did not neglect to stoop and seize up his sword as well. Molly glared at Redbeard. "You! Get over there beside him, Burrich. Take nettle outside."
Take her to where we picked mint yesterday. If they force me to act, I do not wish her to see it. It might make her fear the very bees who are her servants." Burrage obeyed. Of all the things I had witnessed that night, that seemed to me the most amazing. Once he was outside, Molly backed slowly toward the door. "Do not follow," she warned them. "My Whitbees will be keeping watch for me. Right outside the door." She gave the hive a final shake. The roaring hum increased, and several more bees escaped into the room, buzzing angrily. The stout man stood frozen, but Redbeard had lifted his sword as if it would defend him. The man on the floor gave an incoherent cry and scrabbled away from her as Molly backed outside. She dragged the door shut behind her, then leaned the hive against it. She took the lid off the hive, and then kicked it before she turned and ran off into the night. "Burrage!" she called quietly. "I'm coming!" She did not go toward the road, but off toward the woods. She did not look back. "Come away, Fitz." It was no Skilling, but Verity's soft voice close by me. "You have seen them safe. Watch no more, lest others see with your eyes and know where they go. It is better if you do not know yourself. Come away." I opened my eyes to the dimness inside the tent. Not only Verity, but Kettle sat beside me. Kettle's mouth was set in a flat line of disapproval. Verity's face was stern, but understanding was also there. He spoke before I could. "Did I believe you had sought that, I would be most angry with you. Now I say to you plainly, it is better if you know nothing of them, nothing at all. Had you heeded me when I first advised you of that, none of them would have been threatened as they were tonight." "You both were watching?" I asked quietly. For an instant I was touched. They both cared that much for my child. She is my heir too. Verity pointed out relentlessly. "Do you think I could stand by and do nothing if they had injured her?" He shook his head at me. "Stay away from them, Fitz, for all our sakes. Do you understand?" I nodded my head. His words could not distress me. I had already decided I would choose not to know where Molly and Burrage took Nettle, but not because she was Verity's heir. Kettle and Verity stood and left the tent. I flung myself back into my blankets. The fool, who had been propped on one elbow, lay down also. "I will tell you tomorrow," I told him. He nodded mutely, his eyes huge in his pale face. Then he lay back down. I think he went to sleep. I stared up into darkness. Night Eyes came to lie beside me. "He would protect your cub as his own," he pointed out quietly. "That is Pack." He meant the words for comfort. I did not need them. Instead, I reached to rest a hand on his ruff. "Did you see how she stood and faced them down?" I demanded with pride. "A most excellent bitch," Night Eyes agreed. I felt I had not slept at all when Starling woke the fool and I for our watch. I came out of the tent, stretching and yawning, and suspecting that keeping watch was not really a necessity. But the last shard of night was pleasantly mild, and Starling had left meat broth simmering at the fire's edge. I was halfway through a mug when the fool finally followed me out. "Starling showed me her harp last night," I said by way of greeting. He smirked with satisfaction. "A crude bit of work. This was but one of his early efforts, they shall say of it some day." He added with strained modesty, "Kettle said you have no caution." "No, I have not, Fitz. What do we do here?" "Me, what I'm told. When my watch is over, I'm off to the hills to gather broom twigs, so that I can sweep the rock chips out of Verity's way." "Now there's lofty work for a catalyst.
And what shall a prophet do you suppose?
You might prophesy when that dragon will be finished. I fear we shall think of nothing else until it is done. The fool was shaking his head minutely. What? I demanded.
I do not feel. We were called here to make brooms and harps. This feels like a lull to me, my friend, the lull before the storm.
Now there's a cheery thought, I told him glumly, but privately I wondered if he might not be right.
Are you going to tell me what went on last night?
When my account was finished, the fool sat, grinning.
A resourceful lass, that one,
he observed proudly. Then he cocked his head at me.
Think you the baby will be witted? Or be able to skill?
I had never stopped to consider it. I hope not, I said immediately, and then wondered at my own words. Dawn had scarcely broken before both Verity and Kettle arose. They each drank a mug of broth, standing, and carried off dried meat as they headed back up to the dragon. Kettricken had also come out of Verity's tent. Her eyes were hollow, and defeat was in the set of her mouth. She had but half a mug of broth before setting it aside. She went back into the tent and returned with a basket fashioned into a carry-sack.
"Firewood,"
she replied flatly, to my raised eyebrow. "Then Night Eyes and I may as well go with you. I need to gather broom twigs and a stick. And he needs to do something besides sleep and grow fat. And you fear to go off in the woods without me? If sows like that abound in these woods, you are absolutely correct. Perhaps Kettricken would bring her bow?" But even as I turned to make the suggestion, she was ducking back into the tent to fetch it. "In case we meet another pig," she told me as she came out. But it was an uneventful expedition. Outside the quarry, the countryside was hilly and pleasant. We stopped at the stream to drink and wash. I saw the flash of a tiny fingerling in the water, and the wolf immediately wanted to fish. I told him I would after I had finished gathering my broom. So he came at my heels, but reluctantly. I gathered my broom twigs and found a long straight branch for a handle. Then we filled Kettricken's carry-sack with wood, which I insisted on bearing so her hands could be free for her bow. On the way back to camp, we stopped at the stream. I looked for a place where plants overhung the bank, and it did not take us long to find one. We then spent far longer than I had intended in tickling for fish. Kettricken had never seen it done before, but after some impatience she caught the trick of it. They were a kind of trout I had not seen before, tinged with pink along their bellies. We caught 10, and I cleaned them there, with Night Eyes snapping up the entrails as quickly as I gutted them. Kettricken threaded them onto a willow stick, and we returned to camp. I had not realized how much the quiet interlude had soothed my spirits until we came in sight of the black pillar guarding the mouth of the quarry. It seemed more ominous than ever, like some dark, scolding finger lifted to warn me that, indeed, this might be the lull. But the storm was coming. I gave a small shudder as I passed it. My skill sensitivity seemed to be growing again. The pillar radiated controlled power, luringly. Almost against my will, I stopped to study the characters incised on it. "Fitz, are you coming?" Kettricken called back to me, and only then did I realize how long I had been gawking. I hastened to catch up with them and rejoin them just as they were passing the girl on a dragon. I had deliberately avoided that spot since the fool had touched her. Now I glanced up guiltily to where the silver fingerprint still shone against her flawless skin. "Who were you? And why did you make such a sad carving?" I asked her. But her stone eyes only looked at me pleadingly above her tear-specked cheeks. "Maybe she could not finish her dragon," Kettricken speculated. "See how its hind feet and tail are still trapped in the stone? Maybe that's why it's so sad. She must have carved it sad to begin with, don't you see? Whether or not she finished it, the upper portion would be the same, Kettricken looked at me in amusement. "You still don't believe that Verity's dragon will fly when it is finished?" "I do. Of course, I have very little else to believe in any more. Very little." I had been going to tell her I thought it a minstrel's tale for a child, but her final words shut my mouth. Back at the dragon, I bound my broom together and went at my sweeping with a vengeance. The sun was high in a bright blue sky with a light and pleasant breeze. It was altogether a lovely day, and for a time I forgot all else in my simple chore. Kettricken unloaded her firewood and soon left to get more. Night Eyes followed at her heels, and I noticed with approval that Starling and the Fool hastened after her with carry-sacks of their own. With the rock chips and dust cleared away from the dragon, I could see more of the progress Verity and Kettle had made. The black stone of the dragon's back was so shiny it almost reflected the blue of the sky. I observed as much to Verity, not really expecting an answer. His mind and heart were focused entirely on the dragon. On all other topics his mind seemed vague and wandering, and when he spoke to me of his dragon and the fashioning of it, he was very much King Verity. A few moments later he rocked back on his heels from his crouch beside the dragon's foot. He stood and ran a silver hand tentatively over the dragon's back. I caught my breath, for in the wake of his hand there was suddenly colour. A rich turquoise, with every scale edged in silver, followed the sweep of Verity's finger. The hue shimmered there for an instant, then faded. Verity made a small sound of satisfaction. "When the dragon is full, the colour will stay," he told me. Without thinking, I reached a hand toward the dragon, but Verity abruptly shouldered me aside. "Don't touch him," he warned me, almost jealously. He must have seen the shock on my face, for he looked rueful. "It's not safe for you to touch him any more, Fitz. He is too—" His voice trailed off, and his eyes went afar in search of a word. Then he apparently forgot all about me, for he crouched back to his work on the creature's foot. There is nothing like being treated like a child to provoke one to act that way. I finished the last of my sweeping, set my broom aside, and wandered off. I was not overly surprised when I found myself staring up at the girl on a dragon again. I had come to think of the statue as girl on a dragon, for they did not seem like separate entities to me. Once more I climbed up on the dais beside her. Once more I felt the swirling of her wit-life. It lifted like fog and reached toward me hungrily. So much entrapped misery. "There is nothing I can do for you," I told her sadly, and almost felt that she responded to my words. It was too saddening to remain close to her for long, but as I clambered down, I noticed that which alarmed me. Around one of the dragon's hind feet, someone had been chiseling at the miring stone. I stooped down for a closer inspection. The chips and dust had been cleared from the cut, and the edges of it were new and sharp. The fool, I told myself, was truly without caution. I stood with the intention of seeking him out immediately. "Fitz Chivalry, return to me at once, please." I sighed to myself. Probably more stone chips to sweep. For this I must be away from Molly while she fended for herself. As I walked back to the dragon, I indulged myself in forbidden thoughts of her. I wondered if they had found a place to shelter, and how badly Burrich was hurt. They had fled with little more than the clothes on their backs. How would they survive? Or had Regal's men attacked them again? Had they dragged her and the baby off to Tradeford? Did Burrich lie dead in the dirt somewhere? Do you truly believe that could happen and you not know of it? Besides, she seemed more than capable of caring for herself and the child, and Burrich, for that matter. Stop thinking of them, and stop indulging in self-pity. I have a task for you. I returned to the dragon and picked up my broom. I had been sweeping for some minutes before Verity seemed to notice me. "Ah, Fitz, there you are." He stood, stretched, arching his back to take the ache out of it. "Come with me." I followed him down to the campfire, where he busied himself for a moment by putting water to heat. He picked up a piece of dry cooked meat, looked at it, and said sadly, "What I would not give for one piece of Sarah's fresh bread." Oh well. He turned to me. "Sit down, Fitz. I want to talk to you. I've been giving much thought to all you told me, and I've an errand for you." I sat down slowly on a stone by the fire, shaking my head to myself. One moment he made no sense at all to me. The next he sounded just like the man who had been my mentor for so long. He gave me no time to mull my thoughts. "Fitz, you visited the place of the dragons on your way here. You told me that you and the wolf sensed life in them. Wit life, you called it. And that one, reeled as dragon, seemed almost to awaken when you called him by name. I get the same sense of life from the girl on the dragon in the quarry." I agreed with him. Verity shook his head. Poor thing. Nothing can be done for her, I fear. She persisted in trying to keep her human shape, and thus she held back from filling her dragon. There she is, and likely to remain for all time. I have taken to heart her warning. At least her error has done that much good. When I fill the dragon, I shall hold nothing back. It would be a poor ending, would it not? To have come so far and sacrificed so much, to end only with a mired dragon. That mistake at least I shall not make. He bit off a chunk of the dry meat and chewed it thoughtfully. I kept silent. He had lost me again. Sometimes all I could do was wait until his own thoughts brought him back to some topic where he made sense. I noticed he had a new smudge of silver on the top of his brow, as if he had unthinkingly wiped sweat away. He swallowed. "Are there any tea herbs left?" he asked, and then added, "I want you to return to the dragons. I want you to see if you can use your wit with your skill to awaken them. When I was there, try as I might, I could detect no life in any of them. I feared they had slumbered too long and starved themselves to death, feeding only on their own dreams until nothing was left. Starling had left a handful of wilted nettles and mint. I gingerly coaxed them into a pot, then spilled the heated water over them. While they steeped, I sorted my thoughts. You want me to use the wit and skill to awake the dragon statues? How? Verity shrugged. I don't know. Despite all Kestrel has told me, there are still great gaps in my knowledge of the skill. When Galen stole Solicity's books and ceased all training for chivalry in me, it was a master stroke against us. I still keep coming back to that. Did he even then plot to secure the throne for his half-brother, or was he merely greedy for power? We will never know. I spoke then of a thing I had never before voiced. There is something I do not understand. Kettle says that your killing Carrot with the skill left you injured yourself. Yet you drained Galen, and seemed to suffer nothing from it, nor did Serene and Justin seem to take ill from draining the king. Draining off another's skill is not the same as killing one with a blast of skill. He gave a brief snort of bitter laughter. Having done both, I well know the difference. In the end, Galen chose to die rather than surrender all his power to me. I suspect that my father made the same choice. I also suspect that he did so to keep from them the knowledge of where I was. What secrets Galen died protecting, we now have an inkling. He looked at the meat in his hand, set it aside. But what concerns us now is waking the elderlings. You look about us and see a lovely day, Fitz. I see fair seas and a clean wind to bring red ships to our shores, while I chip and scrape and labour. Six Duchies folk die, or are forged. Not to mention that Regal's troops harry and burn the mountain villages along the border. My own queen's father rides to battle to protect his folk from my brother's armies. How that rankles me. Could you rouse the dragons to their defence? They could take flight now. I am reluctant to undertake a task when I do not know just what it demands. I began, but Verity stopped me with a grin.
"It seems to me that just yesterday that was what you were begging to do, Fitz Chivalry."
He had me. "Night Eyes and I will set out tomorrow morning," I offered. He frowned at me.
"I see no reason to delay. It is no long journey for you, but merely a step through the pillar. But the wolf cannot pass through the stone. He will have to stay here.
And I would that you went now." He told me so calmly to go without my wolf. I would sooner have gone stark naked. Now? As in immediately?
Why not? You can be there in a matter of minutes. See what you can do. If you are successful, I shall know it. If not, come back to us tonight, through the pillar. We will have lost nothing by trying."
"Do you think the coterie is no longer a danger?"
"They are no greater a danger to you there than here. Now go."
"Should I wait for the others to return and let them know where I have gone?"
"I will tell them myself, Fitz Chivalry."
"Will you do this thing for me?" There could be only one answer to such a question. "I will. I go now." I hesitated a final time. "I am not sure how to use the pillar."
"It is no more complicated than a door, Fitz. Place your hand on it, and it draws on the skill within you. Here. This symbol." He sketched with a finger in the dust. "That is the one for the place of the dragons. Simply put your hand on it and walk through. This," another sketch in the dust, "is the sign for the quarry. It will bring you back here." He lifted his dark eyes to regard me steadily. Was there a test in those eyes? "I shall be back this evening," I promised him. "Good. Luck ride with you," he told me. And that was it. I rose and left the fire behind me, walking toward the pillar. I passed Girl on a Dragon and tried not to be distracted by her. Somewhere off in the woods the others were gathering firewood, while Night Eyes ranged all around them. "Are you really going without me?" "I shall not be gone long, my brother." "Shall I come back and wait for you by the pillar?" "No. Watch over the Queen for me, if you would." "With pleasure. She shot a bird for me today." I sensed his admiration and sincerity. What finer thing than a bitch who kills efficiently? "A bitch who shares well." "See that you save some for me as well." "You can have the fish," he assured me magnanimously. I looked up at the black pillar that now loomed before me. There was the symbol. As simple as a door, Verity had said. Touch the symbol and pass through. Perhaps. But my stomach was full of butterflies, and it was all I could do to lift my hand and press it to the shining black stone. My palm met the symbol, and I felt a cold tug of skill. I stepped through. I went from bright sunlight to cool, dappling shade. I stepped away from the tall black pillar and into deeply grassed earth. The air was heavy with moisture and plant smells. Branches that had been beaded with leaf buds the last time I had been here were now lush with foliage. A chorus of insects and frogs greeted me. The forest around me swarmed with life. After the empty silence of the quarry, it was almost overwhelming. I stood for a time just adjusting to it. Cautiously, I lowered my skill walls and reached warily out. Save for the pillar behind me, I had no sense of skill in use. I relaxed a bit. Perhaps Verity's blasting of Carrot had done more than he realized. Perhaps they feared to challenge him directly now. I warmed myself with that thought as I set off through the luxuriant growth. I was soon soaked to the knee. It was not that there was water underfoot, but that the riotous growth of grasses and reeds that I waded through were laden with moisture. Overhead, twining vines and hanging leaves dripped. I did not mind. It seemed refreshing after the bare stone and dust of the quarry. What had been a rudimentary pathway the last time we were here was now a narrow corridor through leaning, sprawling plant life.
I came to a shallow, gurgling stream and took a handful of peppery cress from it to nibble as I walked. I promised I would take some back to camp with me come nightfall, and then recalled myself to my mission. Dragons. Where were the dragons? They had not moved, though greenery grew taller around them than it had been. I spotted a lightning-blasted stump, I remembered, and from there found Rielda's dragon. I had already decided he might be the most promising one to start with, for I had definitely felt a strong wit life in him. As if it could make some difference, I took a few minutes to clear him of vines and wet, clinging grasses. As I did so, one thing struck me. The way the sleeping creature was sprawled upon the earth followed the contour of the ground beneath him. It did not look like a statue carved and then just set in place here. It looked like a living creature that had flung itself down to rest, and never moved again. I tried to force belief on myself. These were the very elderlings that rose to King Wisdom's call. They flew like great birds to the coast, and there they defeated the raiders and drove them from our shores. From the skies they fell on the ships, driving the crews mad with terror, or oversetting the ships with great wind from their wings. And they would again, could we but wake them. "I shall try," I said aloud, and then repeated, "I shall wake them," and sought to have no doubt in my voice. I walked slowly about, Rielda's dragon, trying to decide how to begin. From the wedge-shaped reptilian head to the barbed tail, this was one stone dragon that was all of the stuff of legend. I reached an admiring hand to run it over the gleaming scales. I could sense the wit curling lazily through it like smoke. I willed myself to believe in the life in it. Could any artist have contrived so perfect a rendering? There were knobs of bone at the apex of its wings, similar to those on a gander. I did not doubt that it could clout a man down with it. The barbs of its tail were still sharp and nasty. I could imagine it lashing through rigging or rowers, shearing, slicing, snagging. "Rielda!" I cried aloud to it. "Rielda!" I felt no response. Not a stirring of skill, not even much difference in its wit. Well, I told myself, I had not expected it to be that easy. In the next few hours I tried every way I could imagine to wake that beast. I pressed my face to its scaly cheek, and quested into that stone as deeply as I could probe. I got less response from it than an earthworm would have given me. I stretched my body out beside that cold stone lizard, and willed myself to oneness with it. I sought to bond with that lazy stirring of wit within it. I radiated affection toward it. I commanded it strenuously. Ida help me, I even sought to threaten it with dire consequences if it did not arise to obey my command. It all availed me nothing. I began to clutch at straws. I recalled the fool to it. Nothing. I reached back for the skill dream the fool and I had shared. I brought into my mind every detail of the woman in the rooster crown that I could recall. I offered her to the dragon. There was no response. I tried basic things. Verity said perhaps they had starved. I visualized pools of cool, sweet water. Fat, silvery fish there for the devouring. I skill visualized Rielda's dragon being devoured by a greater one, and offered it that picture. No response. I ventured to reach for my king. If there is life in these stones, it is too small and sunken for me to reach. It troubled me a little that Verity did not even bother to reply. But perhaps he too had seen this as a desperation measure, with small chance of success. I left Rielda's dragon and wandered for a time from stone beast to stone beast. I quested amongst them, looked for any that might have a stronger flicker of wit-life to them. Once I thought I had found one, but a closer check showed me that a field mouse had made its home under the dragon's chest. I chose a dragon antlered like a buck, and tried again every tactic I had tried on Rielda's dragon, with as little result. By then, the daylight was waning. As I picked my way through the streets back to the pillar, I wondered if Verity had truly expected any sort of success. Doggedly, I moved from dragon to dragon on my way back to the pillar, giving each one a last effort. It was probably what saved me. I straightened from one, thinking I felt a strong Whitlife coming from the next one. But when I got to him, the hulking winged boar with his curving razor tusks, I perceived the wit was coming from beyond him. I lifted my eyes and peered through the trees, rather expecting to see a deer or wild pig. Instead, I saw a man with a drawn sword standing with his back to me. I folded up behind the boar. My mouth was suddenly dry, my heart hammering. He was neither Verity nor the fool. That much I knew in an instant's glance. He was someone shorter than I, sandy-haired, and holding a sword as if he knew how to wield it. Someone dressed in gold and brown, not bulky Burl, nor slender dark Will. Someone else, but Regal's. In a moment, all became clear to me. How stupid could I have been? I had destroyed Will and Burl's men, horses and supplies. What else would they do but skill to Regal that they needed more? With the constant skirmishing along the mountain borders, it would be no trick for another riding party to slip through, bypass Jompe, and travel up the Skill Road. The slide area we had crossed was a formidable barrier, but not an insurmountable one. Risking his men's life was something Regal was proficient at. I wondered how many had attempted the crossing and how many had survived. I was sure now that Will and Burl were once more comfortably provisioned. Then a more chilling thought struck me. He might be skilled. There was nothing to stop Will from training others. He had all Solicity's books and scrolls to draw on, and while skill potential was not common, it was not excessively rare. In moments my imagination had multiplied the man to an army, all at least marginally skilled, all fanatically loyal to Regal. I leaned against the stone boar, trying to breathe softly despite the fear coursing through me. For a moment, despair had me in thrall. I had finally realized the immensity of the resources that Regal could turn against us. This was no private vendetta between us. This was a king with a king's armies and powers, out to exterminate those he had branded as traitors. The only thing that had bound Regal's hand before was the possible embarrassment if it were discovered that Verity had not died. Now, back in this remote area, he had nothing to fear. He could use his soldiers to do away with his brother and nephew, his sister-in-law, with all witnesses. Then his coterie could dispose of the soldiers. Those thoughts passed through my mind the way lightning illuminates the blackest night. In one flash I suddenly saw all details. In the next moment, I knew I must get to the pillar and back to the quarry to warn Verity, if it were not already too late. I felt myself calm as soon as I had a goal in mind. I considered skilling to Verity and quickly rejected the idea. Until I knew my enemy better, I would not risk exposing myself to him. I found myself seeing it as if it were Kettle's game, stones to capture or destroy. The man was between me and the pillar. That was to be expected. What I now had to discover was if there were others as well. I drew my own belt knife. A sword was no weapon to use in dense brush. I took a deep, steadying breath and slipped away from the boar. I had a rough familiarity with the area. It served me in good stead as I moved from dragon to tree trunk to old stump. Before darkness was complete, I knew there were 3 men, and that they seemed to be guarding the pillar. I did not think they had come here to hunt me, but rather to keep anyone save Regal's coterie from using the pillar. I had found the tracks of their passage from the Skill Road. They were fresh, the men newly arrived. I could then rely that I knew the lay of the land better than they did. I decided I would believe them unskilled, as they had come by the trail rather than by the pillar. But they were probably very able soldiers. I also decided I should believe Will and Burl might be very close by, able to come through the pillar at a moment's notice. For that reason I kept my skill walls high and tight. And I waited. When I did not return, Verity would know something was wrong. I did not think he would be so unwary as to come through the pillar in search of me. In truth, I did not think he would leave his dragon for that long. This was my own fix to get myself out of. As darkness fell, insects came out, stinging, biting, swarming insects by the hundreds, and always the one who insisted on humming right by my ear. Ground mists began to rise, damping my clothes to my body. The guards had made a small fire. I smelled half-cakes cooking and found myself wondering if I could kill them before they had eaten them all. I grinned hard to myself and ghosted closer. Night and a fire and food usually meant talk. These men spoke little, and most of it was in low tones. They did not care for this duty. The long black road had driven some men mad, but tonight it was not the long way they had come, but the stone dragons themselves that bothered them. I also heard enough to confirm what I had guessed. There were 3 men guarding this pillar. There were a full dozen guarding the one at the plaza where the fool had had his vision. The main body of soldiers had pushed on toward the quarry. The coterie was seeking to close off escape routes for Verity. I felt a bit of relief that it would take them fully as long to get there as it had taken our party. For tonight, at least, Verity and the others were in no danger of attack. But it was only a matter of time. My resolution to get back through the pillar as swiftly as possible hardened. I had no intention of fighting them. That left killing them by ambush, one by one. A feat I doubted even Chade could have accomplished, or creating enough of a diversion to draw them off long enough for me to make a dash for the pillar. I slipped well away from these men to where I judged I was out of earshot, and proceeded to gather dry firewood. It was not an easy task in such a lush and verdant place, but I finally had a respectable armful. My plan was simple. I told myself it would either work or it wouldn't. I doubted I would get a second chance. They would be too cautious for that. I considered where the symbol for the quarry was on the pillar and worked my way around to the dragons that were on the opposite side of it. Of the dragons, I chose the fierce-looking fellow with ear tufts that I had remarked on my first visit here. He would cast a fine shadow. I cleared a space behind him of wet grass and leaves, and set my fire there. I had only enough fuel for a small fire, but I hoped I would not need more than that. I wanted enough light and smoke to be mysterious without enlightening. I got the fire going well, then slipped away from it in the darkness, belly in the grass. I worked my way as close to the pillar as I dared. Now I only need wait until the guards notice my fire. I hoped at least one man would go to investigate it, and that the other 2 would watch where he had gone. Then a noiseless dash, a slap to the pillar, and I'd be gone. Save that the guards did not notice my fire. From my vantage it seemed glaringly obvious. There was rising smoke and a rosy glow through the trees, partially outlining the dragon's silhouette. I had hoped that would pique their interest. Instead, it was blocking my fire too well. I decided a few well-placed rocks would draw their attention to my fire. My groping hands found only lush plant life growing in thick loam. After an interminable wait, I realized my fire was going out, and the guards had noticed it not at all. Once more I slipped out of earshot. Once more I gathered dry sticks in the dark. Then my nose, as much as my eyes, guided me back to my smouldering fire. "My brother, you are gone long. Is all well?" There was anxiety in Night Eye's faint thought. "I am hunted. Be still. I shall come as soon as I can." I pushed the wolf gently from my thoughts and stole through the dark toward my dwindling fire. I refueled it and waited for it to catch. I was just slipping away from it when I heard their voices raised in speculation. I do not think I was careless. It was but an ill twist of luck that as I moved from the cover of a dragon to that of a tree, one guard lifted his torch high, throwing my shadow into stark relief. "There, a man!" one shouted, and two of them charged out at me. I eeled away through the wet underbrush. I heard one trip and fall, cursing, in a patch of vines, but the second was a swift and agile fellow. He was on my heels in an instant, and I swear I felt the wind from the first sweep of his sword. I lunged away from it, and found myself half leaping, half falling, over the stone bore. I clipped a knee painfully on the rocky back, and fell to the earth on the other side of him. Instantly I scrabbled to my feet. My pursuer leaped forward, swinging a mighty blow that surely would have cloven me in two if he had not caught his leg on one curving razor tusk. He tripped and fell squarely, impaling himself on the second tusk, where it thrust up like a scimitar from the boar's red maw. The sound the man made was not a large one. I saw him begin to struggle to rise, but the curve of the tusk was hooked inside him. I leaped to my feet, mindful of the second man who had been pursuing me, and fled into the dark. Behind me rose a long cry of pain. I kept my wits enough to circle. I had nearly reached the pillar when I felt a questing twist of skill. I recalled the last time I had felt such a thing. Was Verity himself under attack back at the quarry? One man still guarded the pillar, but I decided to risk his sword to get back to my king. I emerged from the trees, racing toward the pillar, while the guards stared off toward my fire and the cries of the fallen man. Another tendril of skill brushed me. "No!" I cried out. "Don't risk yourself!" As my king came through the pillar, notched grey sword clutched in his gleaming silver grip. He emerged behind the guard who had remained on post. My foolish cry had turned him toward the pillar, and he came at my king, sword lifted, even as his face betrayed his terror. Verity, in their firelight, looked like a demon out of a tale. His face was splashed with silver from the careless touching of his hands, while his hands and arms gleamed as if made of polished silver. His gaunt face and rugged clothes, the utter blackness of his eyes would have terrified any man. I will have to give Regal's garb this. He stood his post and caught the king's first blow and turned it. Or so he thought. It was an old trick of Verity's. Instead, his blade rapped the other. His cut should have severed the hand from the arm, but the dulled blade stopped at the bone. Nonetheless, the man dropped his sword. As the man fell to his knees, clutching at the gouting wound, Verity's sword swept in again, across his throat. I felt a second tremoring of skill. The lone remaining guard came racing toward us from the trees, his eyes fixed on Verity, and he cried out in terror. He halted where he stood. Verity took a step toward him. "My king, enough! Let us leave!" I cried out. I did not want him to risk himself for me again. Instead, Verity glanced down at his sword. He frowned. Suddenly he grasped the blade in his left hand, just below the hilt, and drew it through his shining grip. I gasped at what I saw. The sword he brandished now gleamed and came to a perfect point. Even by torchlight, I could see the wavering ripples of the many-folded metal of the blade. The king glanced at me. I should have known I could do that. He almost smiled. Then Verity lifted it to the other man's eyes. "When you are ready," he said quietly. What happened next stunned me. The soldier fell to his knees, casting his sword into the grass before him. "My king, I know you, even if you do not know me." Buck accent spoke plainly in his tumbling words. "My lord, we were told that you were dead. Dead because your queen and the bastard had conspired against you. Those were who we were told might be found here. It was half for the revenge that I came. I served you well at Buck, my lord, and if you live, I serve my king still."
Verity peered at him in the flickering torchlight. "You're Tig, aren't you? Reaver's boy."
The soldier's eyes widened that Verity recalled him.
"Tag, my lord, serving my king, as my father did before me."
His voice shook a bit. His dark eyes never left the point of the sword Verity had levelled at him. Verity lowered his blade. "Do you speak the truth, lad, or simply seek to save your skin?" The young soldier looked up at Verity and dared to smile.
"I have no need to fear. The prince I served would not strike down a kneeling, unarmed man. I dare say the king will not either."
Perhaps no other words would have convinced Verity. Despite his weariness, he smiled. "Go then, Tag. Go as swift as you may and as silent as you may, for those who have used you will kill you if they know you are true to me. Return to Buck, and on the way there, and when you get there, tell everyone that I shall be returning, that I shall bring my good and true queen with me to sit the throne, and that my heir will claim it after me. And when you get to Buckkeep Castle, present yourself to my brother's wife. Tell the Lady Patience that I commend you to her service."
"Yes, my king, King Verity."
"What is it?"
"More troops are coming. We are but the vanguard."
He paused.
He swallowed. "I accuse no one of treachery, least of all your own brother, but—"
"Let it not concern you, Tag. What I have asked you to do is important to me. Go quickly and challenge no one on your way, but carry back those tidings as I have asked you."
"Yes, my king."
"Now," Verity suggested. And Tag rose, took up his sword and sheathed it, and strode off into the darkness. Verity turned, and his eyes shone with triumph.
"We can do it,"
he told me quietly. He gestured me fiercely toward the pillar. I reached to palm the symbol and tumbled through as the skill clutched at me. Verity came on my heels. 37. Feeding the Dragon. By midsummer of that final year, the Six Duchies situation had become desperate. Buckkeep Castle, so long avoided by the raiders, came under sudden siege from them. They had possessed Antler Island and its watchtowers since midwinter. Forge, the first village to fall victim to the scourge that took its name, had long since become a watering stop for red ships. There had been for some time rumours of out-island sailing ships anchoring off Scrim Island, including several sightings of the elusive White Ship. For most of the spring, no ships had made passage either into or out of Buck Harbour. This strangle of trade was felt not just in Buck, but in every trade village on the Buck, Bear, and Vin rivers. The red ships had become a sudden reality to the merchants and lords of Tilth and Farrow. But at the high point of summer, the red ships came to Buckkeep Town. The red ships came in the dead of night after several weeks of deceptive quiet. The fighting was the savage defence of a cornered folk, but they were also a starved and beggared folk. Almost every wooden structure of the town was burned to the ground. It is estimated that only 1/4 of the town's residents were able to flee up the steep hills to Buckkeep Castle. Although Lord Bright had endeavoured to refortify and supply the castle, the weeks of strangulation had taken their toll. The deep wells of Buckkeep Castle assured them a good supply of fresh water, but all other things were in scarce supply. Catapults and other engines of war had been in place for decades to defend the mouth of the Buck River, but Lord Bright diverted them to the defence of Buckkeep Castle itself. Unchallenged, The red ships beat their way up the Buck River, carrying their war and forging deep into the Six Duchies like a spreading poison, following a vein to the heart. At a time when red ships threatened Tradeford itself, the lords of Farrow and Tilth were to discover that a great part of the Six Duchies' army had been sent far inland, to Blue Lake, and beyond, to the very borders of the Mountain Kingdom. The nobles of these duchies suddenly discovered that their own guardsmen were all that stood between them and death and ruin. I emerged from the pillar into a circle of frantic people. The first thing to happen was that a wolf hit me full force in the chest, driving me backward, so that as Verity emerged he all but fell over me.
I made her understand me. I made her know you were in danger, and she made him go after you. I made her understand me. I made her understand me.
Night Eyes was in a puppyish frenzy. He thrust his nose into my face, nipped at my nose, then flung himself to the ground beside me and half in my lap.
He stirred a dragon. Not quite awakening, but I felt one stir. We may yet wake them all.
This was Verity, laughing and shouting to the others these good tidings as he calmly stepped over us. He flourished his shining sword as if to challenge the moon. I had no idea what he was talking about. I sat flat on the earth, staring around at them. The fool looked wan and weary. Kettricken, ever a mirror to her king, smiled at his exultation. Starling looked at all of us with greedy minstrel eyes, memorizing every detail. And Kettle, her hands and arms silver to the elbow, knelt carefully beside me to ask,
"Are you all right, Fitzchivalry?"
I looked at her magic-coated arms and hands.
"What have you done?" I asked her.
"Only what was necessary. Verity took me to the river in the city. Now our work will proceed more swiftly. What happened to you?"
I did not answer her. Instead, I pinned Verity with a glare.
"You sent me off so I would not follow you. You knew I could not wake the dragons, but you wanted me out of the way."
I could not conceal the outrage and betrayal I felt. Verity gave me one of his old grins, denying all regrets.
"We know one another very well, don't we?" was all he offered by way of apology. Then his grin grew wider. "Yes, it was a fool's errand I sent you on, but I was the fool, for you did it. You woke one. Or stirred him, at least." I shook my head at him. "Yes, you did. You must have felt it, that rippling of skill just before I reached you. What did you do? How did you stir him?" "A man died on the stone boar's tusks," I said flatly. "Perhaps that is how you rouse these dragons, with death." I cannot explain the hurt I felt. He had taken what should have been mine and given it to Kettle. He owed that skill closeness to me, no other. Who else had come so far, given up so much for him? How could he deny me the carving of his dragon? It was skill hunger, pure and simple. But I did not know it then. At that time all I could feel was how perfectly linked he was with Kettle, and how firmly he repulsed me from joining that link. He walled me out as firmly as if I were regal. I had forsaken my wife and child and crossed all of the Six Duchies to be of service to him, and now he turned me away. He should have taken me to the river, been beside me as I had that experience. I had never known myself capable of such jealousy. Night Eyes came back from frisking about Kettricken to push his head under my arm. I rubbed his throat and hugged him. He at least was mine.
"She understood me," he repeated anxiously. "I made her understand, and she told him he must go."
Kettricken, coming to stand beside me, said,
"I had the strongest feeling you needed help. It took much urging, but finally Verity left the dragon and went for you. Are you much hurt?"
I got to my feet slowly, dusting myself off. Only my pride, that my king would treat me as a child. He might have let me know he preferred Kettle's company. A flash of something in Kettricken's eyes made me recall to whom I spoke. But she hid her twin hurt well, saying only, "A man was killed, you say?" "Not by me. He fell on the stone boar's tusks in the dark and gutted himself. But I saw no stirring of dragons."
"Not the death, but the spilled life," Kettle said to Verity. "That might be it. Like the scent of fresh meat rousing a dog starved near to death. They are hungry, my king, but not past rousing. Not if you find a way to feed them."
"I like not the sound of that," I exclaimed. "It is not for us to like or dislike," Verity said heavily. "It is the nature of dragons. They must be filled, and life is what fills them. It must be given willingly to create one. But dragons will take what they need to sustain them once they rise in flight. What had you supposed that King Wisdom offered them in return for defeating the red ships?" Kettle pointed a scolding finger at the fool.
"Pay heed to that fool, and understand now why you are so weary. When you touched her with skill, you linked with her. She draws you to her now, and you think you go out of pity, but she will take from you whatever she needs to rise, even if it is your whole life."
"No one is making any sense," I declared. Then, as my own scattered wits returned to me, I exclaimed, "Regal has soldiers. They are on the march here. They are no more than a few days away at most. I suspect they push themselves and travel swiftly. The men guarding the pillars are placed there to prevent Verity's escape." It was much later that night before I had it all sorted out. Kettle and Verity had indeed gone to the river, almost as soon as I left. They had used the pillar to get down to the city, and there they had laved Kettle's arms in the stuff and renewed the power in Verity's. Every glimpse of that silvering of her arms woke in me a skill hunger that was almost a lust. It was something I masked from myself and attempted to hide from Verity. I do not believe he was deceived, but he did not force me to confront it. I masked my jealousy with other excuses. I told them both hotly it was only the purest luck that they had not encountered the coterie there. Verity had calmly replied that he had known the risk and taken it. Somehow it hurt me all the more that even my anger left him so unmoved. It had been on their return that they had discovered the fool chipping at the stone that mired Girl on a Dragon. He had cleared an area around 1 foot, and began on another. The foot itself remained a shapeless chunk of stone, but the fool insisted that he could feel the foot, intact, inside the stone. He felt certain that all she wished from him was that he chop the dragon free of that which mired it. He had been shaking with exhaustion when they found him. Kettle had insisted he go right to bed. She had taken the last piece of often boiled elf bark and ground it down fine to make one last dose of tea for him. Despite the drug, he remained detached and weary, scarcely even asking a question as to what had happened to me. I felt deep uneasiness for him. The news I had brought of Regal's men stirred everyone to action. After food, Verity sent Starling, the fool, and the wolf to the mouth of the quarry to keep watch there. I sat by the fire for a time with a cold, wet rag wrapped around my swollen and discoloured knee. Up on the dragon dais, Kedrican kept her fires burning, and Verity and Kettle worked the stone. Starling, in helping Kettle search for more elfbark, had discovered the caras seeds that Chade had given me. Kettle had appropriated them and brewed them up into a stimulant drink she and Verity were sharing. The noise of their work had taken on a frightening tempo. They had also found the sunskirt seeds I had bought so long ago as a possible substitute for elfbark. With a sly grin, Starling asked me why I was carrying those. When I explained, she had snorted with laughter and finally managed to explain they were regarded as an aphrodisiac. I recalled the herb seller's words to me and shook my head to myself. A part of me saw the humour, but I could not find a smile. After a time of sitting alone by the cook fire, I quested toward Night Eyes. "How goes it?" A sigh. The minstrel would rather be playing with her harp, the scentless one would rather be chipping at that statue, and I would rather be hunting. If there is danger coming, it is a long way away. Let us hope it stays there. Keep watch, my friend. I left the camp and gimped up the scree of stone to the dragon dais. 3 of its feet were free now, and Verity worked on the final front foot. I stood for a time beside him, but he did not deign to notice me. Instead, he went on chipping and scraping, and all the while muttered old nursery rhymes or drinking songs to himself. I limped past Ketrican, listlessly tending her fires, back to where Kettle was smoothing her hands over the dragon's tail. Her eyes were distant as she called for the scales, and then deepened their detail and added texture to them. Part of the tail also remained hidden in the stone. I started to lean on the thick portion of the tail to take weight off my bruised knee, but she immediately sat up and hissed at me, "Don't do that! Don't touch him!" I straightened away from him. "I touched him before," I said indignantly, "and it did no harm." "That was before. He is much closer to completion now." She lifted her eyes to mine. Even in the firelight I could mark how thickly rock dust coated her features and clung to her eyelashes. She looked dreadfully tired, and yet animated by some fierce energy. "As close as you are to Verity, the dragon would reach for you, and you are not strong enough to say no. He would pull you in completely. That's how strong he is, how magnificently strong." She all but crooned the last words as she stroked her hands again down the tail. For an instant, I saw a sheen of colour right behind their passage. "Is anyone ever going to explain any of this to me?" I asked petulantly. She gave me a bemused look. "I try, Verity tries, but you of all people should know how wearisome words are. We try and try and try to tell you, and still your mind does not grasp it. It is not your fault. Words are not big enough, and it is too dangerous to include you in our skilling now. Will you be able to make me understand after the dragon is finished?" She looked at me, and something like pity crossed her face. "Fit chivalry, my dear friend, when the dragon is finished? Rather say that when Verity and I are finished, the dragon will be begun." "I don't understand." I snarled in frustration. "But he told you. I said it again when I warned the fool. Dragons feed on life, a whole life, willingly given. That is what it takes to make a dragon rise. And usually not just one. In olden times, when wise men sought out Jumpy Town, they came as a coterie, as a whole that was more than the sum of its parts, and gave that all over into a dragon. The dragon must be filled. Verity and I must put all of ourselves, every part of our lives, into it. It is easier for me. Ida knows I have lived more than my share of years, and I have no desire to go on in this body. It is harder, much harder for Verity. He leaves behind his throne, his pretty loving wife, his love of doing things with his hands. He leaves behind riding a fine horse, hunting stags, walking amongst his own people. Oh, I feel them all within the dragon already, the careful inking of colour onto a map, the feel of a clean piece of vellum under his hands. I even know the smells of his inks now. He has put them all into the dragon. It is hard for him, but he does it, and the pain it costs him is one more thing he puts into the dragon. It will fuel his fury toward the red ships when he rises. In fact, there is only one thing he has held back from his dragon, only one thing that may make him fall short of his goal. "What is that?" I asked her unwillingly. Her old eyes met mine.
"You. He has refused to allow you to be put into the dragon. He could do it, you know, whether you willed it or not. He could simply reach out and pull you into him, but he refuses. He says you love your life too much. He will not take it from you. that you have already laid down too much of it for a king who has returned you only pain and hardship."
Did she know that with her words she gave Verity back to me? I suspect she did. I had seen much of her past during our skill-sharing. I knew the experience had to have flowed both ways. She knew how I had loved him, and how hurt I had been to find him so distant when I got here. I stood up immediately to go speak with him.
"Fitz,"
she called me back. I turned to her.
"Two things I would have you know, painful as you may find them."
I braced myself.
"Your mother loved you," she said quietly. "You say you cannot recall her. Actually, you cannot forgive her, but she is there, with you, in your memories. She was tall and fair, a mountain woman, and she loved you. It was not her choice to part from you."
Her words angered me and dizzied me. I pushed away the knowledge she offered me. I knew I had no memories of the woman who had borne me. Time and again I had searched myself and found no trace of her, none at all. "And the second thing?" I asked her coldly. She did not react to my anger, save with pity.
"It is as bad, or perhaps worse. Again, it is a thing you already know. It is sad that the only gifts I can offer you, the catalyst who has changed my living death to dying life, are things you already possess. But there it is, and so I will say it. You will live to love again. You know you have lost your springtime girl, your Molly, on the beach with the wind in her brown hair and red cloak. You have been gone too long from her, and too much has befallen you both. And what you loved, what both of you truly loved, was not each other. It was the time of your life. It was the spring of your years, and life running strong in you, and war on your doorstep, and your strong, perfect bodies. Look back in truth. You will find you recall fully as many quarrels and tears as you do love-making and kisses. Fitz, be wise. Let her go, and keep those memories intact. Save what you can of her, and let her keep what she can of the wild and daring boy she loved. Because both he and that merry little miss are no more than memories any more." She shook her head. "No more than memories."
"You are wrong!" I shouted furiously. "You are wrong!" The force of my cries had brought Kettricken to her feet. She stared at me in fear and worry. I could not look at her. Tall and fair, my mother had been tall and fair. No, I recalled nothing of her. I strode past her, heedless of the wrench of pain my knee gave me at every step. I walked around the dragon, damning it with every step I took, and defying it to sense what I felt. When I reached Verity working on the left forefoot, I crouched down beside him and spoke in a savage whisper. "Kettle says you are going to die when this dragon is done, that you will put all of yourself into it, or so with my feeble understanding of her words I take it. Tell me I am wrong." He leaned back on his heels and swiped at the chips he had loosened. "You are wrong," he said mildly. "Fetch your broom, would you, and clear this?" I fetched my broom and came up beside him, almost of a mind to break it over his head more than use it. I knew he sensed my simmering fury, but he still gestured for me to clear his workspace. I did so with one furious brush. "Now," he said gently, "that is a fine anger you have, potent and strong. That, I think, I shall take for him." Soft as the brush of a butterfly's wing, I felt the kiss of his skill. My anger was snatched from me, flayed whole from my soul, and swept away to— No, don't follow it. A gentle skill push from Verity, and I snapped back to my body. An instant later I found myself sitting flat on the stone, while the whole universe swung dizzyingly around my head. I curled forward, bringing up my knees to lean my head against. I felt wretchedly ill. My anger was gone, replaced by a weary numbness. "There," Verity continued. "As you asked for, I have done. I think you understand better now what it is to put something into the dragon. Would you care to feed it more of yourself?" I shook my head mutely. I feared to open my mouth. "I will not die when the dragon is finished, Fitz. I will be consumed, that is true, quite literally. But I will go on as the dragon." I found my voice. "And Kettle? Kestrel will be part of me, and her sister Gull. But I shall be the dragon." He had gone back to his wretched stone-chipping. "How can you do that?" My voice was filled with accusation. "How can you do that to Ketrican? She's given up everything to come here to you, and you will simply leave her alone and childless?" He leaned forward so that his forehead rested against the dragon. His endless chipping stopped. After a time he spoke in a thick voice. "I should have you stand here and talk to me while I work, Fitz. Just when I think I am past any great feelings at all, you stir them in me." He lifted his face to regard me. His tears had cut two paths through the grey rock dust. "What choice do I have?" "Simply leave the dragon. Let us go back to the Six Duchies and rally the folk, and fight the red ships with sword and skill, as we did before. Perhaps we would all be dead before we even reached Jumpe. Is that a better end for my queen? No. I shall carry her back to Buckkeep and clean the coasts, and she shall reign long and well as queen there. That is what I choose to give her. And an heir?" I asked bitterly. He shrugged wearily, and took up his chisel again. "You know what must be. Your daughter will be raised as heir." "No! Threaten me with that again, and regardless of the risk, I will skill to Burrich to flee with her." "You cannot skill to Burrich," Verity observed mildly. He appeared to be measuring for the dragon's toe. "Chivalry closed his mind to the skill years ago, to keep him from being used against chivalry. As the fool was used against you." Another small mystery laid to rest. For all the good it did me. "Verity, please, I beg you, do not do this thing to me. Far better I should be consumed in the dragon as well. I offer you that. Take my life and feed it to the dragon. I will give you anything you ask of me, but promise me that my daughter will not be sacrificed to the Farseer throne." "I cannot make you that promise," he said heavily. "If you bore any feelings at all for me any more—" I began, but he interrupted me. "Cannot you understand? No matter how often you are told. I have feelings, but I have put them into the dragon." I managed to stand up. I limped away. There was nothing more to say to him, king or man, uncle or friend. I seemed to have lost all knowledge of who he was. When I skilled toward him, I found only his walls. When I quested toward him with the wit, I found his life flickering between himself and the stone dragon, and of late it seemed to burn brighter within the dragon, not Verity. There was no one else in camp, and the fire was nearly out. I flung more wood on it, and then sat eating dried meat beside it. The pig was nearly gone. We'd have to hunt again soon, or rather, Night Eyes and Ketrican should hunt again. She seemed to bring meat down easily for him. My self-pity was losing its savour, but I could think of no better solution than to wish I had some brandy to drown it in. At last, with few other interesting alternatives, I went to bed. I slept after a fashion. Dragons plagued my dreams, and Kettle's game took on odd meanings as I tried to decide if a red stone was powerful enough to capture Molly. My dreams were rambling and incoherent, and I broke often to the surface of my sleep to stare at the dark inside the tent. I quested out once to where Night Eyes prowled near a small fire where Starling and the Fool slept turn and turn about. They had moved their sentry post to the brow of a hill where they could command a good view of the winding Skill Road below them. I should have walked out and joined them. Instead, I rolled over and dipped into my dreams again. I dreamed of Regal's troops coming, not by dozens or scores, but by hundreds of golden-brown troops pouring into the quarry to corner us against the vertical black walls and kill us all. I awoke in the morning to the cold poke of a wolf's nose. "You need to hunt," he told me seriously, and I agreed with him. As I emerged from my tent, I saw Kettricken just coming down from the dais. Dawn was breaking. Her fires were needed no longer. She could sleep. But by the dragon, the endless clinking and scraping went on. Our eyes met as I stood up. She glanced at Night Eyes. "Going hunting?" she asked us both. The wolf gave a slow wag to his tail. "I'll fetch my bow," she announced, and vanished into her tent. We waited. She came out wearing a cleaner jerkin and carrying her bow. I refused to look at Girl on a Dragon as we passed her. As we passed the pillar, I observed, "Had we the folk to do it? We should put 2 on guard here, and 2 overlooking the road." Kettricken nodded to that. "It is odd. I know they are coming to kill us, and I see small way for us to escape that fate. Yet we still go out to hunt for meat as if eating were the most important thing." "It is. Eating is living. Still, to live one must eat." Kettricken echoed Night Eye's thought. We saw no game truly worthy of her bow. The wolf ran down a rabbit, and she brought down 1 brightly coloured fowl. We ended up tickling for trout, and by midday had more than enough fish to feed us. At least for that day. I cleaned them on the bank of the stream, and then asked Kettricken if she would mind if I stayed to wash myself. "In truth, it might be a kindness to us all," she replied. And I smiled, not at her teasing, but that she was still able to do so. In a short time I heard her splashing upstream from me, while Night Eyes dozed on the creek bank, his belly full of fish guts. As we passed Girl on a Dragon on the way back to camp, we found the Fool curled up on the dais beside her, sound asleep. Kettricken woke him and scolded him for the fresh chisel marks about the dragon's tail. He professed no regrets, but only stated that Starling had said she would keep watch until evening, and he would really prefer to sleep here. We insisted he return to camp with us. We were talking amongst ourselves as we returned to the tent. Kettricken it was who stopped us suddenly. "Hush!" she cried out. And then, "Listen!" We froze where we were. I half expected to hear Starling crying a warning to us. I strained my ears but heard nothing save the wind in the quarry and distant bird sounds. It took a moment for me to grasp the importance of that. "Verity!" I exclaimed. I shoved our fish into the Fool's hands and began to run. Kettricken passed me. I had feared to find them both dead, attacked by Regal's coterie in our absence. What I found was almost as strange. Verity and Kettle stood, side by side, staring at their dragon. He shone black and glistening, as good flint in the afternoon sunlight. The great beast was complete. Every scale, every wrinkle, every claw was impeccable in its detail. "He surpasses every dragon we saw in the stone garden," I declared. I had walked about him twice, and with every step I took, the wonder of him increased. Whitlife burned powerfully in him now, stronger than it did in either Verity or Kettle. It was almost shocking that his sides did not bellow with breath, that he did not twitch in his sleep. I glanced to Verity, and despite the anger I still harbored, I had to smile. "He is perfect," I said quietly.
"I have failed,"
he said without hope. Beside him, Kettle nodded miserably. The lines in her face had gone deeper. She looked every bit of 200 years old. So did Verity.
"But he is finished, my lord," Kettricken said quietly. "Is not this what you said you must do? Finish the dragon?"
Verity shook his head slowly.
"The carving is finished, but the dragon is not completed."
He looked around at us, watching him, and I could see how he struggled to make the words hold his meaning.
"I have put all I am into him, everything save enough to keep my heart beating and the breath flowing in my body. As has Kettle. That, too, we could give. But it would still not be enough."
He walked forward slowly, to lean against his dragon. He pillowed his face on his thin arms. All about him, where his body rested against the stone, an aura of colour rippled on the dragon's skin, turquoise, edged with silver. The scales flashed uncertainly in the sunlight. I could feel the ebbing of his skill into the dragon. It seeped from Verity into the stone as ink soaks onto a page.
"King Verity,"
I said softly, warningly.
With a groan,
he stood free of his creation.
"Do not fear, Fitz. I will not let him take too much. I will not give up my life to him without reason."
He lifted his head and looked around at us all.
"Strange," he said softly. "I wonder if this is what it feels like to be forged. To be able to recall what one once felt, but unable to feel it any more. My loves, my fears, my sorrows. All have gone into the dragon. Nothing have I held back. Yet it is not enough. Not enough. My Lord Verity."
Kettle's old voice was cracked. All hope had run out of it.
"You will have to take Fitz chivalry. There is no other way."
Her eyes, once so shiny, looked like dry black pebbles as she looked at me.
"You offered it,"
she reminded me.
"all your life."
I nodded my head.
"If you would not take my child?"
I added quietly. I drew a breath deep into my lungs. Life. Now. Now was all the life I had, all the time I could truly give up.
"My king, I no longer seek any bargain of any kind. If you must have my life so that the dragon may fly, I offer it."
Verity swayed slightly where he stood.
He stared at me. "Almost you make me feel again. But—"
He lifted a silver finger and pointed it, accusingly, not at me, but at Kettle. His command was as solid as the stone of his dragon as he said, "No. I have told you that. No. You will not speak of it to him again. I forbid it." Slowly, he sank down to his knees, then sat flat beside his dragon.
"Damn this Kara seed,"
he said in a low voice.
"It always leaves you just when you need its strength most. Damn stuff."
"You should rest now," I said stupidly. In reality, there was nothing else he could do. That was how Kara seed left one, empty and exhausted. I knew that only too well.
"Rest?"
he said bitterly, his voice failing on the word.
"Yes, rest. I shall be well rested when my brother's soldiers find me and cut my throat.
well rested when his coterie comes and tries to claim my dragon as their own. Make no mistake, Fitz, that is what they seek. It won't work, of course. At least I don't think it will.
His mind was wandering now.
Though it might,
he said in the faintest of breaths.
They were skill-linked to me for a time. It might be enough that they could kill me and take him.
He smiled a ghastly smile.
Regal as dragon. Do you think he will leave 2 stones of Buckkeep Castle atop each other?
Behind him, Kettle had folded herself up, her face against her knees. I thought she wept, but when she slowly fell over onto her side, her face was lax and still, her eyes closed. Dead, or sleeping the exhausted sleep of the Caris seed. After what Verity had said to me, it scarcely seemed to matter. My king stretched himself out on the bare, gritty pedestal. He slept beside his dragon. Kettricken went and sat down beside him. She bowed her head to her knees and wept, not quietly. The rending sobs that shook her should have roused even the dragon of stone. They did not. I looked at her. I did not go to her, I did not touch her. I knew it would have been of no use. Instead, I looked to the fool.
We should bring blankets and make them more comfortable,
I said helplessly.
Ah, of course. What better task for the White Prophet and his catalyst?
He linked arms with me. His touch renewed the thread of skill bond between us. Bitterness. Bitterness flowed through him. With his blood, the 6 Duchies would fall. The world would end. We went to fetch blankets. 38. Verity's bargain. When all the records are compared, it becomes plain that no more than 20 red ships actually ventured inland as far as Tur Lake, and only 12 proceeded past Tur Lake to menace the villages adjoining Tradeford. The minstrels would have us believe there were scores of ships and literally hundreds of raiders upon their decks. In song, the banks of the Buck and Vin rivers were red with flames and blood that summer. They are not to be faulted for this. The misery and terror of those days should never be forgotten. If a minstrel must embroider the truth to help us recall it fully, then let her, and let no one say she has lied. Truth is often much larger than facts. Starling came back with the fool that evening. No one asked her why she no longer kept watch. No one even suggested that perhaps we should flee the quarry before Regal's troops cornered us there. We would stay, and we would stand, and we would fight. To defend a stone dragon. And we would die. That went without saying, quite literally. It was knowledge that none of us uttered. When Kettricken had fallen asleep, exhausted, I carried her down to the tent she had shared with Verity. I laid her down on her blankets and covered her well. I stooped and kissed her lined forehead as if I were kissing my sleeping child. It was a farewell, of sorts. Better to do things now, I had decided. Now was all I had for certain. As dusk fell, Starling and the fool sat by the fire. She played her harp, softly, wordlessly, and looked into the flames. A bared knife lay on the ground beside her. I stood a time and watched how the firelight touched her face. Starling birdsong, the last minstrel to the last true farseer king and queen. She would write no song that anyone would recall. The fool sat still and listened. They had found a friendship of sorts. I thought to myself, if this is the last night she can play, he can give her no finer thing than that, to listen well, and let her music lull him with her skill. I left them standing there and took up a full water skin. Slowly I climbed the ramp up to the dragon. Night Eyes followed me. Earlier, I had built a fire on the dais. Now I fed it from what remained of Ketrican's firewood, and then sat down beside it. Verity and Kettle slept on. Once Chade had used Karis seed for 2 days straight. When he collapsed, he had taken most of a week to recover. All he had wanted to do was sleep and drink water. I doubted that either would awaken soon. It was all right. There was nothing left to say to them anyway. So I simply sat beside Verity and kept watch over my king. I was a poor watchman. I came awake to his whispering my name. I sat up instantly and reached for the water skin I had brought with me. "My king," I said quietly. But Verity was not sprawled on the stone, weak and helpless. He stood over me. He made a sign to me to rise and follow him. I did, moving as quietly as he did. At the base of the dragon's dais he turned to me. Without a word I offered him the water skin. He drank half of what it held, paused a bit, and then drank the rest. When he was finished he handed it back to me. He cleared his throat. "There is a way, Fitzchivalry." His dark eyes, so like my own, met mine squarely. "You are the way, so full of life and hungers, so torn with passions." "I know," I said. The words came out bravely. I was more frightened than I had ever been in my life. Regal had scared me badly in his dungeon, but that had been pain. This was death. I suddenly knew the difference. My traitorous hands twisted the front hem of my tunic. "You will not like it," he warned me. "I do not like it, but I see no other way." "I am ready." I lied. "Only I should like to see Molly once more, to know that she and Nettle are safe. And Burridge." He peered at me. "I recall the bargain you offered, that I would not take Nettle for the throne." He glanced away from me. "What I ask of you will be worse. Your actual life. All the life and energy of your body. I have spent all my passions, you see. I have nothing left. If I could but kindle in myself one more night of feelings, if I could recall what it was to desire a woman, to hold the woman I loved in my arms." His voice dwindled away from me. "It shames me to ask it of you. Shames me more than when I drew strength from you, when you were no more than an unsuspecting boy." He met my eyes again, and I knew how he struggled to use his words. Imperfect words. But you see even that. The shame I feel, the pain that I do this to you, even that is what you gave me. Even that I can put into the dragon. He looked away from me. "The dragon must fly, Fitz. He must." "Verity." "My king." He stared away from me. "My friend." His eyes came back to mine. "It is all right. But I should like to see Molly again. Even briefly. It is dangerous. I think what I did to Carrad woke true fear in them. They have not tried their strength against us since then, only their cunning, but please." I said the small word quietly. Verity sighed. "Very well, boy. But my heart misgives me." Not a touch. He didn't even take a breath, even as Verity dwindled. That was the power of his skill. We were there, with them. I sensed Verity retreating, giving me the illusion I was there alone. It was an inn-room, clean and well-furnished. A branch of candles burned beside a loaf of bread and a bowl of apples on a table. Burridge lay shirtless on his side of the bed. Blood had clotted thickly about the knife wound and soaked the waist of his breeches. His chest moved in the slow, deep rhythms of sleep. He was curled around Nettle. She was snugged against him, deeply asleep, his right arm over her protectively. As I watched, Molly leaned over them and deftly slid the babe from under Burridge's arm. Nettle did not stir as she was carried over to a basket in the corner and tucked into the blankets that lined it. Her small pink mouth worked with memories of warm milk. Her brow was smooth beneath her sleek black hair. She seemed none the worse for everything she had endured. Molly moved efficiently about the room. She poured water into a basin and took up a folded cloth. She returned to crouch beside Burridge's bed. She set the basin of water on the floor beside the bed and dipped the rag into it. She wrung it out well. As she set it to his back, he jerked away with a gasp. Fast as a striking snake, he had caught her wrist. "Burridge, let go. This has to be cleaned." Molly was annoyed with him.
"Oh, it's you."
His voice was thick with relief. He released her. "Of course it's me. Who else would you expect?" She sponged at the knife wound gently, then dipped the rag in the water again. Both the rag in her hand and the basin of water beside her were tinged with blood. His hand groped carefully over the bed beside him.
"What have you done with my baby?"
he asked.
"Your baby is fine. She's asleep in a basket right there."
She wiped his back again, then nodded to herself.
"The bleeding has stopped, and it looks clean. I think the leather of your tunic stopped most of her thrust. If you sit up, I can bandage it."
Slowly, Burridge moved to sit up. He gave one tiny gasp, but when he was sitting up, he grinned at her. He pushed a straggle of hair back from his face.
"Whitbees,"
he said admiringly. He shook his head at her. I could tell it was not the first time he had said it.
"It was all I could think of,"
Molly pointed out. She could not keep from smiling back.
"It worked, did it not?"
"Wondrously,"
he conceded.
"But how did you know they'd go after the red-bearded one? That was what persuaded them, and damn near persuaded me as well."
She shook her head to herself.
"It was luck, and the light. He had the candles and stood before the hearth. The hut was dim. Bees are drawn to light, almost like moths are."
"I wonder if they are still inside the hut."
He grinned as he watched her rise to take away the bloody rag and water.
"I lost my bees,"
she reminded him sadly.
"We will go burning for more."
Burridge comforted her. She shook her head sadly.
"A hive that has worked the whole summer makes the most honey."
At a table in the corner, she took up a roll of clean linen bandaging and a pot of unguent. She sniffed at it thoughtfully.
"It doesn't smell like what you make,"
she observed.
"It will probably work all the same,"
he said. A frown creased his brow as he looked slowly around the room.
"Molly, how are we to pay for all this?"
"I've taken care of it."
She kept her back to him.
"How?"
he asked suspiciously. When she looked back at him, her mouth was flat. I'd known better than to argue with that face.
"Fitz's pin. I showed it to the innkeeper to get this room, and while you both slept this afternoon, I took it to a jeweler and sold it."
He had opened his mouth, but she gave him no chance to speak.
"I know how to bargain, and I got its full worth."
"Its worth was more than coins. Nettle should have had that pin,"
Burridge said. His mouth was as flat as hers.
"Nettle needed a warm bed and porridge far more than she needed a silver pin with a ruby in it. Even Fitz would have had the wisdom to know that."
Oddly enough, I did. But Burridge only said,
"I shall have to work many days to earn it back for her."
Molly took up the bandages. She did not meet his eyes.
You are a stubborn man, and I am sure you will do as you please about that," she said.
Burrich was silent. I could almost see him trying to decide if that meant he had won the argument. She came back to the bed. She sat beside him on the bed to smear the ointment on his back. He clenched his jaws but made no sound. Then she came to crouch in front of him.
"Lift your arms so I can wrap this,"
she commanded him. He took a breath and lifted his arm up and away from his body. She worked efficiently, unrolling the bandaging as she wrapped it around him. She tied it over his belly.
"Better?"
she asked.
"Much."
He started to stretch, then thought better of it.
"There's food,"
she offered as she went to the table.
"In a moment."
I saw his look darken. So did Molly. She turned back to him, her mouth gone small.
"Molly."
He sighed. He tried again.
"Nettle is King Shrewd's great-grandchild, a farseer. Regal sees her as a threat to him. He may try to kill you again, both of you. In fact, I'm sure he will."
He scratched at his beard. Into her silence he suggested,
"Perhaps the only way to protect you both is to put you under the true king's protection. There is a man I know. Perhaps Fitz told you of him. Chade."
She shook her head mutely. Her eyes were going blacker and blacker.
"He could take Nettle to a safe place and see you were well provided for."
The words came out of him slowly, reluctantly. Molly's reply was swift. "No, she is not a farseer. She is mine, and I will not sell her, not for coin or safety." She glared at him and practically spat the words. "How could you think I would?" He smiled at her in anger. I saw guilty relief on his face.
"I did not think you would, but I felt obliged to offer it."
His next words came even more hesitantly.
"I had thought of another way. I do not know what you will think of it. We will still have to travel away from here, find a town where we are not known."
He looked at the floor abruptly.
"If we were wed, before we got there, folk would never question that she was mine."
Molly stood as still as if turned to stone. The silence stretched. Burrich lifted his eyes and met hers pleadingly.
"Do not take this wrong. I expect nothing of you that way, but even so, you need not wed me. There are witness stones in Kevdor. We could go there with a minstrel. I could stand before them and swear she was mine. No one would ever question it."
"You'd lie before a witness stone?" Molly asked incredulously. "You'd do that to keep Nettle safe?" He nodded slowly. His eyes never left her face. She shook her head. "No, Burrich. I will not have it. It is the worst of luck to do such a thing. All know the tales of what become of those who profane the witness stones with a lie."
"I will chance it."
He spoke grimly. I had never known the man to lie before Nettle had come into his life. Now he offered to give a false oath. I wondered if Molly knew what he was offering her. She did. "No, you will not lie." She spoke with certainty.
"Molly, please."
"Be quiet," she said with great finality. She cocked her head and looked at him, puzzling something out. "Burrich?" she asked with a tentative note to her voice. "I have heard it told. Lacey said that once you loved Patience." She took a breath. "Do you love her still?" she asked. Burrich looked almost angry. Molly met his stare with a pleading look until Burrich looked away from her. She could barely hear his words.
I love my memories of her as she was then, as I was then. Probably much as you still love Fitz.
It was Molly's turn to wince.
Some of the things I remember, yes.
She nodded, as if reminding herself of something. Then she looked up and met Burridge's eyes.
But he is dead.
So oddly final, those words coming from her. Then, with a plea in her voice, she added,
Listen to me. Just listen. All my life it's been, first my father. He always told me he loved me, but when he struck me and cursed me, it never felt like love to me. Then Fitz, he swore he loved me and touched me gently, but his lies never sounded like love to me. Now you, Burridge, you never speak to me of love. You have never touched me, not in anger nor desire. But both your silence and your look speak more of love to me than ever their words or touches did. She waited. He did not speak. Burridge, she asked desperately.
You are young,
he said softly.
and lovely. So full of spirit, you deserve better.
Burridge, do you love me?
A simple question, timidly asked. He folded his work-scarred hands on his lap.
Yes.
He gripped his hands together to stop their trembling. Molly's smile broke forth like the sun from a cloud.
Then you shall marry me, and afterward, if you wish, I shall stand before the witness stones, and I will admit to all that I was with you before we were wed. And I will show them the child.
He finally lifted his eyes to hers. His look was incredulous.
You'd marry me, as I am, old, poor, scarred?
You are none of those things to me. To me you are the man I love.
He shook his head. Her answer had only baffled him more.
And after what you just said about bad luck, you would stand before a witness stone and lie?
She smiled a different sort of smile at him, one I had not seen in a long time, one that broke my heart.
It need not be a lie,
she pointed out quietly. His nostrils flared like a stallion's as he surged to his feet. The breath he drew swelled his chest.
Wait,
she commanded him softly, and he did. She licked her thumb and forefinger. She swiftly pinched out all but one candle. Then she crossed the darkened room to his arms. I fled.
Oh, my boy, I am so sorry.
I shook my head silently. My eyes were squeezed tight shut, but tears leaked from them anyway. I found my voice.
He will be good to her.
And Nettle. He is the sort of man she deserves. No, Verity. I should take comfort in it, to know he will be with her, caring for them both. Comfort. I could find no comfort in it. Only pain. It seems a very poor bargain I have made you. Verity sounded genuinely grieved for me. No, it's all right. I caught my breath. Now, Verity, I would it were done quickly. Are you sure? As you will. He took my life from me. It was a dream I had had before. I knew the feel of an old man's body. The other time I had been King Shrewd, in a soft nightshirt, in a clean bed. This time was harsher. I ached in every joint of my body. My gut burned inside me, and I had scalded myself on my face and hands. There was more pain than life left in this body, like a candle almost burned to the socket. I opened my eyes stickily. I sprawled on cold, gritty stone. A wolf, sat watching me. "This is wrong," he told me. I could think of nothing to say to that. It certainly did not feel right. After a time I pushed myself up to my hands and knees. My hands hurt, my knees hurt. Every joint in my body creaked and complained as I drew myself up and looked around. The night was warm, but I still shivered. Above me, on a dais, an incomplete dragon slumbered. "I do not understand." Night Eyes pleaded for an explanation.
"I do not wish to understand. I do not want to know."
But whether I wished it or not, I did know. I walked slowly, and the wolf came at my heels. We walked past a dying fire between two tents. No one kept watch. From Ketrikin's tent there were small noises. Verity's face was what she saw in the dimness, Verity's dark eyes looking into hers. She believed her husband had finally come to her. In truth, he had. I did not want to hear. I did not want to know. I walked on with my old man's careful pacing. Great black blocks of stone loomed around us. Ahead of us, something clicked and chinked softly. I walked through the sharp-edged stone shadows and into moonlight again. "Once you shared my body. Is it like that?"
"No."
I spoke the word aloud, and in the wake of my voice I heard a small scrabbling.
"What's that?"
"I'll go and see." The wolf melted into the shadows. He returned instantly. "It's only the scentless one. He hides from you. He does not know you." I knew where I would find him. I took my time. This body had all it could do to move, let alone move swiftly. When I came to Girl on a Dragon, it was horribly hard to clamber up on her dais. Once I was up, I could see the fresh rock chips everywhere. I sat down by the dragon's feet, a cautious lowering of my body to cold stone. I looked at his work. He had almost cut her free. "Fool!" I called out softly in the night. He came slowly from the shadows, to stand eyes down before me. "My king," he said softly. "I tried, but I cannot help myself. I cannot just leave her here." I nodded slowly, wordlessly. At the base of the dais, Night Eyes whined. The fool glanced down at him, then back up at me. Puzzlement crossed his face. "My lord?" he asked. I reached for the thread of skill bond between us and found it. The fool's face grew very still as he struggled to understand. He came to sit beside me. He stared at me, as if he could see through Verity's skin. "I like this knot," he said at last.
"Nor I."
I agreed.
"Why have you—"
"Better not to know,"
I said briefly. For a time we sat in silence. Then the fool reached back to brush a handful of fresh stone chips from about the dragon's foot. He met my eyes, but there was still furtiveness as he drew a chisel from his shirt. His hammer was a stone.
"That's Verity's chisel."
"I know. He doesn't need it any more, and my knife broke."
He set the edge carefully to the rock.
"It works much better anyway."
I watched him tap another small chip free. I aligned my thoughts with his.
"She draws on your strength,"
I observed quietly.
"I know."
Another chip came free.
"I was curious, and my touch hurt her."
He placed his chisel again.
"I feel I owe her something."
"Fool. She could take all you offer her, and it would still not be enough."
"How do you know?"
I shrugged.
"This body knows."
Then I stared as he laid his skill fingers to the place where he had chiseled. I winced, but sensed no pain from her. She took something from him, but he had not the skill to shape her with his hands. What he gave her was only enough to torment her.
"She reminds me of my older sister."
he said into the night.
"She had golden hair."
I sat in stunned silence. He did not look at me as he added,
"I should have liked to see her again. She used to spoil me outrageously. I would have liked to have seen all my family again."
His tone was no more than wistful as he moved his fingers idly against the chiselled stone.
"Fool. Let me try." He gave me a look that was almost jealous.
"She may not accept you,"
he warned me. I smiled at him. Verity's smile, through his beard.
"There is a link between us, fine as thread, and neither the elf-bark nor your weariness aid it. But it is there. Put your hand to my shoulder."
I did not know why I did it. Perhaps he had never before spoken to me of a sister or a home he missed. I refused to stop and wonder. Not thinking was so much easier, and not feeling was easiest of all. He put his unskilled hand, not to my shoulder, but to the side of my neck. Instinctively he was right. Skin to skin I knew him better. I held Verity's silver hands up before my eyes, and marvelled at them. Silver to the eye, scaled and raw to the senses. Then, before I could change my mind, I reached down and grasped the dragon's shapeless forefoot between my two hands. Instantly I could feel the dragon. Almost it squirmed within the stone. I knew the edge of each scale, the tip of each wicked claw, and I knew the woman who had carved it. The women. A coterie so long ago, Salt's coterie, but Salt had been too proud. Her features were on the carven face, and she had sought to remain in her own form, carving herself upon the dragon that her coterie shaped around her. They had been too loyal to object, and almost she had succeeded. The dragon had been finished and almost filled. The dragon had quickened and began to rise as the coterie was absorbed into it. But Salt had striven to remain only within the carved girl. She had held back from the dragon, and the dragon had fallen before it could even rise, sinking back into the stone, miring down forever, leaving the coterie trapped in the dragon and Salt trapped in the girl. All this I knew, swifter than lightning. I felt, too, the hunger of the dragon. It pulled at me, pleading for sustenance. Much had it taken from the fool. I sensed what he had given, light and dark, the jeering taunts of gardeners and chamberlains, when he was young at Buckkeep. A branch of apple blossoms outside a window in spring. An image of me, my jerkin flapping as I hurried across the yard at Burridge's heels, trying to make my shorter legs match his long stride. A silver fish, leaping above a silent pond. At dawn. The dragon tugged at me insistently. I suddenly knew what had really drawn me here. Take my memories of my mother, and the feelings that went with them. I do not want to know them at all. Take the ache in my throat when I think of Molly. Take all the sharp-edged, bright-coloured days I recall with her. Take their brilliance and leave me but the shadows of what I saw and felt. Let me recall them without cutting myself on their sharpness. Take my days and nights in Regal's dungeons. It is enough to know what was done to me. Take it to keep, and let me stop feeling my face against that stone floor, hearing the sound of my nose breaking, smelling and tasting my own blood. Take my hurt, that I never knew my father. Take my hours of staring up at his portrait, when the great hall was empty and I could do so alone. Take my—
"Fitz, stop! You give her too much. There will be nothing left of you."
The fool's voice inside me was horror-stricken at what he had encouraged. Memories of that tower top, of the bare wind-swept Queen's Garden and Galen standing over me. Take that image of Molly going so willingly to Burridge's arms. Take it and quench it and seal it away where it can never sear me again. Take— My brother, enough. Night Eyes was suddenly between me and the dragon. I knew I still gripped that scaly foreleg, but he snarled at it, defying it to take more of me. I do not care if it all is taken. I told Night Eyes.
But I do. I would sooner not be bonded with a forged one. Get back, cold one.
He snarled in spirit as well as beside me. To my surprise, the dragon yielded. My companion nipped at my shoulder.
Let go. Get away from that.
I let go of the dragon's foreleg. I opened my eyes, surprised to find it was still night all around me. The fool had his arm around Night Eyes.
Fitz,
he said quietly. He spoke into the wolf's ruff, but I heard him clearly.
Fitz, I am sorry, but you cannot throw away all your pain. If you stop feeling pain...
I did not listen to the rest of what he said. I stared at the dragon's foreleg. Where my 2 hands had rested against the lumpy stone, there were 2 handprints now. Within those shapes, each scale stood fine and perfect.
All of that, I thought,
all of that, and this is how much dragon it brought me. Then I thought of Verity's dragon. It was immense. How had he done it? What had he held inside him all those years to have enough for the shaping of such a dragon?
He feels much, your uncle. Great loves, vast loyalty. Sometimes I think that my 200-odd years pale beside what he has felt in his 40-some.
All 3 of us turned to Kettle. I felt no surprise. I had known she was coming, and I had not cared. She leaned heavily on a stick, and her face seemed to hang from the bones of her skull. She met my eyes, and I knew that she knew everything. Skill-linked as she was to Verity, she knew it all.
Get down from there, all of you, before you hurt yourselves.
We obeyed slowly, and I slowest of all. Verity's joints ached, and his body was weary. Kettle looked at me balefully when I finally stood beside her.
If you were going to do that, you might have put it in Verity's dragon instead.
She pointed out.
He wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me.
No, we wouldn't have. Let me tell you something, Fitz. You are going to miss what you gave away. You will recover some of the feelings in time, of course. All memories are connected, and like a man's skin, they can heal. In time, left to themselves, those memories would have stopped hurting you. You may someday wish you could call up that pain.
I do not think so,
I said calmly to cover my own doubt.
I still have plenty of pain left.
Kettle lifted her old face to the night. She drew a long breath in through her nose.
Dawn comes,
she said, as if she had scented it.
You must return to the dragon, to Verity's dragon, and you two.
Her head swiveled to regard the fool and Night Eyes.
You two should go up to that lookout point and see if Regal's troops are in sight yet. Night Eyes, you let Fitz know what you see. Go on, both of you, and fool, you leave girl on a dragon alone after this. You would have to give her your entire life. And even then it might not be enough. That being so, stop torturing yourself and her. Go on now!
They went, but not without some backward looks.
Come on,
Kettle ordered me tersely. She began to hobble back, the way she had come. I followed, walking as stiffly as she, through the black and silver shadows of the blocks that littered the quarry. She looked every bit of her 200-odd years. I felt even older. Aching body, joints that caught and creaked. I lifted my hand and scratched my ear. Then I snatched it down, chagrined. Verity would have a silver ear now. Already the skin of it burned, and it seemed the distant night insects chirred more loudly now.
I am sorry, by the way, about your Molly girl and all. I did try to tell you.
Kettle did not sound sorry. But I understood that now. Almost all of her feelings were in the dragon. She spoke of what she knew she would have felt. Once. She still had pain for me, but she no longer recalled any pain of her own to compare it with.
I only asked quietly,
"Is there nothing private any more?"
"Only the things we keep from ourselves,"
she replied sadly. She looked over at me.
"It is a good thing you do this night, a kind thing."
Her lips started to smile, but her eyes teared.
"To give him one last night of youth and passion."
She studied me, the set look on my face.
"I shall say no more of it, then."
I walked the rest of the way beside her in silence. I sat by the warm embers of last night's fire and watched the dawn come. The shrilling of night insects changed gradually to the morning challenges of distant birds. I could hear them very well now. It was strange, I thought, to sit and wait for myself. Kettle said nothing. She breathed deep of the changing scent of the air as night turned to dawn, and watched the lightening of the sky with avid eyes, storing it all up, to put into the dragon. I heard the grate of boot against stone and looked up. I watched myself coming. My stride was confident and brisk, my head up. My face was freshly washed, my wet hair slicked back from my brow into a warrior's tail. Verity wore my body well. Our eyes met in the early light. I saw my eyes narrow as Verity appraised his own body. I stood up and, without thinking, began to brush my clothes off. Then I realized what I was doing. This was not a shirt I had borrowed. My laugh boomed out, louder than I used it. Verity shook my head at me.
"Leave it, boy. There's no making it better. And I'm almost finished with it anyway."
He slapped my chest with the palm of my hand.
"Once I had a body like this,"
he told me, as if I hadn't known.
"I had forgotten so much of how that felt, so much."
The smile faded from his face as he regarded me, peering at him from his own eyes. A wave of giddiness, black, closed from the edges of my vision, and I folded up my knees and sank down to keep from falling. "Sorry," Verity said quietly, and it was in his own voice. I looked up to find him looking down on me. I stared at him mutely. I could smell Kettrican's scent on my skin. My body was very tired. I knew a moment of total outrage. Then it crested and fell away as if the emotion were too much effort. Verity's eyes met mine, and accepted all I felt. "I will neither apologize to you nor thank you. Neither would be adequate." He shook his head to himself. "And in truth, how could I say I am sorry? I am not." He looked away from me, out over my head. "My dragon will rise. My queen will bear a child. I will drive the red ships from our shore." He took a deep breath. "No, I am not sorry for our bargain." His eyes came back to me. "Fitz chivalry. Are you sorry?" Slowly I stood up. "I don't know." I tried to decide. "The roots of it go too deep," I said at last. "Where would I start to undo my past? How far back would I have to reach? How much would I have to change in order to change this? Or to say I was not sorry now? The road is empty below us." Night Eyes spoke in my mind. "I know. Kettle knows too. She but looked for something to busy the fool and sent you along to keep him safe. You can come back now." "Oh, are you all right?" "Fitzchivalry, are you all right?" There was concern in Verity's voice, but it could not completely mask the triumph there as well. "Of course not," I told them both. "Of course not." I walked away from the dragon. Behind me, I heard Kettle ask eagerly, "Are we ready to quicken him?" Verity's soft voice carried to my ears, "No, not just yet. For a little while longer I would have these memories to myself. For a short time more I would remain a man." As I passed through the camp, Kettrican emerged from her tent.
She wore the same travel tunic and leggings she had the day before. Her hair was caught back from her face in a short, thick braid. There were still lines in her brow and at the corners of her mouth, but her face had the warm luminescence of the finest pearls. Renewed faith shone in her. She took a deep breath of the morning air and smiled at me radiantly. I hurried past her. The stream water was very cold. Coarse horsetail grasses grew along one bank. I used handfuls of them to scrub myself. My wet clothes were draped on the bushes on the other side of the stream. The heat of the day promised they would soon be dry. Night Eyes sat on the bank and watched me with a pucker between his eyes. "I do not understand. You do not smell bad." "Night Eyes, go hunting, please." "You wish to be alone?" "As much as that is possible any more." He stood up and stretched, curtsying low to me as he did so. "Some day it will be only you and I. We shall hunt and eat and sleep, and you will heal. May we both live to see that." I agreed wholeheartedly. The wolf slipped through the trees. Experimentally, I scrubbed at the fool's fingertips on my wrist. They did not come off, but I learned a great deal about the life cycle of a horsetail fern. I gave it up. I decided I could take my entire skin off and still not feel free of what had happened. I waded out of the stream, dashing the water off myself as I went. My clothing was dry enough to put back on. I sat down on the bank to put my boots on. I nearly thought of Molly and Burrich, but I quickly pushed the image away. Instead, I wondered how soon Regal's soldiers would arrive, and if Verity would have his dragon finished before then. Perhaps it was even now finished. I should want to see it. I wanted more to be alone. I lay back on the grass and looked up into the blue sky overhead. I tried to feel something. Dread, excitement, anger, hate, love. Instead, I felt only confused and tired, weary of flesh and spirit. I closed my eyes against the brightness of the sky. The harp notes walked alongside the sounds of the stream flowing. They blended with it, then danced apart. I opened my eyes to it and squinted at Starling. She sat on the stream bank beside me and played. Her hair was down, drying in ripples down her back in the sun. She had a stem of green grass in her mouth, and her bare feet nestled against the soft grass. She met my eyes but said nothing. I watched her hands play on the strings. Her left hand worked harder, compensating for the stiffness of the last two fingers. I should have felt something about that. I didn't know what. What good are feelings? I didn't know I had the question until I spoke it aloud. Her fingers poised over the strings. She furrowed her brow at me. "I don't think there's an answer to that question." "I'm not finding answers to much of anything lately. Why aren't you back in the quarry watching them complete the dragon? Surely that is the stuff for a song to spring from." "Because I'm here with you," she said simply. Then she grinned. "And because everyone else seems busy. Kettle sleeps. Ketrican and Verity." She was combing his hair when I left. I do not think I had seen King Verity smile before. When he does, he looks a great deal like you, about the eyes. Anyway, I do not think they will miss me. And the fool?" She shook her head. "He chips at the stone around Girl on a Dragon. I know he should not, but I do not think he can stop. Nor do I know any way to force him. I don't think he can help her, but I don't think he can resist trying. For all his quick tongue, he has a soft nature. I know that. Now. In some ways I've come to know him very well. In others he will always be unknowable to me." I nodded silently to that. The silence lasted a time. Then, suddenly it became a different kind of silence. "Actually," Starling said uncomfortably,
The fool suggested I should find you.
I groaned. I wondered just how much he had told her.
I'm sorry to hear about Molly, she began,
but not surprised. I filled in for her. I lifted my arm and put it across my eyes to block the sunlight.
No,
she spoke quietly.
Not surprised.
She cast about for something to say.
At least you know she is safe and cared for,
she offered. I knew that. It shamed me that I could find so little comfort in it. Putting it into the dragon had helped in the same way that cutting off an infected limb helped. Being rid of it was not the same as being healed of it. The empty place inside me itched. Perhaps I wanted to hurt. I watched her from the shade of my arm.
Fitz, she said quietly, I asked you once, for yourself, in gentleness and friendship, to chase a memory away.
She looked away from me, at the sunlight glinting on the stream.
Now I offer that,
she said humbly.
But I don't love you,
I said honestly, and instantly knew that it was the worst thing I could have said just then. Starling sighed, and set her harp aside.
I know that. You know that. But it was not a thing that had to be said just now.
And I know that.
Now. It is just that I don't want any lies, spoken or unspoken.
She leaned over me and stopped my mouth with hers. After a time she lifted her face a little.
I am a minstrel. I know more about lying than you will ever discover, and minstrels know that sometimes lies are what a man needs most, in order to make a new truth of them.
Starling, I began.
You know you will just say the wrong thing,
she told me.
So why don't you be quiet for a time? Don't make this complicated. Stop thinking just for a while.
Actually, it was quite a while. When I awoke, she lay there warm against my side. Night Eyes stood over us, looking down at me, panting with the heat of the day. When I opened my eyes, he folded his ears back and gave his tail a slow wag. A drop of warm saliva fell on my arm.
Go away. The others are calling for you and looking for you.
He cocked his head at me and offered,
I could show Ketrican where to find you.
I sat up and squashed 3 mosquitoes on my chest. They left bloody smears. I reached for my shirt. Is something wrong?
No. They are ready to wake the dragon. Verity wishes to tell you goodbye.
I shook Starling gently.
Wake up, or you will miss Verity waking the dragon.
She stirred lazily.
For that I shall get up. I can think of nothing else that would stir me. Besides, it may be my last chance at a song.
Fate has ruled that I always be elsewhere whenever you do something interesting. I had to smile at that. So, you will make no songs about chivalry's bastard after all? I teased her.
One, perhaps. A love song.
She gave me a last, secret smile.
That part, at least, was interesting.
I stood up and drew her to her feet. I kissed her. Night Eyes whined his impatience, and she turned quickly in my arms. Night Eyes stretched and bowed low to her. When she turned back to me, her eyes were wide. I warned you, I told her. She only laughed and stooped to gather up our clothes. 39. Verity's Dragon. Six Duchies' troops poured into Blue Lake and took ship for the farther side of the mountain kingdom on the very days that the red ships were beating their way up the Vin River to Tradeford. Tradeford had never been a fortified city. Although word of the ship's coming preceded them by fast messenger, the news was greeted with general disdain. What menace were 12 ships of barbarians to such a great city as Tradeford? The city guard was alerted, and some of the dockside merchants took steps to remove their goods from warehouses close to the water, but the general attitude was that, if they did manage to get as far up the river as Tradeford, archers would easily pick off the raiders before they could do any real damage. The general consensus was that the ships must be bringing some offer of treaty to the king of the Six Duchies. There was much discussion as to how much of the coastal duchies they would ask ceded to them, and the possible value of reopening trade with the out-islands themselves, not to mention restoring the trade flow down the Buck River. This is but one more example of the errors that can be made when one thinks one knows what the enemy desires and acts upon it. The folk of Tradeford ascribed to the red ships the same desire for prosperity and plenty that they themselves felt. To base their estimation of the red ships on that motive was a grievous mistake.
I don't think Kettricken had accepted the idea that Verity must die for the dragon to quicken until the actual moment he kissed her goodbye. He kissed her so carefully, his hands and arms held wide of her, his head cocked, so that no silver smear would touch her face. For all that, it was a tender kiss, a hungry and lingering one. A moment longer she clung to him. Then he said something softly to her. She immediately put her hands to her lower belly. "How can you be so sure?" she asked him, even as the tears began to course down her cheeks. "I know," he said firmly. "And so my first task must be to return you to Jumpe. You must be kept safe this time." "My place is at Buckkeep Castle," she protested. I had thought he would argue, but you are right. It is, and thither I shall bear you. Farewell, my love. Kettricken did not reply. She stood watching him walk away from her, an intense look of incomprehension on her face. For all the days we had spent striving for this very thing, at the end it seemed rushed and untidy. Kettle paced stiffly by the dragon. She had bid us all farewell with a distracted air. Now she hovered beside the dragon, breathing as if she had just run a race. At every moment she was touching the dragon, a fingertip caress, a dragging hand. Colour rippled in the wake of her touch and lingered, fading slowly. Verity took more care with his goodbyes. To Starling he admonished, "Care for my lady. Sing your songs well and true, and let no man ever doubt the child she carries is mine. With that truth I charge you, minstrel." "I shall do my best, my king," Starling replied gravely. She went to stand beside Kettricken. She was to accompany the queen on the dragon's broad back. She kept wiping her damp palms down the front of her tunic and checking to make sure the pack that carried her harp was secure to her back. She gave me a nervous smile. Neither of us needed more farewell than that. There had been some furor about my decision to stay. Regal's troops draw nearer with every passing moment. Verity reminded me yet again. "Then you should hurry, so I will not be in this quarry when they arrive." I reminded him. He frowned at that. "If I see any of Regal's troops upon the road, I shall see they do not get this far." He offered me. "Take no risks with my queen," I reminded him. Night Eyes was my excuse to stay. He had no wish to ride upon the dragon. I would not leave him. I am sure Verity knew the real reasons. I did not think I should return to Buck. I had already made Starling promise me that there would be no mention of me in song. It had not been an easy promise to wring from a minstrel, but I had insisted. I never wanted either Burrich or Molly to know that I yet lived. "In this, dear friend,
You have been sacrifice.
Kettricken told me quietly. She could offer me no greater compliment. I knew no word of me would ever pass her lips. The fool was the one who was being difficult. All of us urged him to go with the Queen and the minstrel. He consistently refused.
"The White Prophet will stay with the catalyst,"
was all he would say. I privately believed it was more a case of the fool staying with girl on a dragon. He had become obsessed with her, and it frightened me. He would have to leave her before Regal's troops arrived at the quarry. I had privately told him that, and he had nodded easily, but with a distracted look. I doubted not that he had plans of his own. We had run out of time to argue with him. There came a time when there was no reason left for Verity to linger. We had said little to one another, but I felt there was little we could say. Everything that had happened now seemed inevitable to me. It was as the fool said. Looking back, I could see where his prophecies had long ago swept us into this channel. No one could be blamed. No one could be blameless. He gave me a nod, before he turned and walked toward the dragon. Then he halted suddenly. As he turned back, he was unbuckling his battered sword belt. He came toward me, wrapping the belt loosely about the sheath as he came. "Take my sword," he said abruptly. "I won't need it. And you seem to have lost the last one I gave you." He halted suddenly in mid-stride, as if reconsidering. He hastily drew the sword from the sheath. One last time he ran a silver hand down the blade, leaving it gleaming behind his touch. His voice was gruff as he said, "It would be a poor courtesy to Hod's skill to pass this on with a blunted blade. Take better care of it than I did, Fitz." He resheathed it and handed it to me. His eyes met mine as I took it. "And take better care of yourself than I did. I did love you, you know," he said brusquely, "despite all I've done to you. I loved you." At first I could think of no answer to that. Then, as he reached his dragon and placed his hand on its brow, I told him I never doubted it. Never doubt I loved you. I don't think I shall ever forget that final smile over his shoulder. His eyes went a last time to his queen. He pressed his hands firmly to the dragon's chiseled head. He watched her as he went. For an instant I could smell Kettricken's skin, recall the taste of her mouth on mine, the smooth warmth of her bare shoulders gripped in my hands. Then the faint memory was gone, and Verity was gone, and Kettle was gone. To my wit and my skill they disappeared as completely as if they had been forged. For an unnerving instant I saw Verity's empty body. Then he flowed into the dragon. Kettle had been leaning on the statue's shoulder. She was gone faster than Verity, spreading out across the scales as turquoise and silver. Color flooded the creature and suffused him. No one breathed, save that Night Eyes keened softly. A great stillness held under the summer sun. I heard Kettricken give a single, choked sob. Then, like a sudden wind, the great scaled body drew air into its lungs. His eyes, when he opened them, were black and shining, the eyes of a far-seer, and I knew Verity looked out of them. He lifted his great head upon his sinuous neck. He stretched like a cat, bowing and rolling reptilian shoulders and spreading claws. As he drew his clawed feet back, his talons scored the black stone deeply. Suddenly, like a sail catching the wind, his immense wings unfurled. He rattled them, a hawk settling his plumage, and refolded them sleek to his body. His tail gave a single lash, stirring rock dust and grit into the air. The great head turned. his eyes demanding we be as pleased with this new self as he was. Verity, as dragon, strode forward to present himself to his queen. The head he bent to her dwarfed her. I saw her whole reflection in one gleaming black eye. Then he dipped a shoulder to her, bidding her mount. For one instant, grief controlled her face. Then Kettricken drew a breath and became queen. Fearlessly she strode forward. She placed her hand on Verity's shining blue shoulder. His scales were slick, and she slipped a trifle as she clambered to his back and then crawled forward to where she could straddle his neck. Starling gave me a look of terror and amazement, and followed the queen more slowly. I saw her take her place behind Kettricken and check once more that her hop-pack was secured to her back. Kettricken lifted an arm in farewell to us. She shouted something, but the words were lost to me in the wind of the dragon's opening wings. Once, twice, thrice he flapped them, as if getting the feel of them. Rock dust and grit flew stingingly against my face, and Night Eyes pressed close against my leg. The dragon crouched as he gathered his great legs under him. The wide turquoise wings beat again, and he sprang up suddenly. It was not a graceful launch, and he wobbled a bit as he took flight. I saw Starling clutch desperately at Kettricken, but Kettricken leaned forward against his neck, shouting her encouragement. In 4 beats, his wings carried him half the length of the quarry. He lifted, circling over the hills and trees that surrounded the quarry. I saw him dip his wings and turn to inspect the skill road that led to the quarry. Then his wings began to beat steadily, carrying him higher and higher. His belly was a bluish-white, like a lizard's. I squinted to see him against the summer sky. Then, like a blue and silver arrow, he was gone, speeding toward Buck. Long after he was gone from sight, I stared after him. I let out my breath, finally. I was trembling. I wiped my eyes on my sleeve and turned toward the fool, who was gone. "Night Eyes, where is the fool?" "We both know where he is gone. There is no need to shout." I knew he was right, yet I could not deny the urgency I felt. I ran down the ramp of stone, leaving the empty dais behind me. "Fool!" I cried as I reached the tent. I even paused to look inside, hoping that he might be packing up what we'd need to take with us. I don't know why I indulged such a foolish hope. Night Eyes had not waited. When I reached Girl on a Dragon, he was already there. He was sitting patiently, tail neatly coiled about his feet, looking up at the fool. I slowed when I saw him. My premonition of danger faded. He was sitting on the edge of the dais, feet dangling, head leaned back against the dragon's leg. The surface of the dais was littered with fresh chips from this day's efforts. I walked toward him. His eyes were lifted to the sky, and the expression on his face was wistful. Contrasted against the dragon's rich green hide, the fool was white no longer, but the palest of golds. There was even a tawny edge to his silky fine hair. The eyes he turned to me were pale topaz. He very slowly shook his head at me, but he did not speak until I leaned against her pedestal. "I had been hoping. I could not help hoping. But I have seen today what must be put into a dragon so it can fly." He shook his head more forcefully. "And even if I had the skill to give it, I do not have it to give. Even were she to consume all of me, it would not be enough." I did not say that I knew that. I did not even say that I had suspected it all along. I had finally learned something from Starling Birdsong. I let him have a silence, for a time. Then I said, "Night Eyes and I are going to go get 2 Jeppers. When I come back, we had better pack swiftly and be gone. I did not see Verity give chase to anything. Perhaps that means Regal's troops are still far away, but I don't want to take any chances." He drew a deep breath.
"That is wise. It is time for this fool to be wise. When you come back, I shall help you pack."
I realized then I was still gripping Verity's sword in its sheath. I took off the plain short sword and replaced it with the blade Hod had made for Verity. It weighed strangely against me. I offered the short sword to the fool. "Want this?" He glanced at me, a puzzled look.
"What for? I'm a fool, not a killer. I've never even learned to use one."
I left him there to say his farewells. As we wended our way out of the quarry and toward the woods where we had been pasturing the Jeppers, the wolf lifted his nose and snuffed. "Nothing left of Carrot but a bad smell," he noted as we passed the vicinity of the body. "I suppose I should have buried him." I said as much to myself as him. "No sense in burying meat that is already rotten," he noted with puzzlement. I passed the black pillar, but not without a small shudder. I found our straying Jeppers on a hillside meadow. They were more reluctant to be caught than I had expected. Night Eyes enjoyed rounding them up considerably more than they or I did. I chose the lead Jepper and one other, but as I led them away, the others decided to trail along after us as well. I should have expected it. I had rather hoped the rest would stay and go wild. I did not relish the idea of 6 Jeppers at my heel all the way back to Jampe. A new thought came to me as I led them past the pillar and into the quarry. I did not have to return to Jampe. The hunting here is as good as any we've found. We've the fool to think of, as well as ourselves. I would not let him go hungry. And when winter comes? When winter comes, then... He is attacked. Night Eyes did not wait for me. He streaked past me, grey and low, claws scratching against the black stone of the quarry floor as he ran. I let go of my Jeppers and ran after him. The wolf's nose told me of human scent in the air. An instant later he had identified Burl, even as he hurtled toward them. The fool had not left Girl on a Dragon. That was where Burl had found him. He must have come quietly, for the fool was never easy to take unawares. Perhaps his obsession had betrayed him. Whatever the case, Burl had got the first cut in. Blood ran down the fool's arm and dripped from his fingertips. He had left smears of it all up the dragon as he climbed her. Now he clung, feet braced against the girl's shoulder, and one hand gripping the dragon's gaping lower jaw. In his free hand he gripped his knife. He stared down at Burl balefully, waiting. Skill boiled from Burl, angry and frustrated. Burl had climbed up onto the dais, and was seeking to clamber up the dragon itself now as he strove to reach up and impose a skill touch on the fool. The smoothly scaled hide was defying him. Only one as agile as the fool could have shimmied up to the perch where he clung just out of Burl's reach. Burl drew his sword in frustration and swung it at the fool's braced feet. Its tip missed, but not by much, and its blade rang against the girl's back. The fool cried out as loudly as if the blade had bit truly, and sought to scrabble higher. I saw his hand slip where his own blood had greased the dragon's hide. Then he was sliding down, scrabbling frantically as he came down hard, right behind the girl's seat on the dragon's back. I saw his head bounce glancingly against a shoulder. He looked half-stunned, and clung to where he was. Burl lifted his sword for a second swing, one that could easily separate the fool's leg from his body. Instead, soundless as hate could be, the wolf surged up onto the dais and took Burl from behind. I was still running toward them as I saw Night Eye's impact drive Burl forward to smack against Girl on a Dragon. He sank to his knees against the statue. His sword blow missed the fool and rang again against the dragon's gleaming green hide. Ripples of color raced away from that clash of metal against stone, like the ripples made when one tosses a pebble in a still pond. I reached the dais as Night Eyes darted his head in. His jaws closed, gripping Burl from behind, between his shoulder and neck. Burl screamed, his voice going amazingly shrill. He dropped his sword and lifted his hands to clutch at the wolf's ravening jaws. Night Eyes worried him like a rabbit. Then the wolf braced his front feet on Burl's wide back and made more sure of his grip. Some things happened too swiftly to tell well. I felt Will behind me at the same moment that the wild spattering of Burl's blood became a sudden gushing. Night Eyes had severed the great vein of his throat, and Burl's life was pumping out in jumping gouts of scarlet. "For you, my brother," Night Eyes told the fool. "This kill for you." Night Eyes still did not let go, but shook him again. The blood leaped like a fountain as Burl struggled, not knowing he was already dead. The blood struck the dragon's gleaming hide and ran down it, to puddle in the chiseled troughs the fool had made attempting to free his feet and tail. And there the blood bubbled and steamed, eating into the stone as scalding water would have eaten into a chunk of ice. The scales and claws of the dragon's hind feet were unveiled, the detail of the whip-like tail exposed, and as Night Eyes finally flung down Burl's lifeless body, the dragon's wings opened. Girl on a Dragon soared up into the sky, as she had strained to do for so long. It seemed an effortless lifting, almost as if she floated away. The fool was borne away with her. I saw him lean forward, clutching instinctively at the supple waist of the girl before him. His face was turned away from me. I glimpsed the bland eyes and still mouth of the girl's face. Perhaps her eyes saw, but she was no more separate from the dragon than its tail or wing, merely another appendage, one to which the fool clung as they rose higher and higher. I saw all these things, but not because I stood and stared. I saw them in glimpses and through the wolf's eyes. My own gaze I turned on Will as he ran up behind me. He carried a bared blade in his hand and ran easily. I drew Verity's sword as I turned, and found it took no longer coming out of its sheath than the sword I had become accustomed to. The strength of Will's skill hit me in a buffeting wave just as the tip of Verity's blade came free of the scabbard. I staggered back a step and threw up my walls against him. He knew me well. That first wave had been compounded not just of fear, but of specific pains. They had been prepared especially for me. I knew again the shock of my broken nose. I felt the burn of my split face, even if it did not stream hot blood down my chest as it once had. For a frozen heartbeat, all I could do was hold my walls against that crippling pain. The sword I gripped seemed suddenly made of lead. It sagged in my hand, its tip drooping toward the earth. Burl's death saved me. In the moment that Night Eyes flung his lifeless body down, I saw that death lap against Will. His eyes sagged almost shut with the impact of it. The last member of his coterie was gone. I felt Will diminish abruptly, not just as Burl's skill no longer supplemented his own, but as grief washed over him. I found in my mind an image of Carad's rotting body, and flung that at him for good measure. He staggered back. "You failed, Will." I spat the words. "Verity's dragon has already risen. Even now it wings toward Buck. His queen rides with him, and she bears within her his heir. The rightful king will reclaim his throne and crown. He will scourge his coasts of red ships and scour Regal's troops from the mountains. No matter what you do here, you are defeated." A strange smile twisted my mouth. "I win." Snarling, Night Eyes advanced to stand at my side. Then, Will's face changed. Regal looked at me out of his eyes. He was as unmoved by Burl's death as he would be by Will's. I sensed no grief, only anger at a lessening of his power. "Perhaps," he said with Will's voice. "Perhaps then all I should care for is killing you, bastard. At whatever the cost." He smiled at me, the smile of a man who knows how the tumbling dice will fall before they land. I knew a moment of uncertainty and fear. I flung my walls up tighter against Will's insidious attacks. "Do you really think a one-eyed swordsman has a fighting chance against my blade and my wolf, Regal? Or do you plan to throw his life away as casually as you have the rest of the coterie?" I flung the question in a faint hope of stirring discord between them. "Why not?" Regal asked me calmly with Will's voice. "Or did you think I was truly as stupid as my brother, to be content with only one coterie?" A wave of skill struck me with the force of a wall of water. I staggered back before it, then regained myself and charged at Will. I'd have to kill him quickly. Regal had control of Will's skill. He little cared what it would do to Will, how it might scorch him if he killed me with a skill blast. I could feel him drawing up skill power into himself. Yet even as I put all my heart into killing Will, Regal's words ate at me. Another coterie. One-eyed or not, Will was fast. His blade was a part of him as he met my first thrust and turned it. I wished for an instant for the familiarity of my battered short sword. Then I threw such thoughts aside as useless and thought only of breaking past his guard. The wolf moved swiftly past me, belly low, as he sought to close on Regal from Will's blind side. 3 new coteries! Will's voice gasped with effort as he parried my blade. I slipped away from his thrust and tried to wrap his blade. He was too fast for that. Young, strong skill users, to carve dragons of my own. A swiping slash whose breeze I felt. Dragons at my beck, loyal to me, dragons to bring down verity in blood and scales. He spun and darted a thrust at Night Eyes. The wolf leaped wildly away. I sprang in, but his blade was already back to meet mine. He fought with incredible speed. Another use of the skill, or a skill illusion he forced on me. Then they shall clear the red ships for me, and open the mountain passes. The mountains will be mine as well. I shall be a hero. No one will oppose me then. His blade struck mine hard, a jolt I felt in my shoulder. His words jolted me as well. They rang with truth and determination. Skill-imbued, they pounded against me with the solid force of hopelessness. I shall master the skill road. The ancient city will be my new capital. All my skill users shall be drenched in the river's magic. Another swipe at Night Eyes. It shaved a wisp of hair from his shoulder, and again that opening passed too swiftly for my own clumsy blade. I felt I stood shoulder-deep in water, and fought a man whose blade was light as a straw. Stupid bastard! Did you truly think I cared about one pregnant whore? One dragon a wing? The quarry itself is the true prize. The one you have left unguarded for me, the stuff from which a score, no, 100 dragons shall rise. How had we been so stupid? How had we not seen what Regal truly sought? We had thought with our hearts of Six Duchies folk, of farmers and fishermen who needed their king's arm to defend them. But Regal? He had thought only of what the skill could win for him. I knew his next words before he flung them. In Bingtown and Chalcid they will bend their knees to me, and in the Out Islands they will cower at my name. Others come, and above us. Night Eye's warning nearly killed me. For in the instant I lifted my eyes, Will sprang at me. I gave ground, all but running backward to avoid his blade. Far behind him, from the mouth of the quarry, a dozen men ran toward us, brandishing blades. They moved not in step, but with a oneness to them far more cohesive than any mere troops could have mustered. A coterie! I sensed their skill as they approached, like the storm winds that precede a squall. Will suddenly halted his advance. My wolf raced to meet them, teeth bared, snarling. "Night Eyes, stop! You cannot fight 12 blades wielded by one mind!" Will lowered his blade, then casually sheathed it. He called to the coterie over his shoulder, "Don't bother with them! Let the archers finish them!" A glance at the towering walls of the quarry showed me this was no bluff. Gold and brown-clad soldiers were coming into position. I grasped this was what the troops were about. Not to defeat Verity, but to take and hold his quarry. Another wave of humiliation and despair washed over me. Then I lifted my blade and charged at Will, him at least. I would kill. An arrow clattered across the stone floor where I had stood. Another skittered right between Night Eye's legs. A scream rose from the walls of the quarry to the west of us. Girl on a dragon swept low over me, the fool on her back. A golden-brown archer writhing in the dragon's jaws. The man was gone suddenly. A puff of smoke or steam swept away by the wind of her passage. She banked her wings, came in low again, snatching up another archer and sending one leaping into the quarry to avoid her. Another puff of smoke. On the floor of the quarry, all of us were frozen, gaping up. Will recovered more quickly than I did, an angry shout to his archers, ringing with skill. "Fire upon her! Bring her down!" Almost instantly, a phalanx of arrows went singing toward her. Some arced and fell before they even reached her. The rest she deflected with a single powerful beat of her wings. The arrows suddenly wobbled in the gust of her wind and fell tumbling like straws to shatter on the quarry floor. Girl on a dragon abruptly stooped and came diving directly at Will. He fled. I believe Regal abandoned him for at least as long as it took him to make that decision. He ran, and for an instant it appeared that he chased the wolf who had nearly closed the distance between him and the coterie. Save at the moment the coterie realized that Will was fleeing toward them, with a dragon shearing through the air behind them. The coterie turned on their heels and fled as well. I caught a brief flash of Night Eye's delighted triumph that 12 swordsmen would not stand to meet his charge. Then he cowered to the earth as Girl on a Dragon swept low over all of us. It was not only the harsh wind of her passage that I felt, but also a dizzying sweep of skill that, in an instant, snatched from my mind every thought I had been holding. As if the world had been plunged briefly into absolute darkness, and then handed back to me. In full brightness it was. I stumbled as I ran, and for an instant could not recall why I carried a bared sword, or who I chased. Ahead of me, Will faltered as the shadow swept him, and then the coterie staggered in their turn. Her claws snatched fruitlessly at Will as she passed. The scattered blocks of black stone were his salvation, for such was her wingspan that he could elude her in the narrowness of their maze. She shrieked her frustration, the high, wild cry of a hawk thwarted. She rose and banked to make a second sweep at him. I gasped as she flew right into a singing flight of arrows. They rattled uselessly off her hide, as if the archers had targeted the black stone of the quarry itself. Only the fool cowered away from them. Girl on a Dragon changed course abruptly, to fly low over the archers and snatch another from their midst, and consume him in an instant. Again her shadow swept over me, and again a moment of my life was snatched from me. I opened my eyes to find Will gone. Then I caught a brief glimpse of him, veering as he ran, dodging between the standing blocks of stone, much as a hare breaks his trail as he flees from a hawk. I could no longer see the coterie, but suddenly Night Eyes sprang from the shadow of a stone block to race by my side. "Oh, my brother, the scentless one hunts well," he exulted. "We were wise to take him into our pack." "Will is my kill," I declared to him. "Your kill is my kill," he pointed out quite seriously. "This is pack, and he shall be no one's kill unless we spread out to find him." He was right. Ahead of us, I heard shouts, and occasionally saw a gold and brown flash as a man dashed across a wide space between the blocks of stone. But most of them had rapidly understood that the way to remain sheltered from the dragon was to cling closely to the edges of the immense stone blocks. "They are running for the pillar. If we get to where we can see it, we can wait for him there." It seemed logical. To flee through the pillar would be the only way they could hope to escape the dragon for any length of time. I still heard the occasional clatter as arrows rained down in the dragon's wake, but a good portion of the archers who had ringed the quarry walls had retreated to the shelter of the surrounding forest. Night Eyes and I abandoned all efforts to find Will and simply went directly to the pillar. I had to admire the discipline of some of Regal's archers. Despite all else, if the wolf and I broke cover for more than a few strides, we would hear a cry of, "There they are!" And moments later, arrows would be hailing down where we had been. We reached the pillar in time to see two of Regal's new coterie dash across the open, hands reaching, to plunge into the dark pillar itself the moment they touched it. The rune for the stone garden was the one they chose, but perhaps it was only because it was the side of the pillar closest to cover. We did not move from the angle of a great block that sheltered us from arrows.
Did he go through already?
Perhaps. Wait. Several eternities passed. I became certain that Will had eluded us. Above us, Girl on a Dragon swept her shadow over the quarry walls. The cry of her victims were less frequent. The archers were using the cover of trees to hide themselves. Briefly, I watched her rise, circling high above the quarry. She hung, shining green high against the blue sky, rocking on her wings. I wondered what it was like for the fool to ride so. At least he had the girl part of the dragon to cling to. Abruptly, Girl on a Dragon tipped, side-slipped in the sky, and then folded her wings, plummeting down toward us. At the moment she did, Will broke cover and ran for the pillar. Night Eyes and I leaped after him. We were agonizingly close behind him. I ran fast, but the wolf ran faster, and Will fled the fastest of all. At the moment when his reaching fingertips brushed the pillar, the wolf made a final spring. His front paws slammed into Will's back, sending him head first toward the pillar. As I saw him melting into it, I cried out a warning to Night Eyes and gripped his fur to drag him back. He seized one of Will's calves as Will was snatched away from us. At the moment that his jaws closed on Will's flesh, the dragon's shadow swept over us. I lost my grip on the world and fell into blackness. Tales abound of heroes who have wrestled dark foes in the underworld. There are a few told of those who have willingly entered the dark unknown to rescue friends or lovers. In a timeless moment, I was offered quite clearly a choice. I could seize Will and choke the life out of him, or clasp Night Eyes to me and hold him together against all the forces that tore at his wolf's mind and being. It was really no decision at all. We emerged into cool shade and trampled grass. One moment there was only darkness and passage. In the next, we breathed and felt again. And feared. I scrabbled to my feet, amazed to find I still gripped Verity's sword. Night Eyes heaved himself up, staggered 2 steps, and fell over.
Sick. Poisoned. The whole world sways.
Lie still and breathe. I stood before him and lifted my eyes to glare around us. My gaze was returned not only by Will, but by most of Regal's new coterie. Most of them were still breathing hard, and one gave a shout of alarm at the sight of us. When Will shouted, a number of Pharaoh guards came running as well. They fanned out to surround us.
We must go back through the pillar. It's our only chance.
I cannot. You go. Night Eye's head drooped toward his paws, and his eyes closed. That is not pack, I told him sternly. I lifted Verity's sword. So this was how I was going to die. I was glad the fool had not told me. I probably would have killed myself first. Just kill him! Will ordered them. We've wasted enough time on him. Kill him and the wolf. And then find me an archer who can shoot a man off a dragon's back for me. Regal turned Will's back to me and strode away, still issuing orders. You, third coterie! You told me a finished dragon could not be weakened and made to serve. Well, I have just seen an unskilled fool do that very thing. You will find out how it was done. You will begin now. Let the bastard test his skill against swords. I lifted my sword, and Night Eyes pulled himself to his feet. His queasiness lapped against my fear as the circle of soldiers closed around us. Well, if I must die now, there was no more to fear. Perhaps I would try my skill against their swords. I discarded my walls, flinging them aside disdainfully. The skill was a river that raged all around me, a river that in this place was always in flood. As easily as drawing a breath it was to fill myself with it. A second breath banished my body's weariness and pains. I reached out with strength to my wolf. Beside me, Night Eyes gave himself a shake. The rising of his hackles and the baring of his teeth made him twice as large. My eyes circled the swords that surrounded us. Then we no longer waited, but sprang to meet them. As swords lifted to meet mine, Night Eyes raced forward and under them, then spun to slash a man's leg from behind. Night Eyes became a creature of speed, teeth, and fur. He did not try to bite and hold. Instead, he used his weight to knock men off balance, sending them stumbling into one another, hamstringing them when he could, slashing with his teeth rather than biting. For me, the challenge became not to strike at him as he dashed hither and yon. He never tried to challenge their swords. The moment a man turned to him and advanced, he fled, to shoulder past the legs of those who sought to confront me. As for me, I wielded Verity's sword with a grace and skill I had never before known with such a weapon. Hod's lessons and Hod's work finally came together for me, and if such a thing were possible, I would say that the spirit of the swordmaster was in the weapon, and that she sang to me as I wielded it. I could not break out of the circle they pinned me in, but neither could they get past my guard to do more than minor damage. In that first flurry of battle, we fought well and did well, but the odds were impossible. I could force men back from my sword and step toward them, but in the next moment I must turn to fight those men who had closed behind me. I could move the circle of battle, but not escape it. Still, I blessed the greater reach of Verity's sword that kept me alive. Other men were coming at a run to the din and shouts of fighting. Those who came drove a wedge between Night Eyes and me, forcing him ever farther away. "Get clear of them all and run! Run! Live, my brother!" For answer, he raced away from them all, then suddenly came looping back, charging right through their midst. Regal's men hacked at each other in a futile effort to stop him. They were not used to an opponent less than half the height of a man, and with twice the speed of one. Most aimed chopping blows at him that did no more than cleave the earth in his wake. In an instant,
He was past them, and had vanished once more into the lush forest. Men glared about wildly, wondering where next he would come from. But even at the hottest of the fight, I knew the hopelessness of what we did. Regal would win. Even were I to kill every man here, Will included, Regal would win, had already won for all that matter. And had I not known he always would? Had not I known from the very beginning that Regal was destined to rule? I took a sudden step backward, took off a man's arm at the elbow, and used the momentum of that blow to call the sword's blade back in an arc that took the tip across the face of another man. As the two fell, tangling together, there was a tiny opening in the circle. I took a step into the brief space, focused my skill, and seized Will's insidious grip upon my mind. I felt a blade lick against my left shoulder as I did so. I spun to engage my attacker's sword, then bade my body to think for itself for a moment, and made good my grip on Will. Wound through Will's consciousness, I found Regal, twisted into him like a drill worm in a deer's heart. Will could not have broken free of him, even if he had been able to think of doing it. And it seemed to me that there was not enough left of Will to even form a thought for himself. Will was a body, a vessel of meat and blood, holding skill for Regal to wield. Bereft of the coterie that had strengthened him, he was not all that formidable a weapon any more. Less valuable, one that might be used and cast aside with little remorse. I could not fight in both directions at once. I kept my grip on Will's mind, forced his thoughts away from mine, and strove to direct my body as well. In the next instant, I took 2 cuts, one to my left calf and one to my right forearm. I knew I could not sustain it. I could not see Night Eyes. He at least had a chance. Get clear of this, Night Eyes. It's all over. It but begins. He contradicted me. He surged through me like a flash of heat. From some other part of the camp I heard a cry in Will's voice. Somewhere a whit-wolf ravaged his body. I could sense Regal trying to unwind his mind from Will's. I clamped my hold tighter on them both. Stay and face it, Regal. The point of a sword found my hip. I jerked away from it and stumbled against stone, leaving a bloody handprint as I pushed myself upright again. It was Rielda's dragon. I had dragged the battle that far. I put my back to him thankfully and turned to face my attackers. Night Eyes and Will still fought. Plainly, Regal had learned something from his tortures of witted ones. He was not as vulnerable to the wolf as he once would have been. He could not hurt the wolf with skill, but he could wrap him with layer upon layer of fear. Night Eye's heart was suddenly thundering in my ears. I opened myself once more to the skill, filled myself, and did that I had never attempted before. I fed skill strength as wit to Night Eyes. For you, my brother. I felt Night Eyes repel at Will, breaking free of him for an instant. Will used that instant to flee us both. I longed to give chase, but behind me I felt an answering stir of the wit in Rielda's dragon, in a brief stench. My bloody handprint on his hide smoked away. He stirred. He was awakening. And he was hungry. There was a sudden crackling of branches and a storm of torn leaves as a great wind broke into the still heart of the forest. Girl on a dragon landed abruptly in the small cleared space by the pillar. Her lashing tail cleared the area around her of men. "Over there!" the fool shouted to her, and in a moment her head snaked out to seize one of my attackers in her fearsome jaws. He vanished in a puff of smoke, and I felt her skill swell with the life she had consumed. Behind me, a wedge-shaped reptilian head lifted suddenly. For a moment, All was blackness as that shadow passed over me. Then the head darted out, swifter than a striking snake, to seize the man nearest us. He vanished, the steam of what he had been stinking briefly past me. The roar the dragon gave near deafened me.
"My brother?"
I live, Night Eyes.
"As do I, brother."
"As do I, brother. And I hunger."
The wit voice of a very large carnivore. Old blood indeed. The strength of it shivered through my bones. Night Eyes had the wit to reply.
"Feed then, large brother. Make our kill yours and welcome. That is pack."
Rielda's dragon did not have to be invited twice. Whoever Rielda had been, he had put a healthy appetite into his dragon. Great clawed feet tore clear of the moss and earth. A tail lashed free, felling a small tree as it passed. I was barely able to scramble out of his path as he lunged to engulf another Pharaohman in his jaws.
Blood and wit, that is what it takes. Blood and wit. We can wake the dragons.
Blood and wit? At the moment, we are drenched in both.
He understood me instantly. In the midst of slaughter, Night Eyes and I played an insane child's game. It was almost a contest to see who could wake the most. A contest the wolf easily won. He would dart to a dragon, shake blood from his coat onto it, then bid it, "Wake, brother, and feed. We have brought you meat." And as each great body smoked with wolf blood and then stirred, he would remind it, "We are pack." I found King Wisdom. He was the antlered dragon, and he roused from his sleep, shouting, "Bark for buck keep! Ida and El, but I am hungry!" "There are red ships aplenty off the coast of Buck, my lord. They but await your jaws," I told him. For all his words there was little human left about him. Stone and souls had merged to become dragons in truth. We understood one another as carnivores do. They had hunted as a pack before, and that they recalled well. Most of the other dragons had nothing at all human about them. They had been shaped by elderlings, not men, and we understood little more of one another than that we were brothers and had brought them meat. Those who had been formed by coterie had dim recollections of Buck and Farseer kings. It was not those memories that bound them to me, but my promise of food. I counted it as the greatest blessing that I could imprint that much on these strange minds. There came a time when I could find no more dragons in the underbrush. Behind me, where Regal's soldiers had camped, I heard the cries of hunted men and the roaring of dragons as they competed for not meat, but life. Trees gave way before their charges, and their lashing tails sliced brush as a scythe cuts grain stalks. I had paused to breathe, one hand braced on my knee, the other still gripping Verity's sword. Breath came harsh and dry to me. Pain was beginning to break through the skill I had imposed on my body. Blood was dripping from my fingers. Lacking a dragon to give it to, I wiped my hand down my jerkin.
"Fitz!"
I turned as the fool ran up to me. He caught me in his arms, hugged me hard.
"You still live! Thank all gods everywhere! She flies like the wind itself, and she knew where to find you. Somehow she felt this battle from all that distance."
He paused for breath and added,
"Her hunger is insatiable, Fitz. You must come with me. Now! They are running out of prey. You must mount her with me and lead them to where they can feed, or I do not know what they will do."
Night Eyes joined us.
"This is a large and hungry pack. It will take much game to fill them."
"Shall we go with them to their hunting?"
Night Eyes hesitated. "On the back of one? Through the air?"
"That is how they hunt."
"This is not the wolf's way. But if you must leave me, I will understand.
I do not leave you, my brother. I do not leave you. I think the fool sensed something of what passed between us, for he was already shaking his head before I spoke. You must lead them. On Girl on a Dragon, take them back to Buck and Verity. They will hearken to you, for you are pack with us now. It is something they understand.
Fitz, I cannot. I was not made for this slaughter. This taking of life is not why I came. I have never seen this, not in any dream, nor read of it in any scroll. I fear I may lead time awry.
No, this is right, I feel it. I am the catalyst, and I came to change all things. Prophets become warriors. Dragons hunt as wolves. I hardly knew my own voice as I spoke. I had no idea where such words came from. I met the fool's unbelieving eyes. It is as it must be. Go.
Fitz,
Girl on a Dragon came lumbering toward us. On the ground, her airy grace deserted her. Instead, she walked with power, as a hulking bear or a great-horned bull does. The green of her scales shone like dark emeralds in sunlight. The girl on her back was a breathtaking beauty for all her empty expression. The dragon head lifted, and she opened her mouth and darted her tongue out to taste the air. More! Hurry, I bid him. He embraced me almost convulsively, and shocked me when he kissed my mouth. He spun and ran toward Girl on a Dragon. The girl part of her leaned down to offer him a hand as she drew him up to sit behind her. The expression on her face never changed. Just another part of the dragon. To me! He cried to the dragons that were already gathering around us. The last look he gave me was a mocking smile. Follow the scentless one, Night Eyes commanded them, before I could think. He is a mighty hunter, and will lead you to much meat. Hearken to him, for he is pack with us. Girl on a Dragon leaped up, her wings open, and with powerful beats they carried her steadily upward. The fool clung behind her. He lifted a hand in farewell, then quickly put it back to clutch at her waist. It was my last sight of him. The others followed, giving cry in a way that reminded me of hounds on a trail, save they sounded more like the shrilling of raptor birds. Even the winged boar rose, ungainly as was his leap into the air. The beating of their wings was such that I covered my ears, and Night Eyes shrank belly down to the earth beside me. Trees swayed in the great passage of dragons, and dropped branches both dead and green. For a time, the sky was filled with jeweled creatures, green and red and blue and yellow. Whenever the shadow of one passed over me, I knew a blackness. But my eyes were opened and watching as Rielda's dragon lifted, last of them all, to follow that great pack into the sky. In a short time, the canopy of trees hid them from my view. Gradually, their cries faded. Your dragons are coming, Verity. I told the man I had once known. The elderlings have risen to Buck's defense, just as you said they would. 40. Regal. The catalyst comes to change all things. In the wake of the dragon's departure, there was a great silence, broken only by the whispers of leaves as a few sifted down to the forest floor. Not a frog croaked. Not a bird sang. The dragons had broken the roof of the forest in their departure. Great shafts of sunlight shone down on soil that had been shaded since before I was born. Trees had been uprooted or snapped off, and great troughs had been gouged in the forest floor by by the passage of their immense bodies. Scaly shoulders had gashed the bark from ancient trees, bearing the secret white cambium beneath. The slashed earth and trees and trampled grasses gave up their rich odours to the warm afternoon. I stood in the midst of destruction, Night Eyes at my side, and looked about slowly. Then we went to look for water. Our passage took us through the camp. It was an odd battle scene. There were scattered weapons and occasional helms, trampled tents and scattered gear, but little more than that. The only bodies that remained were those of soldiers that Night Eyes and I had killed. The dragons had no interest in dead meat. They fed on the life that fled such tissue. I found the stream I had recalled, and threw myself flat by it to drink as if my thirst had no bottom. Night Eyes lapped beside me, then flung himself to the cool grass by the stream. He began a slow, careful licking of a slash on his forepaw. It had parted his hide, and he pressed his tongue into that gap, cleaning it carefully. It would heal as a fusing of dark, hairless skin. Just another scar. He dismissed my thought. What shall we do now? I was carefully peeling my shirt off. Drying blood made it cling to my injuries. I set my teeth and jerked it loose. I leaned over the stream to splash cold water up onto the sword cuts I had taken. Just a few more scars, I told myself glumly. And what shall we do now? Sleep. The only thing that would sound better than that would be eating. I've no stomach to kill anything else right now. I told him. That's the trouble with killing humans. All that work and nothing to eat for it. I heaved myself wearily to my feet. Let's go look through their tents. I need something to use for bandaging, and they must have some food stores. I left my old shirt where it had fallen. I'd find another. Right now, even its weight seemed too much to bother carrying. I'd probably have dropped Verity's sword, except that I had already sheathed it. Drawing it again would have been too much trouble. I was suddenly that tired. The tents had been trampled flat in the dragon's hunting. One had collapsed into a cook fire and was smouldering. I dragged it away and trampled it out. Then the wolf and I began systematically to salvage what we would need. His nose quickly found their food supplies. There was some dried meat, but it was mostly travel bread. We were too famished to be fussy. I had gone so long without bread of any kind that it tasted almost good. I even found a skin of wine, but one taste persuaded me to use it to wash my injuries instead. I bound my wounds in brown cambric from a Pharaohman's shirt. I still had some wine left. I tasted it again. Then I tried to persuade Night Eyes to let me wash his injuries, but he refused, saying they already hurt enough. I was starting to stiffen, but I forced myself to my feet. I found a soldier's pack and discarded from it all things useless to me. I rolled up 2 blankets and tied them snugly, and found a golden-brown cloak to wear against chilly evenings. I rummaged up more bread and put it in the pack. "What are you doing?" Night Eyes was drowsing, nearly asleep. "I don't want to sleep here tonight. So I gather what I will need for our journey." "Journey? Where are we going?" I stood still for a moment. Back to Molly and Buck? No. Never again. Jumpe? Why? Why travel that long and wearisome black road again? I could think of no good reasons. Well, I still don't want to sleep here tonight. I'd like to be well away from that pillar before I rest again. Very well. Then, what was that? We froze as we stood, every sense prickling. Let's go and find out, I suggested quietly. Afternoon was venturing into evening, and the shadows under the trees were deepening. What we had heard was a sound that didn't belong amongst the creakings of the frogs and insects and the fading calls of the day-birds. It had come from the place of battle. We found Will on his belly, dragging himself toward the pillar. Rather, he had been dragging himself. When we found him, he was still. One of his legs was gone, severed away, jaggedly. Bone thrust out of the torn flesh. He had bound a sleeve about the stump, but not tightly enough. Blood still leaked from it. Night Eyes bared his teeth as I stooped to touch him. He lived, but barely. No doubt he had hoped to reach the pillar and slip through to find others of Regal's men to aid him. Regal must have known he still lived, but he had sent no one back for him. He had not even the decency to be loyal to a man who had served him that long. I loosed the sleeve and bound it more tightly. Then I lifted his head and dribbled a little water into his mouth.
"Why do you bother?"
Night Eyes asked.
"We hate him, and he's nearly dead. Let him die."
"Not yet, not just yet. Will? Can you hear me, Will?" The only sign was a change in his breathing. I gave him a bit more water. He breathed some in, gasped, then swallowed the next mouthful. He took a deeper breath and sighed it out. I opened myself and gathered skill.
"My brother, leave this. Let him die. This is the doing of carrion birds, to peck at a dying thing."
"It's not Will I'm after, Night Eyes. This may be the last chance I'll ever get at Regal. I'm going to take it." He made no reply, but lay down on the ground beside me. He watched as I drew more skill into myself. How much, I wondered, did it take to kill? Could I summon enough? Will was so weak I almost felt shamed. I thrust past his defenses as easily as one would push aside a sick child's hands. It was not just the loss of blood and the pain. It was Burl's death, following so close on Carad's, and it was the shock of Regal's abandonment. His own loyalty to Regal had been skill-imprinted on him. He could not grasp that Regal had felt no real bond with him. It shamed him that I could see that in him.
"Kill me now, bastard. Go ahead. I'm dying anyway."
"It's not about you, Will. It was never about you." I saw that clearly now. I groped inside him as if I were probing a wound for an arrowhead. He struggled feebly against my invasion, but I ignored that. I shuffled through his memories, but found little that was useful. Yes, Regal had coteries, but they were young and green, little more than groups of men with potential for the skill. Even the ones I had seen at the quarry were uncertain. Regal had wanted him to make large coteries so they could pool more power. Regal did not understand that closeness could not be forced nor shared by that many. He had lost 4 young skill users on the skill road. They were not dead, but vacant-eyed and vague. Another 2 had come through the pillars with him, but had lost all ability to skill afterward. Coteries were not so easily made. I went deeper, and Will threatened to die on me, but I linked with him and forced strength into him. "You won't die. Not yet," I told him fiercely, and there, deep within him, my probing finally found what I sought. A skill link to Regal. It was tenuous and faint. Regal had abandoned him, done all he could to leave Will behind. But it was as I had suspected. They had been linked too strongly for too long for the bond to be easily dissolved. I gathered my skill, centered myself, and sealed myself. I poised myself, and then I leaped. As when a sudden rain gathers and fills a stream bed that has been dry all summer, so I flowed through that skill link between Will and Regal. At the last possible moment I held myself back. I seeped into Regal's mind like slow poison, listening with his ears, seeing with his eyes. I knew him. He slept. No, he almost slept. His lungs thick with smoke, his mouth numb from brandy. I drifted into his dreams. The bed was soft beneath him, the coverlets warm over him. This last falling fit had been a bad one, a very bad one. It was disgusting to fall and twitch like the bastard Fitz. Not proper for this to happen to a king. Stupid healers. They could not even say what had brought these fits on. What would people think of him? The tailor and his apprentice had seen. Now he would have to kill them. No one must know. They would laugh at him. The healer had said he was better last week. Well, he would find a new healer, and hang the old healer tomorrow. No. He would give him to the forged ones in the king's circle. They were very hungry now. And then let the big cats out with the forged ones. And the bull, the big white one with the sweeping horns and the hump. He tried to smile and tell himself it would be amusing, to tell himself that tomorrow would bring him pleasure. The room was thick with the cloying odour of smoke, but even it could scarcely soothe him. All had been going well, so very, very well. And then the bastard had ruined it all. He had killed Burl, and wakened the dragons, and sent them to Verity. 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 It was always Verity. Ever since he'd been born, Verity and Chivalry got tall horses, while he was kept to a pony. Verity and Chivalry got real swords, but he must practice with wood. Verity and Chivalry always together, always older, always bigger, always thinking they were better, even though he came of finer blood than they, and by right should have inherited the throne. His mother had warned him of their jealousy of him. His mother had bade him always be careful, and more than careful. They would kill him if they could. They would. Mother had done her best. She had seen them sent away as much as she could, but even sent away they might come back. No, there was only one way to be safe, only one way. Well, he would win tomorrow. He had coteries, did he not? Coteries of fine, strong young men, coteries to make dragons for him, and him alone. The coteries were bound to him, and the dragons would be bound to him. And he would make more coteries and more dragons and more, until he had far more than Verity. Except Will had been teaching the coteries for him, and now Will was useless, broken like a toy. The dragon bit his leg off when he flung him in the air, and Will had landed in a tree like a kite with no wind. It was disgusting. The man with one leg. He couldn't stand broken things. His blind eye had been bad enough, but to lose a leg too? What would men think of a king who kept a crippled servant? His mother had never trusted cripples. They are jealous, she had warned him, always jealous, and they will turn on you. But Will he had needed for the coteries. Stupid Will! It was all Will's fault. But Will was the one who knew how to wake skill in people and form them into coteries. So maybe he should send someone back for Will. If Will still lived. Will? Regal skilled tentatively toward us. Not exactly. I closed my skill around him. It was ridiculously easy, like picking up a sleeping hen from its perch. "Let me go! Let me go!" I felt him reaching for his other coteries. I slapped them away from him, closed him off from their skilling. He had no strength. He had never had any real skill strength. It had all been the coteries' power that he had puppeteered. It shocked me. All the fear I had borne inside me over a year's time now. Of what? Of a whining, spoiled child who schemed to take his older brother's toys. The crown and the throne were no more to him than their horses and swords had been. He had no concept of governing a kingdom, only of wearing a crown and doing what he wished. First his mother, and then Galen had done his scheming for him. He had learned from them only a sly cunning as to how to get his way. If Galen had not bound the coterie to him, he would never have wielded any true power. Stripped of his coterie, I saw him as he was, a cosseted child with a penchant for cruelty that had never been denied.
This is what we have feared and fled? This? Night Eyes, what do you here? Your kill is my kill, my brother. I would see what meat we have come so far to take.
Regal squirmed and thrashed, literally sickened by the wit-touch of the wolf against his mind. It was unclean and disgusting, a dirty doggy thing, nasty and smelly, as bad as that rat creature that scuttled in his rooms at night and could not be caught. Night Eyes leaned closer, pressed the wit against him as if he could smell him all that way away. Regal retched and shuddered. Enough, I told Night Eyes, and the wolf relented.
If you are going to kill him, do it soon, Night Eyes advised. The other one weakens and will die if you do not hurry.
He was right. Will's breath had gone shallow and rapid. I gripped Regal firmly, then fed more strength into Will. He tried not to take it, but his self-mastery was not that strong. Given a chance, the body will always choose to live. And so his lungs steadied and his heart beat more strongly. Once more I drew skill into myself. I centered myself in it, and honed its purpose. I turned my attention back to Regal.
If you kill me, you will burn yourself. You will lose your own skill if you kill me with it.
I had thought of that. I had never much enjoyed being skilled. I had rather far be witted than skilled. It would be no loss. I forced myself to recall Galen. I called to mind the fanatical coterie he had created for Regal. It gave shape to my purpose, as I had longed to do for so long. I loosed my skill upon him. Afterward, there was little left of Will, but I sat by him and gave him water when he asked for it. I even covered him when he complained faintly of cold. It puzzled the wolf, my death watch. A knife across his throat would have been so much better for both of us, kinder, perhaps. But I decided I was no longer an assassin. So I waited for his last breath. And when he sighed it out, I stood up and walked away. It is a long way from the mountain kingdom to the coast of Buck. Even as the dragon flies, tirelessly and swift, it is a long, long way. For a few days, Night Eyes and I knew peace. We travelled far from the empty stone garden, far from the black Skill Road. We were both too stiff to hunt well, but we had found a good trout stream and we followed it. The days were almost too warm, the nights clear and kind. We fished. We ate. We slept. I thought only of things that did not hurt, not of Molly and Burrich's embrace, but of Nettle, sheltered by his good right arm. He would be a good father to her. He had had practice. I even found it in me to hope that she might have younger brothers and sisters in years to come. I thought of peace returning to the mountain kingdom, of red ships driven from the coast of the Six Duchies. I healed, not completely. A scar is never the same as good flesh, but it stops the bleeding. I was there on the summer afternoon when Verity as Dragon appeared in the skies over Buck Keep. With him, I saw the shining black towers and turrets of Buck Keep Castle far below us. Beyond the castle, where Buck Keep town had been, were the blackened shells of buildings and warehouses. Forged ones ambled through the streets, pushed aside by swaggering raiders. Masts with tatters of canvas dangling from them thrust up through the calm waters. A dozen red ships rocked peacefully in the harbour. I felt the heart of Verity as Dragon swell with anger. I swear I heard Ketrican's cry of anguish at the sight. Then the great turquoise and silver dragon was alighting in the centre grounds of Buck Keep Castle. He ignored the flight of arrows that rose to meet him. Ignored, too, the cries of the soldiers who cowered before him, senseless as his shadow spread over them and his great wings beat to lower his bulk to the ground. It was a wonder he did not crush them. Even as he was alighting, Ketrican was trying to stand up upon his shoulders, crying to the guard to lower their pikes and stand away. On the ground, he dipped his shoulder to let a dishevelled Queen Ketrican dismount. Starling Birdsong slid down behind her and distinguished herself by bowing to the line of pikes that were pointed at them. I saw not a few faces I recognized, and shared Verity's pain at how privation had transformed them. Then Patience came forth, pike gripped tightly, helm askew upon her bundled hair. She pushed through the awe-stricken guards, her hazel eyes flinty in a pinched face. At the sight of the dragon she halted. Her gaze went from the queen to the dragon's dark eyes. She took a breath, caught it, then breathed the word, "Elderling." Then she threw both helm and pike into the air with a whoop and rushed forward to embrace Ketrican, crying, "An elderling! I knew it! I knew it! I knew they would come back!" She spun on her heel, issuing a flurry of orders that included everything from a hot bath for the queen to readying a charge from the gates of Buckkeep Castle. But what I will always hold in my heart is the moment when she turned back to stamp her foot at Verity as dragon and tell him to hurry up and get those damned ships out of her harbour. The Lady Patience of Buckkeep had become used to being obeyed swiftly. Verity rose and went to the battle as he always had. Alone. Finally he had his wish to confront his enemies not with the skill, but in the flesh. On his very first pass, a slash of his tail shattered 2 of their ships. He intended that none should escape him. It was but hours later that the fool and girl on a dragon and their followers arrived to join him. But by then not a red ship remained in Buck Harbour. They joined him in his hunting through the steep streets of what had been Buckkeep Town. It was not yet evening when the streets were empty of raiders. Those who had sheltered in the castle poured back into the town to weep at the wreckage. It was true, but also to come near and wonder at the elderlings who had returned to save them. Despite the number of dragons who came, Verity was the dragon that the folk of Buck would remember clearest. Not that folk remember anything too clearly when dragons are flying overhead, casting their shadows below. Still, he is the dragon one sees on all the tapestries of the cleansing of Buck. It was a summer of dragons for the coastal duchies. I saw it all, or as much as would fit into my sleeping hours. Even awake I was aware of it, like thunder more felt than heard from the distance. I knew when Verity led the dragons northward to purge all Buck and Bairns, and even the near islands of red ships and raiders. I saw the scouring of Ripple Keep and the return of Faith, Duchess of Bairns, to her proper keep. Girl on a dragon and the fool flew south along the coast of Ripon and Shokes, rooting raiders out from their strongholds on the islands as well. How Verity conveyed to them that they must feed only on the raiders I do not know. But that line was held. The folk of the Six Duchies feared them not. Children ran out from huts and cottages to point overhead at the jewelled passing of the creatures. When the dragons slept, temporarily satiated, on the beaches and in the pastures, the people came out to walk among them fearlessly, to touch with their own hands these jewelled, glittering creatures. And everywhere the raiders had established strongholds. The dragons fed well. The summer died slowly, and autumn came to shorten the days and promise storms to come. As the wolf and I gave thought to shelter for the winter, I had dreams of dragons flying over shores I had never seen before. Water churned cold against those harsh shores, and ice encroached on the edges of their narrow bays. The out-islands, I surmised. Verity had always longed to bring the war to their shores, and did so with a vengeance, and that, too, was as it had been in King Wisdom's time. It was winter, and snows had come to the higher reaches of the mountains, but not to the valleys where the hot springs steamed in the chill air when the dragons last passed over my head. I came to the door of my hut to watch them pass, flying in great formations like migrating geese. Night Eyes turned his head to their strange calls and sent up a howl of his own in answer. As they swept over me, the world blinked around me, and I lost all but the vaguest memory of it. I could not tell you if Verity led their flight, or even if Girl on a Dragon was among them. I only knew that peace had been restored to the Six Duchies, and that no red ships would venture near our shores again. I hoped they would all sleep well in the stone garden, as they had before. I went back into the hut to turn the rabbit on the cooking spit. I looked forward to a long, quiet winter. So the promising aid of the elderlings was brought to the Six Duchies. They came, just as they had in King Wisdom's time, and drove the red ships from the shores of the Six Duchies. 2 great-sailed white ships were sank as well in that great cleansing, and just as in King Wisdom's time, their outstretched shadows on the folk below stole moments of life and memory as they passed. All the myriad shapes and colours of the dragons made their way into the scrolls and tapestries of that time, just as they had before. And folk filled in what they could not remember of the battles, when dragons filled the sky overhead with guesses and fancies. Minstrels made songs of it. All the songs say that Verity came home himself upon the turquoise dragon, and rode the beast into the battle against the red ships. And the best songs say that when the fighting was over, Verity was carried off by the elderlings to feast with them in great honour, and then sleep beside them in their magic castle until such time as Buck shall need to call on him again. So the truth became, as Starling had told me, something bigger than the facts. It was, after all, a time for heroes and all sorts of marvellous things to occur. As when Regal himself came riding, at the head of a column of 6,000 Faromen, to bring aid and supplies not just to Buck, but to all the coastal duchies. The news of his return had preceded him, as had the barges of livestock, grain, and treasures from Tradeford Hall itself that came in a steady stream down the Buck River. All spoke in wonder of how the prince had started up from a dream, and run half-dressed through the halls of Tradeford, miraculously foretelling the return of King Verity to Buck Keep and the summoning of the elderlings to save the Six Duchies. Birds were sent, withdrawing all troops from the mountains, and offering his most humble apologies and generous monetary reparation to King Eod. He summoned his nobles, to foretell to them that Queen Ketrican would bear Verity's child, and that he, Regal, wished to be first to pledge fealty to the next Farseer monarch. In honour of the day, he had ordered all gallows pulled down and burned, all prisoners pardoned and freed, and the king's circle was to be renamed the Queen's Garden, and planted with trees and flowers from all 6 of the duchies, as a symbol of new unity. When later that day the red ships attacked the outskirts of Tradeford, Regal himself called for his horse and armour, and rode to lead the defence of his folk. Side by side he fought, next to merchants and longshoremen, nobles and beggars. He gained in that battle the love of the common folk of Tradeford. When he announced his allegiance must always be to the child Queen Ketrican carried, they joined their vows to his. When he reached Buck Keep, it is said he remained on his knees and robed only in sackcloth at the gate of Buck Keep Castle for some days, until the Queen herself deigned to come forth and accept his most abject apologies, forever doubting her honour. Into her hands he returned both the crown of the 6 duchies and the simpler band of the king-in-waiting. He no longer wished, he told her, to hold any higher title than uncle to his monarch. The Queen's paleness and silence at his words were put down to the uneasy stomach her pregnancy gave her. To Lord Chade, the Queen's adviser, he returned all the scrolls and books of Skillmaster Solicity, with the plea that he guard them well, for there was much in them that could be turned to evil in the wrong hands. He had lands and a title he wished to confer on the fool as soon as he returned from his warrioring to Buck Keep, and to his dear, dear sister-in-law, Lady Patience, he returned the rubies that chivalry had given her, for they could never grace any neck as finely as they did her own. I had considered having him erect a statue in my memory, but had decided that would be going too far. The fanatical loyalty I had imprinted on him would be my best memorial. While Regal lived, Queen Ketrican and her child would have no more loyal subject. Ultimately, of course, that was not long. All have heard of the tragic and bizarre death of Prince Regal. The rabid creature that savaged him in his bed one night left bloody tracks, not just on his bedclothes, but all about the bedchamber, as if it had exulted in its deed. Gossip had it that it was an extremely large river rat that had somehow journeyed with him all the way from Tradeford. It was most disturbing to all the folk in the keep. The Queen had the rat dogs brought in to scour every chamber, but to no avail. The beast was never captured or killed. The rumors of sightings of the immense rat were rampant among the keep servants. Some say that was why, for months afterward, Lord Chade was seldom seen without his pet ferret. 41. The Scribe. If the truth be known, forging was not an invention of the Red Ships. We had taught it well to them, back in the days of King Wisdom. The elderlings that took our revenge on the Out Islands soared many times over that country of islands. Many Out Islanders were devoured outright, but many others were overflown by dragons so often that they were stripped of their memories and feelings. They became callous strangers to their own kin. That was the grievance that had rankled so amongst that long-memoried folk. When the Red Ship sailed, it was not to claim Six Duchies' territory or wealth. It was for revenge, to do to us as so long ago we had done to them in the days of their great-great-grandmothers. What one folk know, another may discover. They had scholars and wise folk of their own, despite Six Duchies' disdain of them as barbarians. So it was that mention of dragons was studied by them in every ancient scroll they could find. While it would be difficult to find absolute proof, it seems to me that some copies of scrolls collected by the skillmasters of Buck might actually have been sold, in the days before the Red Ships menaced our coasts, to out-islander traders who paid well for such things. And when the slow movement of glaciers bared, on their own shores, a dragon carved of black stone and outcroppings of more of that black stone, their wise men combined their knowledge with the insatiable lust for vengeance of one Keeball Rawlbread. They resolved to create dragons of their own, and visit upon the Six Duchies the same savage destruction we had once served upon them. Only one white ship was driven ashore by the elderlings when they cleansed Buck. The dragons devoured all her crew, down to the last man. In her hold were found only great blocks of shining black stone. Locked within them, I believe, were the stolen lives and feelings of the folk of the Six Duchies who had been forged. Their studies had led the out-islander scholars to believe that stone sufficiently imbued with life force could be fashioned into dragons to serve the out-islanders. It is chilling to think how close they came to discovering the complete truth of creating a dragon. Circles and circles, as the fool once told me. The out-islanders raided our shore, so King Wisdom brought the elderlings to drive them back. And the elderlings forged the out-islanders with skill when they flew over their huts so frequently. Generations later, they came to raid our shores and forge our folk. So King Verity went to wake the elderlings, and the elderlings drove them back, and forged them in the process. I wonder if once more the hate will fester until... I sigh. and set my quill aside. I have written too much. Not all things need to be told. Not all things should be told. I take up the scroll and make my slow way to the hearth. My legs are cramped from sitting on them. It is a cold, damp day, and the fog off the ocean has found every old injury on my body and awakened it. The arrow wound is still worst. When cold tightens that scar, I feel its pull on every part of my body. I throw the vellum onto the coals. I have to step over Night Eyes to do it. His muzzle is greying now, and his bones do not like this weather any more than mine do. You are getting fat. All you do any more is lie by the hearth and bake your brains. Why don't you go hunting? He stretches and sighs. Go bother the boy instead of me. The fire needs more wood. But before I can call him, my boy comes into the room. He wrinkles his nose at the smell of burning vellum and gives me a scathing look. You should have just asked me to bring more wood. Do you know how much good vellum costs? I make no reply, and he just sighs and shakes his head over me. He goes out to replenish the wood supply. He is a gift from Starling. I have had him for 2 years now, and I am still not used to him. I do not believe I was ever a boy such as he is. I recall the day she brought him to me, and I have to smile. She had come, as she does, some twice or thrice a year, to visit me and chide me for my hermit ways. But that time she had brought the boy to me. He had sat outside on a skinny pony while she pounded on my door. When I opened to her, she had immediately turned and called to him, "Get down and come inside, it's warm in here." He had slid from the pony's bare back and then stood by him, shivering, as he stared at me. His black hair blew across his face. He clutched an old cloak of Starling's about his narrow shoulders. "I've brought you a boy," Starling announced, and grinned at me. I met her gaze incredulously. "Do you mean he is mine?" She shrugged at me. "If you'll have him. I thought he might do you good." She paused. "Actually, I thought you might do him good, with clothing and regular meals and such. I've cared for him as long as I can, but a minstrel's life—" She let her words trail off. "Then he is— Did we— I floundered my way through the words, denying my hope. "He is your son? Mine?" Her grin had widened at that, even as her eyes had softened in sympathy. She shook her head. "Mine? No. Yours? I suppose it's possible. Did you pass through Flounder Cove about 8 years ago? That's where I found him 6 months ago. He was eating rotten vegetables from a village midden heap. His mother is dead, and his eyes don't match, so her sister wouldn't have him. She says he's a demon-gotten bastard." She cocked her head at me and smiled as she added, "So I suppose he might be yours." She turned back to him again and raised her voice. "Come inside, I tell you, it's warm, and a real wolf lives with him. You'll like Night Eyes. Hap is a strange boy, one brown eye and one blue. His mother had not been merciful, and his early memories are not gentle ones. She had named him Mishap. Perhaps, to her, he was. I find I call him Boy as often as not. He does not seem to mind. I have taught him his letters and his numbers, and the growing and harvesting of herbs. He was 7 when she brought him to me. Now he is nearly 10. He is good with a bow. Night Eyes approves of him. He hunts well for the old wolf. When Starling comes, she brings me news. I do not know that I always welcome it. Too many things have changed. Too much is strange. Lady Patience rules at Tradeford. Their hemp fields yield fully as much paper now as they do fine rope. The size of the gardens there have doubled. The structure that would have been the King's Circle is now a botanical garden of plants, gathered from every corner of the Six Duchies and beyond. Burrich and Molly and their children are well. They have nettle, and little chivalry, and another one on the way. Molly tends her hives and candle shop, while Burridge has used stud fees from Ruddy and Ruddy's colt to begin to breed horses again. Starling knows these things, for it was she who tracked them down and saw to it that Ruddy and Sooty's colt were given over to him. Poor old Sooty was too old to survive the journey home from the mountains. Molly and Burridge both believe I am many years dead. Sometimes I believe that too. I have never asked her where they live. I have never seen any of the children. In that, I am truly my father's son. Kettricken bore a son, Prince Dutiful. Starling told me he has his father's colouring, but looks as if he will be a tall, slender man, like Kettricken's brother Rurisk, perhaps. She thinks he is more serious than a boy should be, but all of his tutors are fond of him. His grandfather journeyed all the way from the mountain kingdom to see the lad who will some day rule both lands. He is well pleased with the child. I wondered what his other grandfather would have thought of all that had come to pass from his treaty-making. Chade no longer lives in the shadows, but is the honoured adviser to the Queen. According to Starling, he is a foppish old man who is entirely too fond of the company of young women. But she smiles as she says it, and Chade Fallstar's Reckoning will be the song she is remembered for when she is gone. I am sure he knows where I am, but he has never sought me out. It is as well. Sometimes when Starling comes, she brings me curious old scrolls, and seeds, and roots for strange herbs. At other times, she brings me fine paper and clear vellum. I do not need to ask the source. Occasionally I give her, in return, scrolls of my own writing, drawings of herbs, with their virtues and dangers, an account of my time in that ancient city, records of my journeys through Chalced and the lands beyond. She bears them dutifully away. Once, it was a map of the Six Duchies that she brought to me from him. It was carefully begun in Verity's hand and inks, but never completed. Sometimes I look at it and think of the places I could fill in upon it. But I have hung it as it is upon my wall. I do not think I will ever change it. As for the fool, he returned to Buckkeep Castle, briefly. Girl on a dragon left him there, and he wept as she rose without him. He was immediately acclaimed as a hero and a great warrior. I am sure that is why he fled. He accepted neither title nor land from Regal. No one is quite sure where the fool went or what became of him after that. Starling believes he returned to his homeland. Perhaps. Perhaps somewhere there is a toy-maker who makes puppets that are a delight and a marvel. I hope he wears an earring of silver and blue. The fingerprints he left on my wrist have faded to a dusky grey. I think I will always miss him. I was 6 years in finding my way back to Buck. 1 we spent in the mountains. 1 was spent with Black Rolf. Night Eyes and I learned much of our own kind in our seasons there, but discovered we like our own company best. Despite Holly's best effort, Ollie's girl looked at me and decided I would most definitely not do. My feelings were not injured in the least, and it provided an excuse to move on again. We have been north to the near islands, where the wolves are as white as the bears. We have been south to Chalced, and even beyond Bingtown. We have walked up the banks of the Rain River and ridden a raft back down. We have discovered that Night Eyes does not like travelling by ship, and I do not like lands that have no winters. We have walked beyond the edges of Verity's maps. I had thought I would never return to Buck again, but we did. The autumn winds brought us here 1 year, and we have not left since. The cottage we claimed as ours once belonged to a charcoal burner. It is not far from Forge, or rather where forge used to be. The sea and the winters have devoured that land and drowned the evil memories of it. Some day, perhaps, men will come again to seek the rich iron ore, but not soon. When Starling comes, she chides me and tells me I am a young man yet. What, she demands of me, became of all my insistence that one day I would have a life of my own? I tell her I have found it. Here in my cottage, with my writing and my wolf and my boy. Sometimes when she beds with me and I lie awake afterward, listening to her slow breathing, I think I will rise on the morrow and find some new meaning to my life. But most mornings, when I awake, aching and stiff, I think I am not a young man at all. I am an old man, trapped in a young man's scarred body. The skill does not sleep easily in me. In summers especially, when I walk along the sea cliffs and look out over the water, I am tempted to reach forth as Verity once did. And sometimes I do. And I